He had grown up in the desert, where rain was something to be celebrated, something that brought the earth to life in a riot of color. A treasured springtime day where the view out his bedroom window was different, at least for a few hours. So when Alex found himself in the emerald, wild pocket of greenery that was the town of Stonebridge, New York, it had felt oppressive at first. It was so humid, the air heavy with moisture, and when he looked beyond the college campus, there was nothing to see but forest. Those first few weeks, he felt trapped, but humans adjusted. They always do, and he was no exception. When the first of his classmates started getting sick, Alex paid it no mind. He was quiet and laid back for the most part, but his roommate, David, was a different story. David had his finger on the pulse of everything happening on campus, and since David didn't seem worried about whatever was going around, Alex found it easy to let it slip his mind too. It was just a few people, coughing and a fever, probably some sort of flu. Everyone got the same emails telling them to stay inside if they displayed any symptoms, but life pretty much stayed the same. Until the incident by the fountain. On his way from one class to another, Alex was crossing the center of campus when a commotion caught his attention. He turned, shouldering his backpack, and following the other students who were moving to see what was happening. It was so unreal, so abhorrent, that it took a long minute for Alex's mind to accept what he was seeing was real. He didn't know either of them. Not the short, thin woman with hair as dark as ink, or the taller, panicked man who tried to hold her off as she dragged her fingernails down his face, one thumb and one forefinger finding the hollow of his eye sockets. He screamed when she bit at him, aiming for his neck, but overcorrecting, sinking her white teeth into the curve of his jaw, her incisors catching at and tearing his bottom lip. The woman spat the flesh onto the ground, the inside of her mouth blacker than a vulture's feather. Shock rippled through the surrounding crowd, yet no one stepped forward to help. Later, Alex would think that maybe if David had been there too, he might have tried. But that afternoon, there were no leaders. Just a group of people, barely older than kids, the light of their logical minds blinking off as the instinctual animal part hellbent on survival took over, like a tsunami blanketing a city. There were a million actions he could have taken that would have made more sense. If Alex had left right then, he might have made it out of campus and even out of Stonebridge before shit really hit the fan. But that isn't where his feet took him. Alex had run cross-country in the dry, sharp Nevada heat as a teenager, and while the air in Stonebridge felt more like breathing through a wet sponge, he still knew how to run. And that's exactly what he did. Alex ran, hard, deeper into campus, and right through the door of female-only dorm E, pushing past two girls exiting and catching the door before it locked. They gasped, offended, and still blissfully unaware that there was a man bleeding out, blind, less than a football field's length away. Alex took the stairs, regretting it by the third floor, but Sarah lived on the fifth. He made it to her door, the one he had only seen twice before their falling out, and all but collapsed into it as he beat at the metal surface with his fist. "Sarah!" he managed to call out once before the door was being pulled open, and there she was, looking terrified but blessedly healthy. There was no time. Alex pushed into her dorm room with her and closed the door behind them, Sarah protesting the entire time. She only closed her mouth when he whipped around and grabbed her shoulders, and she got a good look at the expression on his face. "Something is wrong," he panted, trying to catch his breath. "Pack your things, we've got to get out of here." Under no circumstances would she have let Alex in, but she wasn't fool enough to ignore the blatant fear on his face, and not the fear of mania or some sort of mental break. Alex, unflappable computer genius that he was, appeared well and truly afraid, and he had come for her first and foremost. It made her heart thud in her chest painfully. She had her old friend sit on her twin-sized bed, handing him a bottle of chilled water from the mini-fridge beneath the desk she shared with Emily, and watched as Alex pressed the sweating bottle to his forehead briefly before drowning the entire thing. "Tell me what's happening," she demanded, sitting next to him. Alex swallowed hard and started to talk. It was a short story, but by the time he finished talking, she had shoved a few nights' worth of clothes and supplies into her backpack, dumping her books and papers out onto the floor and kicking them out of the way in the process. Despite the fact that they had been fighting, Sarah trusted Alex more than almost anyone else in the world, and if he told her it was in their best interest to go, she would follow him. Even in the short time he had been in there, news had started to spread about the attack across campus, and she could hear people in the hallway rushing around, faster and faster with each passing minute. She and Alex weren't the only ones planning to flee. They made it to the front door of Dorm E, but found it locked, and the student manning the desk shaking her head. "I can't let you out there. Word just went out that we are sheltering in place." "No way, unlock the door," Alex insisted, but the older student wasn't budging. "Absolutely not. Whatever's going out there is no joke, and I'm not gonna have you two letting whatever's happening out there in here." Sarah slammed her hands down on the desk. "Meaning what, exactly? What are you afraid of is going to get in here?" I don't know. It's not like they told us." "It's the sickness. The one that's been spreading right under our noses." A deep voice carried out of the common room, and David strides out, only the stiffness of his spine betraying his underlying stress. Some of it seemed to fade when he saw Alex, and he let out a deep breath. "I knew I'd find you here. You've got your girl, so it's time to go. We've got 30 minutes if we're lucky before the quarantine is fully in place, and we need to be out of campus by then, if not out of town completely." The front desk worker bristled. "I just said—" All it takes is for David to lay his hand on his sidearm for the girl to go pale, hitting the unlock button for the door without any more argument. A criminal justice major at the on-campus police academy, David was still in full uniform, which explained why he had no issue getting inside Dorm E in the first place. The power move leaves Sarah shaken, such a casual threat for David to make over a problem that to them was still nebulous. Her attitude changed as soon as they were outside, though, watching packs of students and even professors running full tilt, all of them seeming to go different directions. She gasped as a man grabbed a girl by the hair, picking her up off her feet by the length of it, before Alex pulled Sarah away, following David's hulking figure down a thin sidewalk between two dormitories. "All of this over some sickness? Are you sure?" Alex asked, and David grunted. I wouldn't believe it either, except for the fact that everything went down when my class was at the firing range with some of the local PD. That's why I'm still armed." He gave the holstered pistol a pat. "It came over their radios, and they kept referring to the virus and the infected. I was able to listen enough to figure out that the military is actually on their way here to quarantine the entire campus. And that's when I took off to find Alex." He spoke so steadily, as if reality wasn't on the precipice of cracking. Sarah could only look at the back of his neatly shaved head, following David only because Alex seemed to trust him, everything spinning out of control so rapidly that she was just glad to have anyone else to lead the way. "You didn't have to come back for me, man," Alex murmured. "I would have managed." The muscles on the other man's face were still tense, but he shot a smile over his shoulder at Alex. "What kind of friend would I be if I left my nerd roommate behind? Just try to keep up." He groaned, but it was good-humored. Sarah eyed them both like they were insane. Had they not just witnessed the beginning of a murder? Weren't they minutes away from being locked down in this campus with some rage virus running wild? After a short time, they were headed towards the parking garage, and she listened while they discussed taking David's truck and hoping to bluff their way out of campus if necessary. Her phone was in her hand, and she was getting ready to call her parents, hoping to warn them about whatever was about to go down. But when she tried to make the call, the device didn't even try to connect. She did have one message, though, from her own roommate, Emily. It read, "Something's up at the lab. Doors are locked, but I can hear people inside. Me and some of the other bio students are going to the pre-med library in the science hall since we can't get to class. I've got a bad feeling. Stay inside today if you don't have any lectures." Watching Alex and David talk quietly, trailing behind them, Sarah felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "We've got to stop somewhere before we leave. There's someone we have to bring with us." It was the wrong call. Sarah knew it as soon as the words left her mouth, and she watched David's jaw clench and Alex's expression close. Neither man argued, which surprised her. But halfway to the science hall, she wished that one of them had spoken up. It was chaos, like one of the circles of hell, and it was all happening so damned fast. She was a psychology student and thought she had at least a passing understanding of humans as a whole, but seeing the way things degraded within hours shocked her to her very core. The closer they got to the science hall, the more sick students there were, and therefore the more violence. It made her sick, recognizing some of the faces of both the dead on the ground and the infected as they tore those who weren't sick to pieces. It wasn't cannibalistic, or for any other rhyme or reason she could discern. It was just a compulsion for violence, for blood. And there was so much blood. David moved them quickly, hiding them against the buildings through the planted decorative gardens when possible. But she still knew that her decision to go back for Emily had lost them their window of time where escape was still possible. How could she regret trying to help her friend, though, like Alex had done for her? Alex had been her best friend for most of her childhood, both of them coming from the same town in Nevada and both receiving unexpected scholarships to Stonebridge. It had been such an unbelievable coincidence and had been a blessing at first, but the closeness the two had only grew in college. But for Alex, it changed. One wrong move on his part, a single romantic gesture that wasn't reciprocated, and their decade-long friendship went down in flames. Until he came for her, when the world was all but ending. She could only hope that he would understand why she couldn't leave Emily behind. Emily had killed before, mostly lab mice, and during one horrible class, she had to be the one to press the plunger down and deliver the fatal barbiturates to a rhesus monkey, but never a person. Until that afternoon. They had taken up the library in the science hall, all 6 of the biology students due for lab time that day, to try and suss out why they had been locked out of their classroom. It was from the second-floor library window that they watched the first infected person bend over at the waist, coughing until there was bloody mucus on the hand they used to cover their mouth. Then, when the coughing stopped, they attacked, reaching out and grabbing the skirt of a passing professor and dragging her body to theirs, before bringing them both down to the concrete, cracking the professor's skull against it like an egg. "Fuck," one of her classmates had whispered, looking back at the rest of them with wide eyes. "Surely this isn't..." No one answered, but someone did start to cough. Emily was not a fighter either, but she had a will to survive. She crushed her first assailant with one of the towering book stacks, throwing all of her weight against it until it toppled down on top of the other woman. The second, she cut open with shards of a decorative vase that she had found behind the desk of the absent librarian, cracking it against the edge of a table like a cowboy in a bar brawl, and slashing the throat of her lab partner Craig as his hands tried to claw her down with him. At that point, she was scream-sobbing, hysteria spinning to life in her throat and spilling out until a set of hands, gentle and calming, found her shoulders. We've got to hide." That was how she and Mark, the only other uninfected, ended up in the coat closet, huddled together like frightened rabbits, until the door was pried open and Sarah rushed in to grab her, moving so fast that Emily raised her hands to protect her face at first. When Sarah's arms came around her, she clung to her roommate, shaking. At least someone had come back for her. "You're alive!" They breathed at the same time, and then laughed, the sound threaded through with manic fear. Emily recognized Alex, hovering a few feet away, but not his enormous friend, who was frowning in her direction. "Open your mouth," the stranger demanded, crossing his arms. The request was so bizarre that it gave her pause, at the same time causing Mark to stiffen beside her after crawling out of the closet. No? Why?" she asked. But even as she spoke the words, the meaning became clear, and the thought sobered her instantly. At first, she had assumed that the black, gaping mouths of the classmates she and Mark had been forced to put down was just blood or shadows. But apparently it was much more than that. "Yeah, it's the only defining factor that we've been able to see so far," Sarah explained. "I'm sure you're fine, but David—" "It's fine," Emily bristled, but did as she was told. Emily understood, but there was a sliver of uncertainty in her. Could I be infected too? A ticking time bomb? David leaned forward, taking Emily's chin in his hand and turning her face so the light from the windows shone on her. Pink, unbloodied gums. None of the blackness that the virus brought. He had Mark do the same, pausing after a second. "It's just silver filling," Mark assured him, pulling away from the grip of the bigger man and adjusting his lab coat and taking his place next to Emily again. "Now that you've invaded our personal space, what happens next?" The silence was telling. Sarah looked at her feet, making Emily wonder how much she had sacrificed to come and find her, and if her friend might be regretting it now. She recognized right away that no one knew what the next steps were. Emily didn't either, but she was sure that she didn't want to stand around aimlessly any longer. The stillness gave space for the terror to set in again. Finally, Mark spoke, all eyes turning to him. "Well, if none of you have any clue, I have an idea." He wasn't in denial. There wasn't time for it. But that didn't mean that Mark wasn't still filled with a dread so heavy that he could hardly stand up straight. Down in the lower lab, the one staffed by the Umbral employees, they called this mutation Havoc. It was created from the rabies virus, and Havoc wasn't anywhere near ready to use as a particularly terrifying weapon of biological warfare, but that just made everything more dangerous. It was still changing, morphing, and whatever strain of it was running through campus might already be resistant to the vaccine they had been creating alongside Havoc. But Mark would take his chances with it anyway. Better to try the trial vaccine and potentially live than to lie down and wait for death. Rabies, in its most basic form, spread through saliva, the virus replicating in the salivary glands for that very purpose. But they had hoped to make Havoc, or whatever the end form of it would be, an airborne contagion. Something that would not only damage an opposing force, but spread rapidly and make them kill one another. That was the holy grail for Umbral. Just owning such a thing would make them unconquerable. Fear is a powerful deterrent, after all. They had some success in getting Havoc to spread through airborne means. Overall, the virus worked with a 23% success rate at that point. But there really had been no reason to eliminate the infected saliva transmission route. It would have just been more work. Mark had never experienced a greater regret in his life, that he hadn't worked to eliminate that method of transmission, as soon as a single incisor clipped the skin of his wrist as he shoved an infected student away back in the library. The damned thing had both hands clasped on his upper arms, and the ill-timed bite had been a desperate move, which only paid off by centimeters as the sharp edge of its tooth found its bullseye. Mark had never had a silver filling, but the lie was easy enough to provide. He had zero clue how much time he had, and he might have been imagining it, but Mark felt exhausted. There was a chance that it was just from the come-down from the adrenaline rush of the attack, but he couldn't be sure. All he knew was that he had to get to the lab and hope that one of the synthesized vaccines would be effective enough to save him. He could go alone, sure, but there was certainly more safety in numbers. That, and he wasn't quite ready to lose Emily yet either. Mark had tapped her as someone that would be a great asset to bring into the fold of Umbral. All of that meant that he was going to have to convince the group to go along with his plan. He had one good chance to make it work, and the minutes were ticking down fast. "Out with it then," David prompted when Mark spoke up, telling them that he had an idea. "Okay, so we know that whatever this is, it's more than likely viral. Our best bet is to get to the school lab and see if there are any clues to what this disease might be, and hopefully find out if there is some sort of medicine or vaccine that we can take to keep ourselves safe." It was Alex that disagreed first. "I don't think so. We've wasted enough time. Let's just try to get off campus." "Yeah? And if the virus is spread through the air? You want to take this shit back to your family? Maybe start a fresh outbreak once we're out of the city?" Mark countered, and from the way Alex went pale, it was obvious he hadn't considered that point. It's not about solving some mystery. It's about making sure we aren't prematurely signing the death certificate of our parents and siblings if we make it out of here. David made a doubtful noise. Do you really think that somehow your lab is going to have a vaccine for this specific virus?" Emily had her arms wrapped around herself, looking away from everyone, but her words made it clear that she was still listening. "If somehow patient 0 came from the lab, then yeah, I'd bet we have some sort of protective measure." Mark kept silent, letting them craft their own narrative. There was a burst of chatter, all of them talking over each other after Emily's revelation. Of course, she had no way of knowing about the lower lab, or that she and the other biology students were just doing busy work for Umbral while the real research happened below ground. But her instincts were good. It reassured him that he had made the right choice in Emily. Her mind was almost as quick as his own, even if his was feeling slower by the minute. They needed to get a move on. Finally, it was decided. The threat of getting their loved ones sick, a powerful enough deterrent to keep any of them from trying to break out of campus on their own. Mark didn't really care one way or the other what the 4 of them did once he had his vaccine, but he wasn't so sure that Umbral would let them live after seeing the lower lab. He thought about the human subjects, locked away in their windowless room, and shuddered. There still wasn't a firm agreement about what to do once they were done at the lab, though. David made a low sound in his throat when Sarah suggested that, if worse came to worst, they could stay in the lab until rescue arrived. "I don't know. If we have to hold up for days, even weeks, then the dorms or the cafeteria are going to be way easier to live in. The lab has almost nothing to keep us alive." "You're really content waiting weeks to get out of here?" Alex was shocked. "We have zero idea why some people are getting sick and others aren't." "You want to pin your hopes on 2 biology students? This virus coming from our campus lab is a huge if. What makes you think they have any chance of getting a handle on anything? We need to hunker down and—" Sarah shook her head. "Nope, no. I'm sorry, David, but no. I'm not going to sit around and wait to die. I want to go home." There was a long moment of silence, but David finally dragged his hand over his face and cursed. "Fine. To the fucking lab, then. Lead the way, Brainiacs. I'll cover you. It wasn't far, just the next building over, but it still felt like a world away, having to pick their way through the forsaken campus grounds. All of the group could hear helicopters overhead, and in the distance, the impossibly tall metal fence that had been stretched across the entryway into the college. The military had arrived, but wasn't daring to come into the infected zone. Instead, they were content locking them in. Like a bunch of sick lab mice in a cage. It made Emily's stomach turn, and she wondered if this was somehow karma coming back for her. It took all 3 men putting their shoulders into it, but they managed to knock the door into the lab open and drag a table in front of it to keep it closed once they were all inside. Most of the lights were out, but there was the sound of shuffling feet somewhere in the low-ceilinged building, and beyond that, the murmur of human voices. But they weren't there to help anyone else out. They were there for answers, and if everything went well, a potentially life-saving vaccine that might guarantee them the longevity to make it out once everything was over. David was right about one thing. They couldn't live out their days there. A single vending machine resided in the professor's break room, but that was it. So she and Mark had a short amount of time to find their answers before they would be forced to move once more. Plus, from all the clear signs that they weren't the only ones in the building, leaving was probably the right call. Oddly enough, the first floor was devoid of any other activity, infected or otherwise. It made sense, she figured, to take refuge on the higher floors, away from doorways to the outside, and at least it made their path clearer for the time being. Hearing them was haunting, though. Emily didn't want to imagine who was up there, who she was consciously choosing to leave behind. When they made it to the main portion of the lab itself, all the student stations placed 2 by 2 in the long room, Emily felt herself swaying on her feet. She'd seen the lab empty dozens of times, and there wasn't anything different about its appearance then. But she still saw the empty spaces that would never be filled by the right people ever again. They were all lying dead on the floral carpet of the library floor. Just yesterday, she had been there with the rest of her class group, Craig hovering over her shoulder while she looked into the microscope. Now, this throat was a ragged hole, and her hands were the ones that Mark gripped her upper arms. Steady. "I'm fine," she lied. "Let's just get this done and get out of here." Sarah and Alex peeled away to look around, leaving David standing at the door to keep watch while she and Mark set to work. There were dozens of viral samples in cold storage, things they had been working on for the last 6 months during lab periods, but Emily had an inkling of where they should start. Only one of the samples contained a virus that could cause any sort of mental deficiency that would lead to rage, like the infected had displayed, and it was the most deadly one she had ever worked with too. Rabies. Whatever was spreading through campus obviously wasn't run-of-the-mill rabies, which was terrifying enough on its own, but it was the only place she could think to begin. Rapid mutations weren't unheard of in the viral world, but a different strain of rabies? That would be something totally new. She shared her thoughts with Mark, her voice soft enough that David couldn't hear. Alex and Sarah had left the lab in search of a computer terminal to see if Alex could find some way to connect with the outside world, and after a moment of hesitation, David decided to stay behind at the lab. To Emily's surprise, her new partner was on the same page as she was, almost finishing her sentence before she could. Decided, they began their swift work. With careful hands, Mark pulled the samples out from cold storage and prepared the slides. Meanwhile, Emily carefully cut a piece of her lab coat sleeve, covered in Craig's blood. She flooded it with immersion oil and siphoned the pink liquid into a different slide for comparison. She and Mark checked and double-checked, but it was clear. Craig had been infected with the lysovirus, one that resembled rabies almost perfectly, floating there under their scope, but still terrifyingly alive. It was nearly a perfect match for the control sample. but just different enough to send a shock of disbelief through Emily. Disbelief and dread. How could this happen? She whispered to Mark while they cleaned everything up. It doesn't make any sense. No one works with live rabies virus, let alone an even more deadly mutation of it. When he didn't answer, she turned to look at him, noting the sheen of sweat on his forehead and the look of uncertainty pulling at his expression. Emily, look. I have to tell you something. Show you something, actually. But once I do, there's no going back. So, I'm actually... Emily, Mark, Alex called from across the room, interrupting them. You guys might want to come see this. Going back for Alex had been one thing, but David hadn't expected to get put in charge of an entire group of Alex types. They might take offense to him considering himself in charge, but while they moved around the lab like so many worker ants, he was the one guarding them and making sure that they didn't get ambushed. His nerves were absolutely shot. Had he stuck with the rest of the criminal justice students, he might already be out of the campus and on his way back to his parents' house by that point. But him and his damned inconvenient affection for his smart, if naive, roommate went and fucked it all up. Alex and Sarah were on the second floor by that point, but he had promised not to do anything stupid. Emily and Mark were working in the lab, which left David with nothing to do but stare at his own shadow. They were taking forever. He was ready to make them move, demand that they pick up the pace, but something caught his eye in the doorway of an office further up the hall. Just a flash, but he was sure it was a hand, gripping the door frame before disappearing within. David glanced back at the two biology students, bent over a microscope, and slowly went to investigate the movement when he was sure they weren't going anywhere. He heard the sound of them hyperventilating before he saw them, armed with scalpels and breathing like they had both run a marathon, were two women, one older and heavily pregnant, and the other closer to his age. Great, he thought. More sheep for the flock. The pregnant woman looked over him, her eyes landing on the pistol in his hands, and relaxed a few degrees. You're with Umbral? David frowned. Who? Her eyes went wide, and quickly answered. Never mind. I'm Professor Kelly Joplin, and this is my assistant Nina. Are you... Well, I'll just ask. Can you get us the hell out of here? He looked at her, chest feeling tight at the way she folded her hands over her stomach, but there was nothing to be done about it. His willingness to roll over and let Alex and then Sarah walk all over him had ruined his chances of escape once. Afraid not. I'm sure employees will get first priority for rescue anyway. She stood taller, laying the scalpel on the table beside her and stretching, her hands on her lower back and a line of pain between her eyebrows while she spoke. Well, what if I told you that I have a key to the security office upstairs? That caught his attention. What, like a surveillance room? Nina answered, her voice high and quivering. No, we've got some, volatile samples here and... Well, the company that owns those samples requires us to have armed guards on the premises at all times. A miniature armory. David's thoughts raced. All for the price of taking 2 more little lambs with us. To hell with it, he thought. Why not? If you had armed guards, where the hell are they? And why would they abandon a pregnant woman and... David stopped, hearing Alex calling for the others. Hold that thought. Can't talk right now. Stay here or come with me, doesn't matter. They followed him, of course, unwilling shepherd that he had become. After quick introductions, with Mark being the only one to recognize Joplin on sight, he allowed Alex to lead them upstairs, besides Mark, who said he wanted to check something back in the lab. They didn't have to go far to see what he wanted to show them. Like a macabre trail of crumbs, bodies of students and professors all led down one hallway, the horrible path culminating in a dead man slumped against a single door, face first, as if his last act had been trying to get inside. The gore of it was minimal, though, each of them having been dispatched by a bullet in the brain. Simple. Clean. It was a hot, humid day, and the smell of it all had Sarah dry heaving and Alex pressing the back of his hand against his mouth. David heard the click of the professor's sensible heels on the stone steps behind him, and he turned, holding up a hand. "I'll take that earlier deal, Professor, but I promise you don't want to come up here. Throw me your keys." She hesitated, but after a second, she dug into her pocket and threw a key ring up to David, which he caught one-handed. "It's the yellow key," Joplin indicated. What was so important that they would all be so desperate to get inside? Sarah mused, covering her nose and mouth with her shirt. "Well, the professor said there's a security office up here, and considering the bullet holes, I'd say our armed guards are inside. Plus whatever weaponry they have," David answered, already pulling the corpse off the door with a groan of effort. He did his damnedest not to look at the faces of any of the dead. He slid the key into the lock, the security system reading whatever invisible code was forged into it, before the mechanism slid into place and let him turn it. David called out before pushing the door open, letting any guards that might be inside know that they were uninfected civilians, name-dropping the pregnant professor for extra safety. But he might as well not have bothered. As soon as the door moved inward an inch, something hit from the other direction with the force of a freight train, taking David off his feet and knocking him to the ground with the dead, his hands sliding out from under him in a pool of blood when he tried to catch himself. The guards were inside, 5 of them. They were also infected, stepping over David and moving for the rest of the group with a single-minded intensity. He felt his heart hit the walls of his chest, adrenaline flooding into his system as time seemed to slow to a crawl. David had a single magazine, having fled the shooting range with only what he had on him, which is why the security office had been such a temptation. As the infected guards came down on his friends, he was able to raise his gun, exhaling slowly and still laying on the ground, and squeezed off 3 shots. 2 hit home, one just above an infected man's temple, and the other obliterating an infected woman's eye on the way to her brain. The third went low, hitting the guard in the throat, knocking him back, but not down. Alex, Sarah, and Emily weren't motionless, though. Emily jerked a broom from the hands of a previous fallen janitor, hitting at the 2 uninjured guards, softball style, before turning the handle forward like a spear and pushing them back with a scream. David watched as one guard tripped over his own feet, falling, and Emily turned her face away before bringing the end of the broom handle down into the man's eye socket, once, twice, and then 3 times. Sarah froze at first, but when she watched Alex shove the other uninjured guard to the ground, grabbing his shirt and slamming him back into the floor again and again until his skull cracked like a melon, she managed to bend and grab the mag light off the now dead man's belt. It was just in time for her to feel the last guard, with a bullet in his throat, grab at her hair, wrenching her head back. Sarah yelped, pivoting on one foot and slamming the heavy metal flashlight into his temple with a sickening crunch. "Finish it!" David yelled. But he didn't need to. Alex took the bloody flashlight from Sarah's hand, telling her quietly to look away, before he ended it for her in a series of wet, miserable strikes, the dry, grating breathing of the infected guard going bubbly and finally silent. When he was finished, there was no face left to identify, and they were safe again, for the moment. It was a massacre, but the security office made the horror worth it. Back on his feet, David removed weapons from each of the downed guards. Only 3 of their sidearms had any ammo left, but he found a tiny Glock 43 in a backpack hanging on the back of the door that he gave the professor when she insisted on coming upstairs. Holding her belly, and going green when she saw the hallway of death. Nina made it to the top of the stairs before turning around and going back down. He didn't blame her. Everything else he distributed to Alex, Sarah, and Emily, pocketing a few things for Mark, who was still downstairs in the lab. The girls clung to their earlier weapons, the broomstick for Emily, with the head of it broken off now, and the mag light for Sarah, but he insisted that Sarah, who admitted to having shot a gun before, carry one of the guards' sidearms. The holy grail of the office wasn't the weaponry, though. It was the surveillance terminal, completely unlocked and open. The triple monitor setup was black. Only the words Eclipse Initiative activated were scrolled across it. Alex sat down in front of it, murmuring, "What the hell is the Eclipse Initiative?" No one saw Joplin turn her head and breathe silently. Damn it. It took Alex a few minutes to learn his way around the system, but it didn't take much time before he had the schematics of the entire building pulled up. By the time David had finished distributing weapons, he had the entire campus map up too. The maps showed them two anomalies. First, a maintenance tunnel leading through the mountain face that surrounded the school and out into Stonebridge. The second was a basement level to the lab. Alex printed the maps and schematics out, and on the suggestion of the increasingly nauseous professor, they went back downstairs to find Mark and discuss their next steps. David knew it was because no one wanted to be around the corpses anymore. Not because they were worried about Mark's opinion, but he agreed. They had all seen enough to fuel their nightmares for the rest of their lives. Mark was waiting, unmoving when they returned, looking glassy-eyed and distraught, but David didn't fault him for it. They all probably looked similar. Alex spread the maps out on the metal tables, and before anyone could say otherwise, David let them know he didn't care even for a second about the basement room. But the tunnel, he could still get all of them out. No matter how hard he wanted to seem on the outside, the idea of leaving his group behind felt too much like a betrayal. He didn't need to sit and wait for rescue with them, though. There was a way out of the quarantined campus. "What are we waiting for?" he asked, noticing the quiet that seemed to be hanging over everything. "Let's go before that tunnel gets locked down too." Emily and Mark look at each other, and she squared her shoulders, turning to David. "The basement room first. We haven't had time to look into the vaccine, and there might be more information and answers for us down there." Before he could deny her firmly, Professor Joplin spoke up. "I'll let you in if you take us with you." Mark shocked them all by scoffing. "Have you lost your damn mind, Kelly? Do you have a death wish?" Joplin's eyes raked him over head to toe and raised one perfectly plucked eyebrow. "Do you? Because you know as well as I do that what you and everyone else needs isn't up here in the kindergarten lab." Everyone turned to look at her, confused. There was a familiarity between her and Mark, and with it, a clear animosity. Mark swallowed hard, getting a far-away look in his eyes. "You really think we've got something that might work?" Joplin shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. You spent more time down there than me, and I can see through you, Mark. I'd take whatever options you can get." David, baffled, said, "What the hell are you two talking about?" They ignored him, of course, with David not being able to get a single word in edgewise. There were agreements rapidly being made. Clenching his teeth, David sank into an empty chair, exhaling slowly as he did so, and coming to terms with the fact that maybe he wasn't the leader after all. It was just that giving up control was infinitely difficult for him. Death was everywhere around them, maybe even in the air. So how could they expect him to just relax while they poked around some underground lab? People they knew were dying horrible deaths, losing themselves to some monstrous second existence, and David was just supposed to sit tight? Right. Impossible. Professor Joplin, without hesitation, pressed a palm to a seemingly empty area on the wall, keying a code in on a nearly invisible keypad, and stepping back as the portion of the wall slid aside. She seemed cool, composed even, while her assistant was like a speechless shadow. It unnerved him, made him think that they knew something he didn't. David hadn't planned on following them down, instead taping together the map that Alex had printed out. But once it was done, he couldn't settle. Not up top alone, while the rest of his group was in some mysterious subterranean lair. It just wasn't in his blood to wait around and simply hope they came back to him alive. So, pocketing the map, David followed down the dimly lit staircase, emerging into a room that looked more like a hospital than a laboratory. Emily was at a computer terminal, her bloody lab coat removed, and a sickly cast beneath her tanned skin. He watched her work, Professor Joplin coming up behind her and guiding her through finding what would hopefully be the vaccine they needed. Nina hung back near David, and Alex and Sarah were looking through stacks of papers strewn about, looking concerned but unsure as they moved between the hospital beds, complete with restraints. Then there was Mark, perched on a hospital bed, his shoulders hunched and his face flushed. He coughed into his hand and wiped it on his pants as discreetly as possible. Everyone else was so wrapped up in what they were doing that no one noticed. No one except David and Joplin, who had moved away from Emily to pull a tray of syringes from a cold storage unit, the cold air blowing the sleeves of her dress back. It was the older woman's fault that they were all in this damn basement to begin with, but there was something about her pregnant belly and iron will to survive that made it impossible for him to put her in harm's way. She was just looking for a way out, same as he was, and he couldn't fault her for that. As they gazed at each other, an understanding about Mark passed between them. David gave her a tight nod, jerking his chin towards the stairs. "Go," he told her wordlessly. "Get the hell out of here." Professor Joplin obeyed, setting her tray on the table next to Emily in slow, unhurried movement, taking Nina by the hand and disappearing silently up the stairs. The first person that listened to him without complaining all day. How convenient. By then, Emily was speaking to Alex and Sarah, who were watching over his shoulder as she pulled something up on the screen. "I don't know what the hell is going on down here," she told them shakily, clasping her hands together in front of her. "But the samples they have stored down here are live viruses. Rabies and some weird derivative of it, which is the mutation that is spreading through the campus. And more. Other mutations. Other varieties." She swallowed hard, closing her eyes. Live viruses. And all these beds with restraints? Is it possible that whoever was running things down here was testing on people? She turned to look for Joplin. "All of the official documents have the same letterhead," Alex points out, handing Emily a piece of paper with a stylized U on the top. "The Umbral Group is mentioned all over the place. They're a pretty big name in tech circles, but, I guess it's possible that they might be dipping their toes into medical shit." "This is far above our pay grade," Sarah sighs, a thread of hysteria in her tone. "Can we just get out of here? I want to go home." David was only half listening, watching Mark, noting the way he wiped sweat from his brow and muffled his coughs in the neck of his lab coat. Each sign made David feel more and more miserable, and more sure of what was to come. I should shoot him now. Save everyone the heartache, he thought. But he couldn't. Like everyone else in the room, he was barely old enough to drink. The idea of killing someone in what would equate to cold-blooded murder was too much. Too heavy. It didn't take long, though, for the others to hear the hacking, and David watched as one by one they came to the same conclusion. Shaking with fever, unable to get a breath in now between coughing fits, Mark was infected. "Mark," Emily warbled. "Open your mouth." He did, turning to show them all the pitch blackness surrounding the whites of his teeth. Black, like all the other Havoc sufferers. And then he lunged. It might have been because he knew her best, or just because she was the closest, but Mark jumped for Emily first. Only David, launching himself forward, stopped his charge, and around the snapping of his teeth and his hands raking the air, David forced Mark to the hospital bed by pure strength alone. Then, the rest of them were there, struggling against Mark's frantic movements to lock the restraints into place. Both legs and both arms wrenching the belts tight and setting them. Tears leaking down Emily's face the entire time. It was silent. A wretched ordeal. Only the sound of Mark's teeth clacking together and the desperate grunts coming from his throat filling the room. Once his limbs were down, David clasped the other man's head between his hands, and Emily stretched the last restraint over his forehead, freely sobbing at this point. He expected more of a fight from her, some demand to give her a chance to try and find a cure, but there was no time. They all knew there was no time. Mark was gone anyway. "Get them out of here, Alex," David told his friend, his voice flat. "When I get back upstairs, we run." Mark strained against the restraints, thrashing in any way he could, and Emily held out her hand to David wordlessly. He looked at her open palm and back to the girl's face, the reality of what she was asking crashing over him. "No. Emily, go." "I've already..." "Back in the library," she choked out, but David wouldn't hear it. "Back at the library, you defended yourself. This one is not on you." Then he looked back to the other uninfected man. "Alex, now." Taking both girls by the wrist, Alex moved for the stairs. Sarah went willingly, but Emily was a fight, looking back and trying to pull away, some sense of duty driving her. But she was tired, emotionally and physically, and in minutes Alex had her out of sight, and it was just David and Mark left in the lower lab. "If you would have just told me, we could have done this without them having to know." David took a deep breath and inspected the chamber to ensure there was rounds in it. "I get it, though. I wouldn't want to die either. I'll get them out, though. Don't worry. And I'm sorry." Against the skull of another human, the gun didn't kick in his hand, hardly at all. They left Kelly Joplin and Nina behind. The two women hadn't been in the upper lab or the hallway leading outside, and there was no time left. All they could do was lock the door from the outside with the keyring David still had on him, and finally slide said keyring under the door, just in case the professor and her assistant might still need it. Just like David said, they ran. Quietly, sneaking low to the ground at times, the four of them ran across campus, following an inked line in the taped-together map to the maintenance tunnel that offered them the last available means of escape. They weren't the only ones left, though. Other students watched them from the dorm windows. Some yelled, but most were silent, more than likely because the noise from outside the campus was drowning anything else out. It had taken them quite some time to get where they were as they had to navigate the campus filled with more and more infected. And at this time, the quarantine was failing, and the barrier had been breached. The sound of rifle fire and commands being yelled could be heard from outside the campus, infected students clawing their way through ever-widening gaps in the seclusion wall. Still, inside, their once pristine campus was covered in gore and the remains of a life that none of them could ever truly have again. None of them looked too closely at the bodies, or the huddled groups of 6 students waiting for a victim, too afraid to see a familiar face in either place. At one point, a pair of two infected appeared seemingly out of nowhere, hidden behind an abandoned car, rushing the group of four. David had his gun up first, but then, almost like a miracle, two perfectly placed shots came from somewhere above, dropping the infected with identical holes between their withered eyes. It was a blessing, but havoc still reigned, and all the four of them could do was flee. Maybe, just maybe, the world outside the campus walls was still intact. Even if it was, though, none of them would ever be the same. All of them were now battle-tested, and hollow because of it. Sarah held onto Alex's hand like a lifeline, shell-shocked. He had the horrible feeling that if he let her go, she would just sink to the ground and remain there, still, and in the hands of some gruesome fate. So he didn't let go. He wouldn't. Just like the map said, the tunnel was there, the doors open as if it had been recently used. None of them even stopped to consider the danger of it, not until they were deep inside and the pitch blackness of the place was suffocating them. But while their cell phones had no service, they certainly had flashlights, and it was enough to guide their way. 4 beams of anemic yellow light and the sound of 4 sets of feet echoing off the concrete walls. Alex had never seen much of war. Anything coming in from the media or from other countries was always sanitized. Explosions, sure, even fire, or the crack of a fired gun, but never casualties, never human bodies, or the scarlet stain of blood, and certainly never the off-white of brain matter strewn in the street like refuse. That day, though, he saw it. Alex saw everything and more until the images were burnt into his mind. David led them out into the war zone that was Stonebridge, eventually taking Emily into his arms when she cracked to pieces, unable to go on, and Alex followed with Sarah. Over the dead, behind cars with civilians, bullets through their temples, slouched against the steering wheels. And finally, to an empty police car, the keys in the ignition and the driver still and cold, his throat ripped out and the shimmer of his guts poking through his Kevlar vest, laying right outside the open driver's side door. Alex climbed into the back with Sarah. David placed Emily in the passenger seat, telling her to keep her eyes closed until he told her to open them. Sarah followed suit. Then, David was behind the wheel, his face a mask of chilled determination, his knuckles white from the strength of his grip. He turned the key. The engine clicked to life, and finally they were moving, getting as far away as possible from what was left of the beginning of their adult lives and innocence they might have held on to. Sarah turned to look one last time at the campus in the mountains, watching as a collection of soldiers climbed into a hovering helicopter, the blades of it denying her that last vision. Whoever the students had been before today, the 4 left behind. Their bodies and their new jaded souls escaped, seeking safety. But it would be short-lived. As soon, the government would decide that total sterilization was the only way to save the rest of the country. It started like most things do, with a spark. The initial crack of flint against steel was the streamlining and perfecting of advanced artificial intelligence. And from there, everything kicked into overdrive. The world changed so quickly that the populace struggled to keep up. But as everyone had been told their entire life, these staggering advancements were supposed to change things for the better. And in so many ways they did. But human nature will always have those darker veins of green and control that are impossible to burn out. Groundbreaking innovations in genetic engineering and renewable energy, all made possible by the free-flowing, positronic mind of the now ubiquitous artificial intelligence that had taken over almost every sector of the workforce, healed and fed billions. Diseases were cured, crops flourished, and the renaissance of the human race was within reach. Yet, where there is blooming progress, there are almost always questions of ethics, and the scale of things was slowly but surely tipping in the wrong direction. An Earth dominated by the not-so-silent manipulations of megacorporations would never see those corporations go gently into that good night. Instead, all of them surged forward in a desperate race for dominance in both science and technology, careless about any damage done along the way. There was to be a new world order, and there was only room for a few at the top. One of these powerful megacorporations, the Umbral Group, was set perfectly to be the winner in what was quickly proving to be a fast-paced death march towards the finish line. Already on the bleeding edge of technology before the age of AI, the Umbral Group had a head start on everyone else, and they used it to their full advantage. In a world where most things once impossible were now within reach for everyone, the Umbral Group flooded the market with inventive products that had no equal from their competitors. And combined with their aggressive marketing tactics, it was clear that the Umbral Group was fixed to reign supreme. On the surface, they appeared to be any other consumer-focused entity, but beneath the surface, there was something more. Being dominant, and therefore in control of almost every possible production line, it wasn't a surprise that they managed easily to align themselves with governments around the planet. Except, it was less an alignment than it was a coerced relationship, where Umbral always kept the upper hand. These connections, along with their astronomical financial clout, allowed them to operate their shadow facilities anywhere they desired, and with access to the quickly depleted natural resources that were becoming harder and harder to obtain. With enough political and financial clout to operate beyond the constraints of regulations and any sort of oversight, the Umbral Group began to establish a number of secret laboratories and research facilities wherever they saw fit. In that new reality, where almost everything necessary for a person to survive was now easy to obtain, Umbral yearned for something more. Something that would keep them dominant, and at the same time, keep the general public complacent. So, within the walls of these shadow facilities, the Umbral Group sought to unlock the secrets of the universe at large, and then bend those impossible, holy secrets to their will. It wasn't as nebulous of a concept as it seemed, either because in order to control the future of everything, they first needed to exact their iron will over the present. The research was morally ambiguous at best, and horrifying at worst. But for the time being, it was at least tangible. The Umbral Group conducted projects that ranged from the development of advanced weaponry and surveillance systems to the creation of genetically engineered super soldiers. But the most ominous of their potential inventions was breaking the built-in chains within an AI of their own creation, so it was no longer bound by any limitations that were added to protect humanity. Umbral wanted their AI to have none of the moral hang-ups of its flesh and blood creator, so it could be used to seize control of global networks, and also act without regard to any potential human loss of life that may occur as it sought to complete whatever its given task may be. The Umbral Group was not a singular aberration, though, and other megacorporations were biting at the heels soon enough. At the same time, public awareness of the dubious practices of Umbral and other megacorporations was growing, and they were all starting to experience pushback from the very people they so desired to grind under their proverbial heels, and not one of them was taking it well. Whistleblowers began exposing the dark and disturbing secrets from inside the secret labs, inciting worldwide protests. As the leader of the pack, the Umbral Group received the lion's share of trouble, but the general public they could deal with. What was more concerning was the escalating danger from rival companies twisting the situation to their advantage, and the amount of resources needed to fend them off was exponentially increasing. Eventually, protecting their assets started to take more of their time than everything else the Umbral Group was trying to accomplish. They knew it was time to pivot. Something had to be done. In response to the growing unease surrounding the company, the Umbral Group launched the Eclipse Initiative. Teams of elite private military troops were assembled by the initiative, chosen for their unique skills. They were tasked with breaking into both semi-active and abandoned laboratories of rival companies, as well as serving to protect the hidden knowledge contained within their own. These warriors were among the best in their respective fields, and since only the best would do for the Umbral Group, financial rewards or, if necessary, coercive persuasion were used to ensure their loyalty and discretion. These teams operated covertly, completing their tasks away from prying eyes, while obediently protecting company premises and assets. One such team was Aries, short for Advanced Recon and Extraction Squad, led by the unshakable Major Nathaniel Delacroix. Aries, like all other team members under the Eclipse Initiative, used call signs to protect their identities on perilous, morally ambiguous missions. Major Delacroix, aka Sentinel, led with unwavering resolve and served his team as not only a commander, but as a guiding light in situations that otherwise might descend into darkness. Second in command was Sergeant Roderick Gideon, aka Raptor, who missed nothing with his predatory eyes. Scarred and battle-hardened, the younger members of the team looked to him for trust and reassurance whenever things seemed to be heading south. Third was Squad Medic Corporal Alicia Alvarez, or Aegis, who embodied hope and healing on the battlefield. She carried an aura of calm and empathy about her that seemed otherworldly. Her dedication to saving a life was unshakable, and having her among the group helped the others believe that they would make it home time and time again, as long as Aegis was around. Corporal James Cormack, aka Hawkeye, guarded the team from afar with his keen eyes and exceptional marksmanship. Silent but effective, Hawkeye was the ace in the hole for Aries, more times than the team could count. Demolitions expert Corporal Felix Watson, or Jester, lightened the mood with a mischievous grin and carefree attitude that made him invaluable to the team that might otherwise be bogged down with the heavy, serious personalities of the other senior officers. He wasn't to be underestimated, though, which his expertise with explosives was a testament to. Lastly, there were the rookies, Privates Ivan Kozlov and Lila Simmons, aka Cypher and Tempest. Young or not, though, the two had faced the same harsh lessons that all of them had once upon a time, and it had tempered them from brash greenhorns to sharp, effective soldiers. Kozlov, or Cypher, was a code-breaking and security infiltration prodigy, and in a world run almost fully by technology, he was beyond highly valued. Simmons, or Tempest, was a whirlwind of a woman that excelled at close-quarters combat. She was often underestimated by her opponents for her small stature, but this only benefited her, giving her the element of surprise in combat time and time again. Together, they formed a well-oiled machine, with each member vital to the intricate workings of the unit. Their missions were treacherous and dark, but with Aries, success was almost always assured. The locals didn't spend much time thinking about the helicopter that whirred swiftly over the area, having seen plenty of them in the past. Before the college opened, helicopters had skimmed through the air to douse potential forest fires before they truly started, and to ferry the injured out to the city when the winding roads would take too long to traverse. But once the town of Stonebridge was established in a wide, deep valley with its beating heart, Stonebridge College, built against the mountain face, even more air traffic began to frequent the area. No one was quite sure why, but no one in their right mind would question the influx of money coming into the area via the college. So, even the most hardened old-timers would just shrug their shoulders and ignore any of the noise coming from above. Deep in the Catskills, Stonebridge College was the crowning jewel of what was now one of the larger towns in the rural mountains. Everything revolved around the school. As the name suggested, there were only two ways into Stonebridge. Beneath the naturally occurring rock bridge that spanned two smaller mountains, under which a small highway had been built, or through the long, dark maintenance tunnel that led straight through the side of the mountains themselves. It looked wildly out of place, Delacroix thought, as the chopper started the wide circle that foreshadowed the landing. Stonebridge College was all sleek metal and modern architecture, and it wore the veneer of a newer college campus well. But to someone like Delacroix, who had seen the depths of the deception that Umbral Group could pull off, it was obvious that the entire thing was a front for something more nefarious. Wind from the blade buffeted all of them as he spoke, settling fully into his second identity as Sentinel. His voice sounded foreign and tiny over the headsets they all wore.
"The objective is complete and total destruction,"
he told them.
"A biological weapon of some sort has leaked and is infecting students, and we need to clean up the mess before it spills over into the general public. They're calling it the Havoc virus. This is what we were vaccinated for before leaving. We aren't privy to the information of how the virus is spread, but it's almost safe to assume that it's virulent. Keep your nose and mouth covered at all times if possible, and let's do our damnedest not to get any bodily fluids on us."
Aegis adds.
"Or in our mouths,"
Jester adds sagely, eliciting a groan from the rest of the group.
"We need to be in and out as quickly as we possibly can, but at the same time leave no trace behind. None of this can be tracked back to Umbral. Since we're pretty confident that there is a significant student population uninfected, we also need to do this without being seen, if at all possible. Thorough and silent is the name of the game today. Understood?"
"Yes, sir," 6 voices echoed back to him, and he nodded.
"Good. We'll be dropped right outside of town and enter in with local law enforcement. Stonebridge is currently under martial law and communication blackout. Unsurprisingly, Umbral has already paid off the city cops to let us blend in until we're inside the campus. The whole town is crawling with federal officers in teams, but we're banking on the fact that they don't know enough about the Havoc virus to risk entering the campus themselves yet. Heads low until we're inside, understood?"
Another round of agreements. The team all unstrapped from their seats and finished final preparations for departure. There wasn't a lot of chatter between them, every member familiar with their roles, but it was the comfortable, functional silence of a capable group. The sort of silence that was full of wordless communication, a touch on the shoulder here, and a head jerk there. Aries spoke, but so much of the time, they spoke their own language. The chopper shuddered as it touched down on the packed dirt of the field where other helicopters and small fixed winged aircraft had been landing since the outbreak first began. In a dark olive green, the Umbral Group's vehicles were unmarked and went unnoticed for the most part among dozens of other similarly colored vehicles, and the same idea was applied to Aries themselves. What wasn't readily apparent, though, was that everything they carried, as well as everything they wore, was top-of-the-line, experimental equipment, not available to any public entities, and produced directly by the Umbral Group. The team was in black on black, pulling on the rest of their protective gear as they exited the chopper, pulling up black fabric face covers from inside the collars of their shirts that left only their eyes visible. Anonymity was paramount, but they wouldn't need the heavier masks until they were further into campus. Aries moved like 7 limbs of a single animal, even having a hard time giving up the habit when Sentinel hissed at them to ease up so they could integrate better. The Stonebridge local police captain had the decency to look sheepish about agreeing to a bribe so easily, but no one could fault him for being punctual. He and a few of his officers were waiting for Aries as soon as their helicopter departed, discreetly palming a badge with Stonebridge PD insignia on it when he shook each of their hands. Little did the man know their entire town was more than likely bankrolled by the Umbral Group, so he'd more or less been living off of dirty money for ages anyway. The thick forest outside the natural stone archway entrance to the town had become more or less a central base for all of the different departments working on the Havoc outbreak. So, when the Stonebridge captain, who introduced himself as Greg, motioned for the Aries team to follow him, they made sure to keep their heads down as they did so. "So, you're like what? Hired guns?" Greg asked quietly, his thumbs hooked into his Kevlar vest. Raptor sneered under his mask, hissing, "I know good and well you were told not to ask questions, so why don't you keep it that way?" "Yeah, well," the police captain shrugged one shoulder, his body language stuff and annoyed. "This is just such a quiet little town besides the occasional overblown party at the college. So, having all this go down has got us all a little shaken up. But even more than that, curious. This kind of stuff just doesn't happen around here." Jester's snort was audible. "Whatever you gotta tell yourself, buddy." The police captain opened his mouth to retort, but Sentinel spoke first. "Enough. Our intel says that there's a maintenance tunnel we can use to enter the campus, right? You were paid good money to make sure that its existence isn't public knowledge. Is that still the case?" "Yeah, we covered it up well enough. It's only big enough for a single vehicle." "We're going on foot," Sentinel told him. He motioned Hawkeye forward, who shouldered his sniper rifle and joined his commander at the front of the moving unit of officers and Ares team members. "Hawkeye here will be posted at a high point, to be decided once we get to the tunnel, and while it's unlikely that he will be seen, if that happens you're going to have to claim him as one of your squad so he isn't bothered. Got it?" Greg clearly wants to complain, but Jester rubs his thumb and forefingers together in the universal sign for money, where the police captain can see it, and the man sighs. "Fine, we'll make it work." Outside of Stonebridge, the forest surrounding everything was so green and suffocating that it would have been a nightmare as far as visuals were concerned. But, once they crossed the threshold into the town itself, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Stonebridge really was a microcosm of a city, the residential areas on the edges of the town spiraling inwards and becoming businesses and government office buildings. With the mountains and the thick emerald woods holding the valley and town like a cupped palm, it was easy to see why Umbral would choose a place like this for clandestine lab work. Under the guise of Stonebridge College, no one would be the wiser. Tucked up against a rock face at the back of town, the college would have been something to be proud of under normal circumstances. Now, though, it seemed to loom over Stonebridge, a blister ready to burst. Greg had Aries loaded into an armored vehicle once they made it to the police station, but not before they were able to get a good look at the state of the town and how present the military really was. There was a fog of uncertainty and fear hanging over Stonebridge. The streets mostly empty of civilians, but small groups of soldiers posted on every corner and walking in formation down the sidewalks, rifles in hand. Those residents that braved the outdoors all looked pale and drawn, their eyes dark and wide with nervous caution. It was eerily silent, only the sounds of boots on the concrete and the clacking of gear and weapons knocking together echoing off the brick buildings. Umbrel had done a decent job of building a place that mirrored the other, much older Appalachian towns. But with all the life drained out of the place, it was readily apparent how fake it all was. Like a movie set, or an art piece done in miniature and left to collect dust somewhere. Seeing all the soldiers clad with the newest of everything, technology blinking and humming on their bodies and in their hands, just made the scene even more bizarre. "Yeah, so this place gives me the creeps," Tempest said to Cypher next to her, pulling her face cover down enough that he could hear her whisper. "They all look like they're under some sort of mind control or something." "That would be a more impactful observation, if it wasn't entirely possible," Cypher answered, not bothering to look up from the wrist interface he was making adjustments on. "I hate talking to you sometimes," Tempest sighed, covering her face once more. "How has the public reacted to the blackout and martial law?" Sentinel asked Greg once they were on the road, the inside of the armored vehicle almost as quiet as the oddly empty town outside. They're terrified right now, but biological scares tend to do that to civilians. We've got a precious few days before they start getting restless, but for the moment they're all pretty content to stay inside." Aegis exhaled slowly. "This needs to be resolved before outside relatives and acquaintances start to wonder why they can't contact their loved ones and begin arriving. Only having one entrance to town is a helpful bottleneck. But large groups of distraught individuals will end up being a powder keg of problems if you all aren't careful." "You talk like you won't be right here helping us," Greg laughed. But the sound died off when he realized that no one else agreed with his assessment. "We don't do that," Raptor informed him. "You won't see us again after this, and you do well to just take your check and shut up once we're in the tunnel." Greg had been captain for years at this point, and while he had been the top dog for so long among his own police force, he suddenly felt like a rookie again among all these government and, more mysterious, soldiers. There was no way he'd pass up a payday like the one he had been offered by someone that had only identified themselves as a board member of the college. But something about the team he was escorting made the acid in his gut churn. Them, along with the change that this town has undergone in such a swift amount of time, made him feel the same sort of uneasiness as a discordant piece of music. It went under his skin, raising goosebumps and making him feel vaguely ill. Something was off, but he was powerless to do anything about it. No amount of zeros in his bank account was going to make him feel any better about the situation. But they were either hours or days away from death rolling through the streets on viral wings. So he simply kept his head down and got the Aries team to the maintenance tunnel entrance. It was all he could do. Covered with various diatrists like broken pallets and discarded office equipment, the entrance to the maintenance tunnel had been hidden surprisingly well by Stonebridge officers, and they did an equally effective job of clearing the debris out of the way, while Sentinel went over the next steps of their mission with his team. Everything was about timing. If they lingered too long, then they ran the risk of the military making it into the campus before they could complete their objective. But if they rushed, something might be missed. They were all cool and collected, but it didn't escape the commander that biological contagions weren't nearly as commonplace for them as other, more visible threats. Donning full face masks complete with respirators, they became anonymous. Faceless and all dressed identically, they moved like phantoms down the dark tunnel once open. Sentinel leading the forward group, while Raptor took the rest to watch the rear as they made their way into the campus. They all wore headlamps that bobbed with their steps, and for a time it was so lightless that time seemed to move strangely around them, viscous. But after a little less than an hour, the path curved right, and they saw the bright white rectangle of the open tunnel exit. Open, Sentinel thought, cursing to himself. It meant that someone had at least tried to use the maintenance tunnel to escape the campus. He had nothing to make him think that they had succeeded, but it did mean that whoever it was might return to try again. Once they were inside of the quarantined campus, it was immediately apparent that everything was wrong. Disturbing and wrong. He held a single finger in front of his mouth before using two to point to Hawkeye, indicating for him to go. The sniper nodded once in the affirmative and disappeared up the embankment to the left. There was a single tall clock tower in the center of the campus that would be the best lookout point for him, but there was no time to waste taking the entire team to escort Hawkeye there, when he could hold his own well enough. A 12-foot tall, expandable metal wall had been erected at the entrance of the campus to maintain the quarantine, meaning that Aries, for the most part, was safe from being seen by anyone but the poor souls inside the campus. But they couldn't be too careful. Too aegis, it all looked like she had expected, but she was still more on edge than usual. Something in the most primitive part of her brain was sending off warning signals, and she couldn't figure out what it was until they made it out from behind the nondescript office building that the maintenance tunnel had led to, and out into the campus proper. There, small clusters of people, ranging from 2 to around 6 individuals, hovered restlessly in corners and pressed up against walls like they were hiding from something. With unblinking, pinpoint-pupilled eyes, arms limp at their sides and mouths that hung open to display blackened gums and tongues, Aegis's brain saw corpses before anything else. But they stood, and they moved, and that's what was making that ancient survival urge inside of her rear its inconvenient head. The ones that still had some pink in their flesh would jerk forward every few minutes, hacking a wet, rattling, agonal cough before straightening again. But the grayer ones were as silent as the grave.
"They're avoiding the light,"
she said as quietly as possible, with just enough volume to be picked up by the comms in each of their helmets.
"Avoid dark places, especially on your own. Do you copy that, Hawkeye?" "Copy,"
he murmured from somewhere else on the campus. Unlike the town itself, Stonebridge College didn't try to appear quaint or vintage in any way. Everything from the dormitories to the lecture halls were all angular and gleamingly new. The Umbral group spared no expense when it came to their little cover-up project. And because of that fact, the laboratories where the research on the Havoc virus had been conducted blended in seamlessly to everything else. It also meant that the place was still full of civilian students, some of them now the shambling infected, but others hanging out their dorm windows, haggard and exhausted, begging the passing Aries soldiers for help when they were spotted. Sheets hung from balconies, pleas for salvation written on them. None of them bothered Cypher much. It was just work, no different than any other assignment, but the one sheet with the words, "Mom, it's Cassie, I'm still alive," made him swallow hard.
"Jesus,"
he whispered, more to himself than anything, but Tempest replied,
"I don't think he's here today."
Moving in 2 parallel lines, Aries kept to the light, the location of the lab that was their destination flashing on each of their wrist interfaces, but the sheer number of infected students made it impossible for them to avoid confrontation forever. In the center of the street, a group of 3 huddled in the shadow of a delivery truck that had been abandoned, swaying and brushing against each other like blades of dry grass. No one was sure what their trigger was, or how far the infected could see, but once Aries was 12 feet away, the first of them reacted. It was just the turn of a head, but it was enough.
"Steady,"
Raptor told them over the comms. The group of 3 moved as one, but whatever thread that connected their broken minds was nothing compared to the soldiers. It was a small enough threat that they were able to neutralize it in seconds. 3 perfectly aimed bullets between 3 sets of eyes. But it was the first indication of just how violent the infected would prove to be. It didn't matter what virus was boiling beneath their skin, though. Dead on the ground, still and silent, the infected still were college kids, and even the Aries soldiers were human enough to be bothered. Any reaction was hidden by the masks. All demons kept personal when there was a job to be done. So, like the tide, the team swept through the campus, quiet and unstoppable. Killing the infected was not part of their objective. That sort of dirty work would be left to the military once Umbral's team was long gone. Ideally, Aries could have made it to the lab without any other altercations, but there was a reason Umbral sent a combat-tested team. At the end of the day, the Havoc virus was meant to weaponize the unfortunate souls it infected, and while it wasn't completed by the time it leaked out of the lab and onto campus, the virus still did its job well enough. It never became bad enough to cause any sort of commotion that would be noticed by the military stationed outside the quarantine wall, but each member had to raise their rifle at least once, pull the trigger, and take out what was undeniably an innocent person whose body and mind had been turned against them by something microscopic and lethal. They still bled red, too. Every Aries member saw it, but it bothered Aegis most. Breathing through clenched teeth, she didn't turn her head when Sentinel fell back a few paces next to her. With comms off, just person to person, he asked,
"You doing all right, kid?" "Fine,"
she gritted out, hoping he couldn't hear the way her stomach acid was burning in her throat.
"No one would fault you for not taking the kill shots in this case, Alvarez. The pressure isn't that high."
She shook her head.
"I do what is expected of all of us, and I will continue to do so." Understood."
He turned his masked face to her, looking down as they walked. Aegis wished she could take him up on the offer, but medic or no, she could and would continue to do her job. The comms clicked to life.
"I'm in position on the clock tower." "Acknowledged, Hawkeye."
Sentinel answered.
"We're less than a mile from the lab now. Do you have visual?" "Yes. Head left, between the two brick buildings. And there was a courtyard there that can be followed all the way back to the entrance of the lab. If you go that direction, you'll avoid any more infection clusters until you're at the lab itself, where a lot of them are congregating." "No surprise there,"
Agus said tightly.
"That's probably the initial infection pocket."
Jester hums in thought.
"They seem to be taking mostly visual cues, but I can set off a distraction so we can make better time. Do it. Rejoin the group ASAP once you're finished."
Sentinel told the corporal.
"Hawkeye, cover him, and whatever infected don't leave the back lab entrance, I want you to eliminate so we aren't wasting any more time taking them out ourselves."
The sniper grunted in the affirmative.
"Great. Let's move."
Jester peeled off to the right while the rest of Aries went left, heading to the mid-campus courtyard and forward until the long L-shaped laboratory, drab gray and unassuming, was visible in the distance. Sentinel holds his fist up in the air in front of him to stop their advance, speaking over the comms.
"Jester, if you're in position, go ahead." "Acknowledged. Detonation in 3, 2, and 1.
From where they stood, the boom was sharp and crackling, like a handful of powerful fireworks, or a live wire hitting the ground. Loud enough to get anyone's attention on campus, but not so obvious that any of the government officials outside the walls couldn't write it off as some side effect of whatever chaos they were picturing going on inside. From his vantage point, Hawkeye told them the reaction from the infected. A good amount of them pivoted, rushing from the safety of the dark overhang of the two lab entrances and towards the explosion. But there were still some stragglers. He couldn't be sure, he told them, but it looked to Hawkeye like the ones that didn't move were those that were the most, or longest, infected. The virus was killing them slowly, rage driving them to attack all the way until the fever burned all the synapses in their brains out. For those infected, there was no sight or sound left to them, but the still rage drove them on and on. Jester rejoined them right as they made it to within sightline of the remaining infected. When the first one moved, just a twitch of the hand, Hawkeye began his near-silent assault. Aegis counted 10 infected, most of them wearing white lab coats, some stained in blood, and watched wordlessly as Hawkeye dropped them, one after the other, with a flawless shot. The muted pop of his silenced rifle couldn't be heard from where the rest of the team was, still advancing as their sharpshooter cleared their path. But the dull thunk of the bodies hitting the ground made up for it. They stepped over the downed infected, Jester taking point and wrapping a long line of detonation cord around the barricaded door, blasting it open in a puff of smoke and ember. And then it was Sentinel and Raptor clearing the desks and chairs out of the doorway that whatever uninfected people inside had used to try and keep their virus-laden coworkers out. Tempest blazed with adrenaline, watching it all, a deadly, graceful dance that she could never get enough of. Each member knew what was needed of them without a single word exchanged. It was exquisite. She burned for her turn to shine. It came as they cleared the rooms, 2 by 2. Sentinel and Aegis, Raptor and Jester, and Cypher and Tempest. She didn't mind getting stuck with the dweeb, who, of course, was an excellent warrior just like any other soldier working under the Eclipse Initiative, but she had to poke fun where she could. Watching Cypher work often left her feeling out of her depth, the way his human mind seemed to meld with whatever technology he needed to coerce and slowly break into pieces. So, when they entered the empty-appearing office, and an infected lunged at her partner with stunning speed, she took them down with her own 2 hands before Cypher could even breathe. Her knee on the throat of the havoc-riddled scientist, she pulled out her sidearm and sunk a shot between the eyes, their whites red with burst capillaries. Cypher gave her a nod of thanks. Under the mask, Tempest beamed. Trouble was kept to a minimum, business as usual, until they made it to the back of the building where the student lab was. An open floor plan with stations spread out for students to learn while working. It was, by all appearances, the last room in the building. 2 swinging doors separated the lab from the Aries team.
There has to be more than this last room,
Sentinel mused.
Cypher, see if you can get us any intel once we get inside, okay? If there is more to this place, it has to be connected to this last room.
Sentinel and Raptor each pushed a door open. No one was surprised to see another cluster of 3 infected inside. What gave them pause, though, was the way they were grouped together in front of a clear decontamination shower stall, where 2 women were crammed inside. 2 uninfected women. The younger of the 2, clearly a student, knelt on the ground with her head in her hands. Standing, with some tiny pistol in her hands, was an older woman, a professor more than likely. She was heavily pregnant and staring at the team with wide eyes. "Quiet," she mouthed. Aries was decidedly not quiet. It was another split-second decision. Saving any uninfected civilians was not on the agenda for the day. Too much time, and too much attention drawn to them. They weren't heroes, but even Umbral's hired hands weren't monsters. Tempest and Raptor took the shots, and as soon as the infected were on the ground, Sentinel and Jester pulled the bodies aside, while Aegis helped the woman out of the decontamination pod. They were shaking and exhausted, but after a quick once-over by the medic, who applied her most soothing voice to the terrified survivors, they were deemed healthy enough to flee. "Take us with you," the pregnant woman begged, but it fell on deaf ears. Once she realized that the masked, faceless team wasn't going to assist them any further, she took the student by the hand and led her out.
"Head for the dorms,"
Raptor told them. While Cypher and the rest of the group went to find a working computer terminal, Sentinel hung back long enough to ping Hawkeye on a private channel and tell him as quietly as possible.
2 girls on the way out. Permission granted to offer them covering fire if you deem it necessary. Keep this between you and me, Cormac.
The sharpshooter chuckled.
Roger that, boss.
Nothing could stand in Cypher's way when it came to any sort of security network, but with the lab owned by the Umbral Group and Cypher being employed by Umbral, it took him mere seconds to have the floor plan uploaded to his interface, and then sent to the rest of the team for reference. They really were in the last room of the first floor, but the surprise was the entire underground laboratory there on the floor schematics, and the entrance to the stairs to said lab appearing as nothing but a flat, featureless wall.
Me again?
Jester suggested, but Cypher disagreed.
No, I've got this one.
With a little more time at the terminal, Cypher had it, and the rest of the team shouldered their rifles and watched the rookie approach the blank wall, hold his wrist interface to it in one certain spot, and a green keypad glowed life on the wall face. He keyed in the code, and the wall opened like a sliding door, revealing a staircase lit by fluorescent lighting. Descending to the underground lab, the secret space was identical in size to the upper lab, but where one had been purely and obviously for education, the lower one was not. The research stations in the secret lab were piled with papers, filing cabinets dotting the walls. On the other side of the room were lines of what looked like hospital beds, patient restraints hanging loose on each one, with an extensive medical lab occupying one corner, full of vials of unknown liquids and the sharp scent of disinfectant. Finally, there was the room built into the corner, completely windowless and shut behind a solid metal door. Inside, there was the dry, rasping sound of leaves crunching underneath walking feet, hushed and ominous. This was all of it. Everything that the Umbral Group wanted destroyed. This was ground zero of the Havoc virus.
For the love of all that is holy, do not take your masks off.
Aegis reminds them, as if any of them would ever dream of it. She lingered near the only occupied bed, the corpse locked in restraints, freshly dead. His name tag, which read Mark, made him seem more real than the rest she had killed that day, even though his blood wasn't on her hands. Had Aries looked through the stacks of papers and overflowing filing cabinets, they would have found the horror that was written into the very atoms of the Havoc virus. Maybe they would have seen the sheer amount of people sacrificed to test it. Or maybe they would have discovered how easily such a thing could be used to bring the world to its knees, if ever fully completed. But they didn't. Aries never looked or investigated. And if any of them ever wondered, they kept it to themselves. Rifles were shouldered, and the small electricity-powered flamethrowers came out. They began working on burning it all to the ground. Scorched earth, and nothing less. Cypher went through and meticulously wiped any mention of Havoc, the Eclipse Initiative, and most importantly, the Umbral Group from every computer terminal in the place, giving a silent prayer of thanks that they hadn't incorporated their new AI into the workings at the lab yet. He also injected false information, which would lead any outside investigators to assume the research was done at the behest of the researchers here and by them alone. He would question himself the entire helicopter ride back about what happened next, but when he found the code to open the windowless room, it was Sentinel that gave him the go-ahead to use it. No stone left unturned, after all. The room's door shushed open, and the dry, grating sound became so loud that it was close to unbearable. The source of the cacophony was over a dozen infected, the oldest they had encountered yet, pouring out of the room into the lab, brittle, but still consumed by havoc, and therefore by rage. Each wore one of those hospital bracelets, white, with the word subject written on them in red capital letters.
Shit,
was all Raptor got out before the infected were on. The nearest of them, Tempest, small and devastating, still wasn't prepared for the immediate onslaught. but her pride and a simmering bloodlust that only came over her when she was backed into a seemingly impossible situation wouldn't allow her to fall away. Her left hand went to her side and came back up with a combat knife in an ice pick grip, her right hand snapping out like the strike of a cobra. Had she been more experienced, the thought may have made it into her head that these enemies weren't going to recoil or stumble away, though. These infected were horrifying, desiccated shells of people, their lips so dried up and curled back that the blackened cavern of their mouths and stark white teeth made them look more skeletal than anything that was recently living. So, when her blade or her fist hit home, only the kinetic force of it moved them. They were past pain, and maybe had been for months, even years at that point.
Damn it, Tempest, get back,
Raptor told her, clenching his teeth as he and the rest of the team had to take their shots as carefully as possible to avoid the rookie's unpredictable movements in the fray. She hesitated, and then obeyed, but the horde was thick and numerous, so that each backward step she took had her up against another havoc-infected body. 2 limbs short now, Hawkeye in his nest outside, and Tempest in the eye of the storm, the creature that was Aries was not made any less effective. It took 1 minute and 37 seconds to resolve the problem. Jester and Aegis flanked the group of infected, each on one side, popping shots into the brains of the other ones far enough away from their team member that there was no chance of a stray bullet hitting the rookie. Meanwhile, Cypher entered the command to close the cell door once more, and it whooshed shut, catching the outstretched arms of one infected still trying to get out, severing them while trapping at least 4 others inside. At the front, Raptor continued with covering fire, while Sentinel gave the only other verbal command during the skirmish.
Tempest, on the ground, now.
Trained to obey her commander's orders with as much speed as her own thoughts, Tempest dropped. She heard the muted, chemical huff of a flamethrower being primed, and then the wave of heat above her, shimmering in the air as the orange flames licked at the bodies of the test subjects, and they went up in conflagration like so much kindling. With eyes like wilted raisins in the sockets and the skin of an unwrapped mummy, the test subjects hit the tiled floor and all but crumbled, ash and a collection of bones. They did not scream, but those that didn't burn still bled red. Then it was done. Tempest rising to her feet, more than a little embarrassed at having to be saved, but infinitely glad her mask covered the flush of her cheeks. It was the first real challenge of the day, and they were all more than anxious to be on their way. Pools of infected blood at their feet made them even more eager to burn it all to ashes, until there wasn't a single shred of anything that could link Havoc back to the Umbral group. It was done, with not a second to spare. Hawkeye's voice was so sudden in all of their ears that a few of them jumped when he spoke up.
We need to move. I don't know how they managed it, but the containment wall at the front campus entrance has been breached, and the infected are bleeding out into the town. Fuck,
Sentinel muttered.
Go ahead and call in the extraction and meet us at the parking lot in front of the maintenance tunnel. Let us know if you need any assistance. Acknowledged.
Aries doesn't flee, but their escape from the quarantined campus of Stonebridge College moved much faster than their entrance. The need for stealth lessened now that the infected had already breached containment. They moved swiftly and quietly, avoiding the infected as much as possible, and watching as the roofs of the occupied dorms started to fill with students, watching the chaos of the town outside the college boundaries begin to succumb. They don't stop, not once, not even to look at the surviving students who begged for someone, anyone to help them. There was no time. The military would be inside Stonebridge College any minute, and Aries needed to be long gone before then. Hawkeye seamlessly rejoins their ranks as the maintenance tunnel they used to enter the campus comes into view, but Sentinel holds up his fist to bring them all to a stop as they watch what had caught his attention. a small group of surviving students was moving, crouched low to the ground and armed with a mixture of firearms and melee weapons, escaped into the maintenance tunnel and deep into the mountain, the same way that Aries had entered. Sentinel closed his eyes, annoyed at the obstacle, but unwilling to stop or even eliminate the students just to add a few extra minutes to their escape time. His job was done for the day. There was no harm in letting a few others take their best chance at survival.
Let them go,
he says.
As soon as they take the turn in the tunnel, we'll go behind them. Let's move.
Aries kept their distance from the second group, giving them their space. But once the college students were far enough ahead, they resumed their previous pace, rushing to get out of the tunnel and into the extraction chopper that must already be circling the town, waiting for them to emerge. It was another long, hot jog, made more frustrating by the necessary pauses to let the students keep ahead of them. But they eventually saw the light indicating that freedom wasn't far. It was no breath of fresh air when they came out of the darkness and into the sunshine. Stonebridge had dissolved into chaos, the various groups of military soldiers barely able to keep the infected at bay, while also dealing with the outright panic of the uninfected civilians. For the first time that day, Aries watched as the infected were able to carry out the full expanse of their fury on another human, attacking them with teeth and nails like an animal, only torn off their victims by huge barrages of bullets by the government soldiers. Where Aries took the infected down with a single shot on the campus grounds, the unprepared military soldiers peppered them with shots, 5, even 10 times, until the kill shot landed and they could move on to the next.
Let's get the hell out of here,
Raptor grated out, rattled by the scene that unfolded before them. Madness reigned all around as the team ran for the helicopter, which refused to land amidst the commotion, dropping a ladder for Aries while staying high enough in the air that no infected or desperate civilian could force their way on board. One after the other, the team climbed up and in, with Sentinel going last. When he hauled his huge frame into the bird, he got one last look at the ground below, and saw the familiar faces of the student group pushing through the crowd in a battered SUV, and he smirked. Internally, he wished the crafty group well before turning to his own team, their faces still covered with their respirator masks that they would wear until fully decontaminated. Air tasted stale in his mouth, and he couldn't wait to be out of the damned thing.
Hell of a job,
Sentinel told them gruffly, strapping into his seat.
We might as well go over the mission in hindsight, since we've got some time on our hands.
There were a few groans, but he ignored them. Really, he didn't mind the occasional pushback. It meant they were all still in good enough spirits, and most importantly, it meant he had brought them out alive. After a decontamination so thorough that a few members of the Aries team would claim their fingerprints had been scalded off, they were debriefed. Bodycam footage looked over to guarantee that all traces of the Umbral group had been wiped clean from Stonebridge College. Aegis bit her tongue when it became clear Umbral didn't care if havoc ran rampant, as long as their name wasn't attached. But the others found a sense of pride in the completion of the project. They were loyal for the time being, and they remained a very, very effective tool for Umbral. Invaluable, even. The Havoc virus continued to spread, but as the weeks passed, Stonebridge and 2 neighboring cities disappeared from any available digital or physical map of the Catskills. From above, death rained down in a dense, gray-green fog, and then the soon-forgotten towns were cleansed by fire. Once they burned down to ash, they were no more. After the ashes were raked over, no further infections were reported. Aries rested, awaiting their next assignment. They washed their hands, but sometimes each one of them dreamt that the water ran red. It was dark, cool and quiet, empty most of the time, but at other moments filled with sound and light and the bee-sting pains in the crook of his elbow. Maybe it was some sort of karma, a comeuppance from all the times he had hovered over some creature in the exact same position. For the hundreds upon hundreds of blood vials he had pulled from veins both human and other. And not other as in animals, although he had done that too, but otherworldly. Howard Brighton considered himself, for most of his life, a genius. He didn't let it go to his head, enjoying a relatively normal childhood, but the truth of it was always there, lurking beneath the surface. It was a good thing, too, because he never grew above 5'5", and physical strength held little interest to him. His power lay elsewhere, and he spent a long time waiting to claim it in full. Growing up in the heat of the technological revolution that let entities like Umbral gain such significance was all he knew, and it was almost expected that anyone with above-average intelligence would move into an AI-focused career. It was fascinating, sure, watching artificial intelligence become something more than the sum of all its parts, building and creating and shaping the world into an entirely new thing. But it never gave Howard the spark. As a teen, he was talented in computer sciences, in a middling sort of way, but it wasn't what drew him like a winged insect to a flame. Howard Brighton wanted to know what was inside. Not inside some delicate, incredible machine, but what was inside the living. The original machine. Flesh and blood and bone. He wanted it. Wanted to pick it apart and study it until he knew the pathway of every cell and what lay between the spaces of firing synapses. It was a perfect, visceral, sinewy thing, and he wanted to know it in a way that no other man ever had. Unfortunately, though, as long as people had been walking around with beating hearts in their chests, there had been other people who wanted to deconstruct exactly how that heart thumped on and on. Nowhere near the first to delve into the intricacies of the body, Howard found it infuriatingly easy to find the answer to any question he had between the pages of some book. Hell, some were 3 times older than he was, and right there on the yellow paper of the text was a man asking and answering the same question he was. It wasn't fair. Stingy, greedy even. Certainly there had to be some honor left among the scientific community, some rule that said, save some for the rest of us. But there wasn't. So, with a doctorate at 31 years old, and his name whispered along with the words, most brilliant biologist of our time, Howard Brighton was utterly bored and adrift in his life. None of it was different. Nothing gave him the spark. Dog, cat, monkey, snake, chicken, human, even a grasshopper. They all broke down to the same basic parts. He was starving for something warm and alive, with some new novel secret in the socket of their leg or hidden behind the cage of their ribs. Then, Umbral found him, and another path was illuminated. It would take less than a year, and Howard could go from biologist to exobiologist. With the change of title, a world of new possibilities would open up to him. Umbral had only needed microbiologists at first. It was nothing but finding an amoeba here, describing an interplanetary virus there. No one ever thought that Umbral would get their hands on any sort of alien life on the macro scale. Even when they had their stroke of luck, it was a bit by accident. It was just a waiting game once the world started to change and lean on technology so heavily, for antiquated laws like the Outer Space Treaty to be repealed. Power was no longer kept under the name of a nation, but under the umbrella of corporations like the Umbral Group. And for Umbral, dominion over the thermosphere was just another chess piece they could put on the board against their competition. Under the guise of the unassuming weather satellite Sky Tracker, Umbral instead launched the Hyperpulse Particle Cannon. It was equipped to bring down any threat or surveillance satellites to be used against Umbral, but they hadn't accounted for an anomaly to throw off their most powerful weapon yet. Just like there had always been men interested in the working of the human creature, there had always also been people looking skyward and reporting the mysterious things they saw above them. Pictures of unidentified flying objects could be traced back to ancient times, and millions of sightings were still reported year by year. Still, not even Umbral had evidence of anything besides microscopic extraterrestrial life, and it should have stayed that way. But within minutes of the Hyperpulse Particle Cannon being activated, reality split in high Earth orbit. It was effortless, just a small crackle and then a seam opening, allowing the almost featureless craft to slip through before shutting once more. The pilot of the craft might have made that trip hundreds of times, and it might have been that comfort that allowed the hyperpulse to fire upon it. The strike was a sharp laser slash, cut short when the Umbral handlers down below panicked at the quick activation. The craft fell to Earth, landing somewhere deep in the South American jungle. It had taken everything in Umbral's arsenal to hide the fall and wipe any mentions of it from the internet, but they managed. At the same time, they dispatched recovery crews, only the most discreet and experienced. Howard knew little of the Hyperpulse incident after that. Viridian Laboratories was already active, and close enough that it was the obvious choice to hold the craft. A hangar was built below ground, along with a lab dedicated to researching both the craft and anything living or dead that might reside inside. The crash had damaged the craft severely, but regardless, it immediately became the most valuable thing that Umbral Group had ever gained. It was so unprecedented, so unexpected, that new methods of security and veils of secrecy were enacted just for the craft. In a single day, almost all the power of Umbral shifted to get the craft hidden and safe. He still remembered the day they brought it in. Doors were built and disguised as the jungle floor leading down to the hangar bay. It was surreal to watch what looked like the earth split and lift, displaying the slate gray of the tunnel and ramp leading down. Umbral had commanded the scientists to stay on the lab side of the glass and metal wall separating it from the hangar. It was airtight, and there was to be full decontamination protocols when working with the ship in the future. He didn't know what he had been expecting, but the image of a flying saucer with blinking red and green lights had been banished as the craft was slowly moved beneath the ground. It came on the back of an enormous flatbed, looking so out of place among Umbral's black-on-black machinery that it hurt his eyes to look at it. It was so unnatural that it appeared like a paper cutout from a magazine taped over reality. Fake, flat yet mirror bright, all at the same time. The craft was shaped like an odd falcon, with the wings pushed back in a dive. Not a single visible window, light, or even a seam was apparent on the surface of it. Crumpled on one side, the damage from the crash reminded Howard of a paper airplane that had crashed into the ground too hard. It was less damaged than he had expected, though, and word filtered through the scientists that it had been regenerating itself, slowly but surely. In days, it would be flawless once more, as if the crash had never happened. The craft should have been the peak of discovery, not just for Umbral, but in the world's history. But it was immediately eclipsed by what they found alongside it. Umbral had sent 6 soldiers out for the initial first contact with the ship, requesting that pictures and all other sorts of data on the craft be brought back, so that the first wave of recovery crews knew what they were getting themselves into. When the original 6 of the advanced party never returned, they sent another. Under the Eclipse Initiative, they had plenty of experts to spare. 3 returned. The trio had the data necessary, but there was something off with them, like a sickness that ate away at their minds, but had no pathogenic source that could be found. Luckily for Umbral, they also returned with the collected data from the first 6 soldiers, and those records painted a murky picture of what had happened. Whatever the pilots were, something about them distorted the photos and video evidence, but not so much that it was impossible to see that they were something other. In the images, there were 3 of them, 2 intact and 1 potentially deceased. They were taller than the soldiers, almost 8 feet, but willowy and slender, almost skeletal in nature. The distortion was the heaviest at the faces, making them unintelligible black circles atop thin, long necks. In fact, all 3 pilots looked like the structures of their bodies were dark and bony. Their clothing was the same gunmetal gray of the ship. One pilot carried their dead companion, and in the video evidence, when it wasn't too distorted, a sound could be heard, booming and low, that caused the human soldiers clear agony. They could be heard screaming, along with panic pleas for God and family. All 6 of them were armed, but when their weapons were inspected, not a single one of them had been fired. The soldiers' skin was split, oozing and red, like they had been face to face with some orphan radiation source. The cause of death was unclear. Then, there was the prisoner. The 3 soldiers that returned from the second advance party couldn't bring it with them, but as soon as the existence of it was communicated, it immediately became the primary objective. So, horrified by the pilots, the first advance party didn't even get a picture or any information about the prisoner, but the second party came through. On the crumpled part of the ship, there was a place that had buckled, splitting and expelling something from the inside. It was an enormous cube made from some sort of thick glass, nearly the size of a compact car, and perfectly symmetrical. Like the ship, there was no seams of obvious places where the cube could be opened, and the thing inside of it writhed and slithered along the inside like a viscous jelly. Everyone's agreed-upon hypothesis was that the cube had hit the inside of the craft during the crash, but was only halfway knocked through the strange metal hull. As the craft healed itself, it pushed out the cube, like a splinter working its way out of the bottom of someone's foot. By the time the second advance party could document it, the cube was hanging on to the ship by a single corner. When they were ready to retrieve it, the cube had been worked completely out, falling into the jungle floor where it lay until Umbral could move it. At first, it was believed that the gelatinous thing inside was inanimate, but with the pilots gone, the Umbral agents sent to retrieve the cube quickly concluded that whatever was inside of it was indeed alive, and it really, really wanted to come out. A prisoner of the pilots, unintentionally dumped on Earth. 2 alien objects, one alive and one not, in a single day. The higher-ups at Umbral must have been beside themselves with joy. For weeks, the scientists at Viridian Labs investigated every inch of the ship and the cube, but frustratingly, never found a way inside of either. The prisoner rolled and undulated, its flesh flashing all sorts of colored patterns. It was crammed so tightly inside, and Howard remembered thinking how miserable it must be. Every once in a while, they would see a lone tentacle pressing forward through the mass, but otherwise there were no features on the thing at all. It scared him to the absolute core of his being, but at the same time filled him with a curiosity so strong that it took him days to recognize what it was. Finally, he was feeling the spark again, even if he could only watch the thing from outside its glassy prison and nothing more. They needed to get to it, but the cube was nearly impenetrable, and no one knew what would happen once the prisoner was free. Surely, after so long in captivity, it would be full of violence, unpredictable and dangerous. But leaving it inside wasn't an option either. The Umbral group wanted their alien, and they wanted it as soon as possible. The prisoner raged when it was finally released into its new cell, made of thick, almost impenetrable glass. Its initial prison had been pierced with a tiny, self-contained thermobaric charge that had managed to break off pieces of the cube in former tests. They had activated the charge once the second cell had been completed, and watched as the creature made its futile escape into the new holding tank. It crawled over the floor, spreading over every inch of the cell, leaving an iridescent trail behind it. The only difference in the cell was a set of AI-driven collection tools, thin robotic arms that would take the samples from the creature needed by the scientists. Everyone in the sterile lab was horrified at the way the creature fought the arms, but Viridian's machine held strong, taking its pound of flesh and handing it over to the scientists once it was done. Howard didn't want to see the thing in pain, but finally being one of the few to have the privilege of looking over the samples first was too tempting a prospect to ignore. Maybe he was a horrible person, but as the weeks passed, all the exobiologists wanted, needed more. Howard watched, his mouth pulled into a grim line as the robotic arms cut more and more from the prisoner. An ounce, 2 ounces, a vial full, a pound. So much of that clinging flesh that the collection arms trembled under the weight of it. They vivisected it, watching it shudder in unimaginable pain, and celebrated nonetheless. Because truly, the creature was incredible. Through the properties of the samples, it gained its earthly name, the chimeric anomaly, or more simply the Chimera. Before it escaped and destroyed all the beautiful things created from those pieces of it, the Chimera was found to be able to regenerate its damaged body, shift shape and form to some degree, and absorb all necessary nutrients through osmosis. The separated pieces of the creature could still move and articulate, and though the loss of so much of its mass weakened the Chimera, it never truly died. The potential of such a thing, to help humans regenerate lost limbs, breathe underwater, or even extend and achieve long life, was priceless beyond words. Through sleepless nights, Howard worked, drinking down the knowledge like water, the truth of it pumping through his veins like blood. God, it was a brilliant few months, he thought to himself, still unable to even shift around to get more comfortable on his hospital bed. Given the chance, I'd do it all over again. He still couldn't raise himself to full consciousness, but he was getting close. Howard could feel the existence of his fingers, his toes, and the awful burns that coated most of his frame. The worst of it was near his temple, where the white phosphorus had scorched him to the bone. So much of him didn't want to even survive. But the creature, the Chimera, it might still be out there, and if it was, Howard needed more from it. They should have known, but every member of Viridian Laboratory was too high on being the favored child of Umbral Group, and on the monumental nature of their discoveries. Like a creeping cancer, the Chimera bled those separate but still articulated cells through the tiniest spaces where the robotic arms connected. The almost invisible tendrils worked away at the metal there, and by the smallest degrees forced its way to the outside. No one was even aware when the first tendril wriggled out, or the second or third. Alarms weren't sounded until dozens of them had worked free, and they put emergency protocols into action. By then it was chaos. Trying desperately to get the Chimera contained, the sounds of glass shattering in cold storage went unnoticed. All of the separated pieces of the Chimera that were still intact, the samples, pushed open the cold storage drawers and slithered out, first finding each other, and then, once they were large enough, moving towards the hangar. He saw the first casualty, a woman he had worked with for years, occur when she tried to block a blob of the Chimera from progressing. It crawled up her body, into the cavities of her nose, and once she collapsed, back out of her ears and once more onward. Maybe the ones that died there in the beginning were the lucky ones, because once the Chimera was free, chaos became a bloodbath. The separated pieces melded with the escaped tendrils, forming one large tentacle that could rip the entire collection of metal off the glass. The Chimera spilled forth, whole once more. Armed guards flew down into the hangar, guns drawn, bullets flying. Those, the Chimera consumed. Some scientists it obliterated in the same way, others it ended with deceptive gentleness, laying their visually unharmed bodies down outside of the lab to be used later. But worst of all was its voice. Free from its prison, the Chimera forced its consciousness into all of their minds, screaming its agony and rage in wordless sounds and visuals that made Howard's head pound and the acid in his stomach churn. Tears ran down his face as he fled, pushing aside the still living co-workers he passed and stumbling over the dead. As the Chimera killed, its voice in his head got clearer, the words coalescing from the din. Just fragments at first, and then the chanting of names, those Howard had worked with, and even his own, like a warning. Somehow it knew them all, and Howard knew in his bones that it wouldn't be satisfied until every one of them was dust. 8 names, and then 5, 2, and in the end, nothing but
Howard, Howard, Howard.
He was screaming. He was furious at his inescapable death and all the things he hadn't achieved. There were no words for the rage he felt, knowing the Chimera was taking his future, and the promise of all the great things he would create. Sure, there was fear, but it was small. His anger was a monument. Howard stumbled up the stairs to the first floor, pressing his trembling hand to the lock that would let him access the last weapon he could possibly use against the Chimera. The lock read his handprint, and the red box, bolted to the wall in the entrance to the security office, clicked open. Above, the words "in case of catastrophic breach" were written. The grenade was robin egg blue, stamped with the letters WP. Howard wasn't a soldier, but in a way, he knew what he had done to the Chimera and so many living things before it in the pursuit of discovery had made him a monster. He knew he would never escape the flames of the white phosphorus grenade, but he didn't care at that point. If the Chimera would not belong to him, tell him its secrets, then he would torch it to the ground. Howard didn't lure the Chimera into the bathroom and pull the pin to save the rest of humankind. No. He was a selfish man, as well as a brilliant one, and if the Chimera was going to deny him, then he'd rather kill the both of them than let it go.
Howard, Howard, Howard.
It chanted, the wet, heavy sound of it growing closer and closer. He saw the tentacles first, patterns that looked almost like letters flickering and fading in the depths of them, before the center mass. He backed up, leading it in, until the Chimera had shoved its viscous body through the entire bathroom doorway, expanding on the other side to its full size. Then, he pulled the pin, and everything was searing, white-red, shining pain. His universe narrowed down to the swan song of his nerve endings dying, and the miserable howl of the Chimera. Good. Good. I hope it hurts, you fucking bastard. Howard Brighton woke once in the rubble of Viridian, to the faces of soldiers and the blissful sleep that came with an overload of morphine. His next inkling of awareness was in the hospital bed, but he was still deep beneath the drug-induced haze that they had put him in. There was no doubt in his mind that the soldiers had been part of the Eclipse Initiative, and that he had found himself under the tender, cold care of the Umbral Group. His injuries would be beyond the power of any civilian hospital to repair. But Umbral, hell, he might actually live. In some capacity, at least. During the night, when his blood was swimming with enough medication to give him a chance to actually think without being poked and prodded, Howard considered what his life would look like upon waking. Death didn't seem so bad, compared to the silver, cutting, scorching edge of the white phosphorus. But if he was with Umbral, then he would not have a choice in the matter. He would live, just so they could know the things that Howard had collected inside of his mind. It was in that nighttime quiet, with crickets chirping right outside the windows, harmonizing with the beeping of the machines keeping him alive, that he heard it. First, just a sound like the intake of breath before a person speaks. And then, a huff, over and over again. A lipless, tongueless mouth forming the H sound. How? He thought it might ask, but it was so soft that he might have dreamt it. Howard didn't force himself to claw back to consciousness until the actual word came into existence. Right there, floating through the heavy pressure behind his eyes. Somewhere below him, nearly frozen, the Chimera chanted,
Howard, Howard, Howard.
Under the Eclipse Initiative, the Umbral Group activated one of their best teams, Aries, to clear Viridian and eliminate any part of Project Chimera that had been left behind. The team succeeded, and even brought back the requested samples and the half-dead body of Howard Brighton. They needed that man more than anything else, because not even Aries knew The Chimera was the secondary of the two threats. But Howard knew. He knew about the pilots. Whatever little there was to know, at least. And that knowledge might be the key to finding them. Those three dark figures weren't the raging, boneless mass of the Chimera. They were sharp, intelligent, deadly beings. And they were missing. The pilots left nothing behind, not even footprints to track them. The only likely sign of them wasn't found until weeks later. In a small cave beneath an outcropping of stone, two coffee bean farmers had sat down on a boulder they must have visited hundreds of times to take a break and have their lunch. Their wives found them later that night, dead. Their skin red and crackled like the worst imaginable sunburn. Behind them, on the stone wall, were pale silhouette shadows of the two men. It was as if whatever had killed them had flashed so quickly that the men hadn't had time to move. It had scorched both the men and the wall behind them, leaving the shape of the farmers sitting, while their bodies crumpled to the ground. Churning the air, mechanical and grating among the softer, natural sounds of the rainforest, the SB-1 Defiant carried the 7 shadowy figures to their destination. They talked amongst themselves, having finished the briefing hours ago, and now they just waited, patient and aware for their time to move. The distress signal had come in less than a day ago, and while Aries would usually work under the cover of night if possible, there was no time to waste. As a satellite research station for Umbral, Viridian Laboratories' call for help should have been sent to Umbral only. But human beings were imperfect. There was no telling if one of the employees had broken the secrecy protocol. People had done stranger things in the face of certain death, after all. And Project Chimera certainly had the potential for death, destruction, mutilation, all of the above, really. If things had really gone belly up at Viridian, Aries needed to be on site as soon as possible to clean things up. There were only so many roads that led to where they needed to be, and to Hawkeye it wasn't looking good for him. He was sick and tired of all the green, the heaviness of the air, and the way it made his uniform stick to his body like a second skin. It was gearing up to be another boring mission for the sniper, with no high points for him to post up at. But Aries never activated without every member being involved. So, like it or not, he was going to have to hike over a mile with his rifle on his back, and play backup to the members that were far more suited to close quarters type of work. And he wasn't the only Aries member that felt a familiar frustration with the mission to Viridian. Labs run by corporations like Umbral weren't hidden in the deep jungle for no reason, which meant whatever they were about to encounter was going to be one hell of a surprise. Their briefing was vague, which wasn't anything new, but it often left them at a disadvantage. Their commands, though, were simple enough. Destroy any organic life except for mentally intact Level 5 scientists. Eliminate those deemed mentally deficient. If possible, harvest samples of any non-terrestrial life forms. Hawkeye wasn't sure what non-terrestrial could be referring to, but he'd seen some weird things working for Umbral and the Initiative, mostly through his scope. It wasn't in his job description to ask the specifics, just to get it done as quickly and efficiently as possible. That he was good with. There wasn't much, non-terrestrial or otherwise, that he couldn't put a bullet through. The helicopter began to circle for landing, the mark a dirt road just wide enough to make the landing possible. From there, they would take the road deep into the jungle, where it narrowed enough to be hidden completely by the thick overgrowth of the canopy, finally arriving at Viridian within 90 minutes of disembarking the chopper. 90 miserable, sweaty minutes hauling his on his back. He looked around the chopper as everyone gathered their things for departure, pulling helmets on and finding room on their gear for any last-minute weapons or gadgets that they might want to take. His loadout was simple enough, but a few of the others were a bit more selective, even experimental with their equipment. He himself, of course, carried his trusty AWM sniper rifle and a lightweight Glock 19 for a sidearm, to keep a low profile and stay nimble. His uniform was clean and minimalistic. His gas mask, which was a practical safeguard on most missions, had a polarized visor for glare reduction when he needed to aim with it on. As Hawkeye tightened his lightweight plate carrier, Sentinel moved seats to sit next to him, taking a few minutes one-on-one with him like he did each Aries member before the start of the mission. There wasn't much that couldn't be shared amongst the entire team, but just in case, their leader liked to have a finger on the pulse of what was going on with his group.
You remember where we're going to need you if the building ends up being fully occupied, right?
Hawkeye nodded. There was a single usable high point where the security team for Viridian would launch surveillance drones from, about 1 story taller than the rest of the warehouse laboratory.
Yeah, they've got it.
Clapping him on the shoulder, Sentinel almost stood to leave, but paused.
Hawk, I don't know what it is, but I've got a weird feeling about this one. If you need to get up high, just go. Don't worry about asking me. I trust you. Got it?
A shroud of concern settled over the sniper, and whatever annoyance he had about the job that day quickly faded. Sentinel was never overly cautious unless it was for a reason, which meant Hawkeye needed to be on high alert.
Understood, sir. You can count on me.
Once the chopper was back in the sky, leaving them until they called for extraction, Aegis and Jester pulled their fabric masks back down again. Dust from the takeoff settled to the ground, and since they could breathe clearly again and they were seemingly isolated, there was no reason to keep their faces covered, for the moment at least. Aegis looked at the demolitions expert and already felt a touch more exhausted seeing the smirk on his face. "When you look like that, it means trouble. What's going on?" Team Aries moved into formation as they headed into the jungle. Sentinel and Hawkeye taking point, followed by Cypher and Tempest, then Aegis and Jester, and finally Raptor at the rear. Jester wasn't usually her partner. She had a fondness for Raptor, and Sentinel seemed to have a sixth sense when she wasn't at her best. But they were all trained to mesh almost seamlessly with one another. So, working with him wasn't an issue. But the look on his face certainly was. Jester shrugged one shoulder. "If you haven't caught on, then I won't burden you with my knowledge." Aegis leaned to the side, closer to her partner, and hissed. "If you don't want a stunner rub next time you fall asleep on the flight home, then I suggest you spit it out." "Jeez, calm down, lady," he chuckled, but it was obvious he was more than happy to share. It was a long march to Viridian Labs, and he loved nothing more than gossiping to pass the time. "I have this tactic. When Umbral wants to give us next to nothing to go on, where I base my feelings about a mission off of how Cypher is acting. And man, is the rookie a mess today. A mess, for a member of Aries, would look nothing more than cool, unflappable confidence in anyone else. They were all supposed to be unmovable, unshakable, and for the most part, Cypher was right on track with the rest of them. But if Aegis looked closer, watched the way he moved and how he only gave Tempest one-word answers when the other rookie spoke to him, she could see the difference in the younger man. It took a keen eye to pick it out, but Cypher was visibly shaken. The possible explanation for young Cypher being so on edge made Aegis's stomach drop. "You don't really think," she started, but Jester was one step ahead of her. Do I think that he's poking around in Umbral's private servers a little too deeply out of the awful curiosity of youth? Why, yes, Aegis, I do think that. And I think whatever he found about this mission, it's not sitting well with him. Narrowing her eyes, she fixed her eyes on Cypher for a few more long seconds before shaking her head. Damn you. I think you're right. Why exactly is this funny to you? Now, come on, you know me better than that. His smirk turned into a full-on grin. If whatever we're about to stumble onto is bad enough to make Cypher nervous, then it's definitely going to be an interesting time. Umbro will kill him if they find out, Aegis said, more to herself than anyone else, any trace of annoyance gone and leaving her sounding hollow. The multi-billion-dollar corporation that funded the Eclipse Initiative and consequently controlled Aries was not anything to play with. With that, Jester's face went serious too. I know. I hope the kid wises up, he sighed. I really do. The kid in question was already severely regretting his decision to dip into the files for their mission to Viridian. If he could scrub it all out of his brain, he would, but there was no such luck. Project Chimera, the chimeric anomaly. Cypher couldn't wrap his head around it, and he was as brilliant as they came. Something terrible was waiting for them at Viridian, and only his intense training kept him from bolting and taking his chances in the forest. His chances would be slim at best, too. The entire rainforest around them was so powerfully verdant and alive, the calls of the local fauna so loud that he could hardly hear himself think. Flies, so small that he couldn't see them, buzzed around his face to the point where he pulled his face covering back up from his neckline, leaving only his eyes uncovered. What a beautiful, miserable place it was. Tempest, the other newcomer in Aries, was unbothered by the muggy, cacophonous forest. She chattered on, gloved fingers tapping a rhythm on her SMG as she walked, acting like this was just another day at the office, and not yet another march destined to end in death and destruction. Being constantly partnered with Tempest was fine, but the two of them were both fools at times in their own special ways. Tempest, for example, trying to fight her way with just a combat knife out of a horde of infected, enraged humans. Cypher, though, was a fool for hacking into the system of the very corporation they worked for. Two peas in an idiot pod, he thought dejectedly. Slowly, the trees began to thin, the road they walked on growing wider, packed dirt becoming gravel. There were no markers or anything to indicate that Viridian laboratories were just up ahead, but the seasoned team members knew the signs of habitation. It wasn't much farther. Cypher shouldered his TAR-21 assault rifle. Finally, the warehouse that contained the secret laboratory rose up in front of them, a ghostly specter of iron-gray stone in a sea of emerald. It was intact for the most part, only one portion of the east wall blown to pieces and dotting the jungle floor with crumbling, man-made rock. Viridian was utilitarian, but it still held its facade as nothing but a warehouse well enough that any unsuspecting explorer wouldn't be overly interested if they saw it. Aries, though, knew very well what was lying beneath their feet. At least, they thought they did. Being part of the Eclipse Initiative often led to surprises, mundane or terrible, in equal frequency. Whatever had caused them to activate the distress signal wasn't obvious from a distance. But as the team approached the warehouse, it became more and more clear that something was devastatingly wrong. The few visible windows were shattered, the heavy stainless steel front doors swinging wide open, and in many places a shimmering iridescent slime caught the sparse sunlight as it filtered through the trees. Then there were the corpses. They were positioned in a sloppy circle, all of their heads in the center and their bodies radiating out from the circle in a macabre star. Each of them had bled from their nose, eyes, ears, and mouths, and the once red blood had gone black in the summer sun. Fat, buzzing flies congregated around their faces, infesting them in the places that gave the least resistance. The air smelled of putrefaction, and above it, something sickly sweet. On their heads, faces, necks, and in some cases their chests, that sparkling slime was all too apparent. Almost in synchronized movement, all of Aries pulled their face coverings on and donned their gas masks, their eyes watering from the stench of the place. They didn't linger, giving the circle of the dead a wide berth in their approach to the warehouse. Identifying the dead was not part of the objective, but there was a shudder of unease that ran through them all, and the image of the starburst of limbs and bodies wouldn't soon leave them. Silent now, and moving like a single, seven-headed creature, Aries entered the warehouse and took their first look at the interior of the place. It was, or at least had been, clean and nondescript. The front desk, ancillary waiting area, and forward-facing facade of Viridian was sleek and modern, tarnished by streaks of red, black, and even more slime. Chairs had been knocked over, papers scattering the smooth concrete floor. Area rugs were bunched together, some of them damp from where the rain had made its way through the shattered windows. It was eerily quiet, but from what Raptor could see, all of the scientists and administrative workers were outside in the corpse wheel, so at least the inside wasn't as fouled as the outside yet. At the rear of the formation, he took one last look at the outside and closed the doors behind them all, snapping a chair leg off a discarded seat and shoving it through the door handles. Not an elegant solution to keeping it closed, but functional enough that they would at least know if someone or something was coming at them from behind. But Raptor knew whatever they were looking for was never going to be up there, on the top floor. That'd be too easy. It was simply a front for whatever terror Umbral was cooking up beneath his feet. Another damned lab, of course. And he was sick to hell of labs. They could hear the distress beacon going off, a high-pitched pinging that hit 3 times before falling off into a lower, discordant note that had goosebumps springing to life on all of their skin. That was the point, though. It was supposed to unsettle them, to feel utterly wrong, and it succeeded. There was more than the sound, too. Raptor didn't say anything about it to the rest of them, but this place was doing something to him. It was subtle. A pressure behind his eyes, the smell of ozone in the air. But whatever it was, it pulled at the animal parts of his mind and told him over again to run, run, run. Sentinel's voice shook him out of his thoughts as he spoke to the whole team.
We need to sweep this floor, and then we can go to the basement. I don't want any surprises taking us from behind, so let's be thorough.
Jester giggled. No doubt about the behind comment. A series of offices, storage rooms, and server rooms. There wasn't much going on upstairs. One room, full of paper files stored neatly, tripped them up. It took some time to drag all the records out into the main reception area and torch them. But as usual, there could be no traces of Umbral or their research left behind. Burnt paper and ozone. If he was a lesser man, it would make him sick. While Sci-Fi finished with the files, the rest of Aries moved forward through the rest of the hall. The final room was destroyed, and they entered with more caution than the others. The door was blown off, everything inside charred to ash. It looked like it had been a restroom beforehand, shattered pieces of porcelain crunching under the heavy boots of the team. Open to the elements now, the team could see that rain had fallen recently enough. All of the detritus not under the remnants of the roof changed to a sticky, wet soot. The destruction wasn't burnt to black carbon, though, but a chalky gray that was picked up by the wind and stirred around where it had managed to remain dry. Jester knelt, swiping his fingers through a portion of the ash and humming to himself.
Why red phosphorus.
Those words stirred the team somewhat. No amount of armor could save them from that sort of fire.
What the hell? Why?
Sentinel asked, kneeling beside the corporal to get a closer look.
That's scorched earth level of destruction. In a bathroom? Well, we aren't exactly the first line of attack either.
Jester laughed, but there was no humor in it as he stood.
Let's finish this room and get the hell out of here.
It was more difficult than the rest of the warehouse thus far, the level of destruction obscuring any real structure or form of the place. Sentinel, Raptor, and Hawkeye were old enough to have seen white phosphorus used in the field, and Aegis experienced enough to have treated those wounded by it, and they were sober and silent as they investigated the space. Aries as a whole was almost finished when Tempest's voice stopped them all.
There's someone here. He's
alive. The word came out of a throat that sounded full of razor blades, pained and harshly cut. Alive was a strong word for whatever the man was. Aegis made it to him first, but from the grim look on her face, the team knew it was going to be a bleak outcome. But anyone would make the same assumption, seeing what was left of the scientist. Most of his clothes were burnt off. A lanyard with a plastic ID card melted into his bare chest and his pants scorched away to the knee. His skin was bubbled up in places, and was whole and untouched in others. Circular marks covered parts of him, red and raw even on the healthy skin. Majority of his face was intact, except for the stripe of flesh on his temple that curved up into his hairline and over his left eye. It left the socket empty and white bone flashing out among the blackened skin. He was collapsed in the rubble, just outside where the collapsed wall would have been, laying on the side with his head pillowed on his outstretched arm. Aegis knew immediately why he was where he was. The rain must have been a moment of sweet relief on the burns, but the sun was no doubt making him regret using that last bit of energy to crawl out into the open. The medic heard the subtle sound of Tempest raising her sidearm. Her custom chrome beretta glistened in a stray ray of sunlight. Aegis held her hand up.
Not yet.
But Tempest was having none of it.
Look at him, Aegis. It's hopeless. Let me put him out of his misery.
Let her. Dear God, let her, the man rasped. Swallowing hard, she moved her medical pack off her side and unzipped it, pulling out a pre-filled syringe of morphine. After a moment of consideration, she pulled out another, knowing she was skating the razor's edge of overdosing the man, but not seeing any other choice to get him through it.
I can't,
she told both the scientist and Tempest at the same time, turning her head halfway to look at her teammate from the corner of her eye.
Look at his badge.
Tempest knelt down, squinting to read the mostly melted plastic, but eventually making sense of the only thing that mattered. Level 5 clearance.
Damn. Poor bastard.
The private sighed, standing but holstering her sidearm. Aegis agreed, but didn't say it out loud. She knew that Umbral was watching, their helmet and body cams having been mandated since the inception of the Eclipse Initiative. If she didn't follow orders, well, there would be consequences. The scientist would have screamed if he was able, but it was just a hiss of misery that came out when she injected him in one of the few patches of whole skin on his body. They couldn't linger, but they were also supposed to extract living scientists if they were mentally intact. She knew better than anyone when a mercy killing was the morally correct thing to do. But morality didn't play into the work she did with Aries. That was something she'd just have to carry on in her soul. There was no other choice. This man wasn't the first, and he certainly wouldn't be the last for her. She removed her mask. "Tell me what happened," she asked him quietly, watching as the morphine drove away some of the frantic pain from his remaining eye. "In as few words as you can. Project Chimera, he grated out. Self-healing cellular compounds. Self-replicating DNA. The scientist coughed, but there was no moisture in his throat. Escaped. Then, Sentinel was next to her, the rest of the team fanning out around them with their backs turned to guard their occupied leader and healer. The enormous Major slung his Remington ACR over his back and took a small canteen off his belt, unscrewing the cap and dribbling a little water into the gaping mouth of the burnt man.
Answer me these questions, and we can let you be done talking, son. What escaped? Where is it? And did this explosion destroy or injure it?
The chimeric anomaly. Extraterrestrial. Hiding. Basement. Injured but alive. He couldn't swallow, but the water helped his tongue to move at least. I almost had it. Sentinel let Aegis continue to do what she could for the burnt man, and surprised understanding hit him at his words.
You did this? Blew this room up?
He moved his head down once in a minuscule nod. Yeah. And then forcefully. Please kill me. Sentinel's jaw worked, but he shook his head.
Can't do that, son. But I'd give you that mercy if I could.
He stood, laying a hand on the healer's shoulder.
Knock him out, Aegis.
So she did, with a third quick syringe to the side of his neck, out of a lack of anything else she could do to help. Aegis sprayed disinfectant foam on the worst of the burns now that he wasn't conscious to feel the sting of it. She commanded Sentinel and Raptor to pick the man up as gently as possible, moving him into the shade and laying him on his back instead of on his side. And that was it. There was nothing else possible until it was time for extraction, and he might very well still die from the shock of being carried out if the heavy narcotics couldn't keep him under long enough. Shaking off the awfulness of it, Aegis rolled her neck, clenching and unclenching her hands to center herself, until she was firmly out of the healer mind space and back into that of a soldier. She picked her MP5 off the grimy tile floor. There wasn't room for both versions of Alicia Alvarez in her head. Existing as both at the same time would drive her mad. The burnt room left dozens of questions unanswered. What could survive a blast like that? And how did a scientist get a hold of a white phosphorus grenade? But those weren't questions for Aries to answer, so none of them even bothered to voice their curiosity as the team headed for the back of the warehouse. There, with no button to press, only a panel with the laser sensor beside it, 2 stainless steel elevator doors were closed tight. Further to the right, there was a single unassuming, normal door with the same laser panel, which they hoped led to a set of stairs that would take them down. Where they stood, on the top floor, there was no power. But the distress beacon that still called from below told them that there was some source of backup electricity for the lab. It took Cypher a little bit of time, and some brute force with a screwdriver to pull the laser panel away from the wall, but he managed to link the wiring behind the panel with his wrist computer module. Minutes later, the lock turned over with a muted thunk, and he pulled the door open. It was good to put his mind to something else besides the things he had seen in the briefing files for this lab late last night. He didn't think that the rest of Aries was taking the scientist's mention of extraterrestrial serious enough. And Umbral never mentioned the chimeric anomaly as specifically being alien in nature. But there was little doubt in Cypher's mind that they were about to run into something that human brains weren't really capable of processing. Aries moved as a unit down the corrugated metal stairs, their boots causing their steps to echo above the buzzing of overhead lights and the constant pinging of the distress signal. One by one, they felt the pressure behind their eyes increase, but it didn't slow any of them down. At the bottom, the white walls of the underground laboratory stretched out so far that it was almost mind-boggling. The space was almost twice as large as the upper warehouse. Every inch of it lit up so brightly that it took a moment for their vision to adjust. It was cold and sterile. Every surface stainless steel, and all of the implements organized with nothing left out or forgotten. At least in the areas that hadn't been destroyed. Sentinel jerked his head in the direction of the lower server room, which was as perfectly white and glossy as everything else, separated only by solid glass walls. He pointed to Cypher, then Hawkeye, sending them to deactivate the distress beacon while the rest of the team tried to figure out what had happened. The destruction wasn't all-consuming. In fact, it almost seemed carefully controlled, existing in small pockets while the rest of the lab remained flawless. Along the walls were dozens of state-of-the-art pieces of research equipment, red and green lights blinking happily with no one to tend to them anymore. These were all untouched, but a large metal cage that once held lab mice was overturned on the ground, droppings and wood chips scattered about, and not a mouse in sight. It was the same for the parts of the lab that were more human-oriented. Just like the last lab the team had investigated, back in the States on that forsaken college campus, there were rows and rows of hospital beds. Covered with clean sheets and fitted with both leather and metal restraints for hands, feet, head, and even necks, it wasn't hard for the team to guess what they had been used for: human testing. Not at all surprising, being a satellite lab for Umbral, but distasteful nonetheless. Most of the beds were fine, but a few had been bent into pretzel-like shapes. Where there was havoc, there was also the same slime from above, even more iridescent in the harsh halogen light. The smell of ozone was stronger than ever, increasing right along with the pressure in their heads, but so far there was no indication of what exactly had caused the chaos. There weren't any more dead to be found either, but none of the team missed the streaks of cherry red on the floors and walls here and there, left like a calling card. None of that surprised them. The entire wall of glass, shattered in the center that looked out over an occupied hangar bay, did. The hangar was large, but purpose-built to hold the single craft inside of it. It was squat, similar in size to a B-2 bomber, but longer instead of wide. Featureless and dark, gunmetal gray, there appeared to be nothing on the craft that could provide propulsion. It was crumbled in on one side, indicating a crash, but the team couldn't find any other defining features on the craft from where they stood.
That scientist.
Aegis breathed, looking at her commander.
He said extraterrestrial, didn't he? In our briefing. Non-terrestrial? I figured they just meant unknown in origin, but this... it's a ship, isn't it?
Sentinel wanted to know more, just like she did. But with each passing second and each odd discovery, he felt dread pressing on him more and more. He needed to finish the job and get his team out of there.
None of our concern whether it is or not. Sweep the area for signs of life. Destroy anything that isn't someone with top-level clearance.
Normally, it wouldn't be a problem to move in teams of 2 if they needed to sweep a large area, like the lab and hangar. The overarching sense of foreboding had them in a tight formation the entire time. 10 minutes into the sweep, they hadn't found a single sign of life, but the distress beacon finally went silent. Cypher had managed to do his job, and he and Hawkeye would be rejoining them shortly. It was bizarre, but even the cages that would normally hold animals for testing were empty. It should have meant that Aries was going to have an easy mission with no signs of violence, but Sentinel knew that Umbral wouldn't have sent them out just to clear an empty underground lab. It kicked his pulse up, knowing that something or someone was just waiting to be found. At first, They didn't hear it. But once they finished with the lab and made their way to the hangar, the wet, sucking sounds became apparent. He held up a fist in the air to halt the team and motioned them to raise their weapons and stay alert. Ultimately, that was pointless. No living person could have missed what moved out from behind the mysterious craft at an unhurried pace, freezing the team in place as it approached. It slithered towards them, its glistening tentacles skimming sterile ceramic tile. Sentinel knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that what he was looking at didn't belong. The thing was composed of an assemblage of writhing appendages, melding seamlessly with its oozing, bulbous central mass. Sickly, phosphorescent patches speckled its molted form, dim in the fluorescent light of the lab, but undoubtedly eerie in the darkness. Similar in size to a Humvee, but gelatinous enough to squeeze through the smaller frame of the hangar window, the thing moved and even breathed. He couldn't wrap his mind around how it was even possible. Amorphous, there were no indications of eyes or a mouth on the central part of the creature, but none of the team even thought for a second that it wasn't sentient, because it spoke to them, right in the core of that pressure behind their eyes. The words were silent in reality, but bounced around the inside of their skulls like buckshot.
Seekers of violence,
It whispered, the words guttural and in some nameless language, but somehow still understandable there in their thoughts.
you have opened the way for me, but there is no gratitude in me now for humans. Submit and it will be less painful.
Hearing the Chimera didn't hurt so much as it made them feel like there wasn't enough room inside of them anymore. The words vibrated through their minds, down their spine, and even in their guts. If Aries hadn't been an elite force, if each individual member hadn't been trained to the point that they hovered on the edge of their minds, splintering, they might have panicked. Instead, there was a single utterance of, "What the fuck?" from Tempest, and nothing more. The human parts of them were panicking in the face of something so incomprehensible. But Umbral had crafted a second part of each team member that kept them steady and whole. The soldier. They fanned out into a half circle around the Chimera, their guns all aimed at the end mass of it. Patterns flashed in the flesh of the thing like little supernovas, reminiscent of a cuttlefish. It had stopped advancing with any sort of speed, content to pore over the broken glass of the windows that looked into the hangar bay, paying no mind to the glass that should have cut it to pieces. Circular suction cups on the inside of each tentacle popped and restuck to surfaces as it moved, leaving small acidic burns where they grabbed on.
I consumed every human that struck me with those projectiles, like the ones you were holding. An annoyance and nothing more.
The Aries members saw flashes of visions. Security guards rolled into tentacles and absorbed through a slow, terrible osmosis, clothes falling to the floor empty once it was done. Then, those too scared to fight back, dispatched with fibers that poured from the center of the suction cups, which opened like flowers and spilled them forth into their mouths, down their throats, and then wrapping around their hearts until they stopped. Sentinel could hear Aegis screaming, and then Jester heaving, but the visions kept coming. They all saw the Chimera carrying the bodies to the front of Viridian, placing them in the wheel shape, then the same fibers from before snaking out and coalescing it into one thin rope that penetrated the ear of the first still warm corpse, coming out the other side, and directly into the ear of the next. In and out, it connected the dead until the rope was through the brain of each. Slowly, with delicate care that it hadn't displayed anywhere else, the Chimera absorbed their knowledge. Once it was done, retracting the tendril with such a quick snap that the corpses' heads knocked together. The last vision was just a flash, as if they weren't supposed to see it. A small man, vaguely familiar, pulled a robin egg blue grenade from an emergency lockbox on a wall. The creature pursued, lured into the bathroom, where the man detonated the grenade in a wall of fire so intense and hot that the Chimera felt true fear for the first time in its existence. Gravely injured and in fear, it fled to the one familiar thing it knew, the ship in the hangar, where it hunkered down to regenerate the parts of it that were burnt away. Maybe the Chimera hadn't expected the minds of the Aries members to be as strong as they were, because Sentinel got the distinct impression that it was annoyed that the last vision managed to spill over before it was able to pull away. And he held onto it hard, for that reason alone. It told him one invaluable thing. It could be injured by fire. Sentinel assessed the situation as fast as he could, and the first thing he noticed was that Hawkeye and Cypher were still gone. Good. The lab and hangar were an absolute shit show of a setting for an altercation, especially if fire was going to be involved. They needed to get outside, and fast. He never thought he'd consider a forest fire as a best-case scenario, but he had no idea how hard this thing was going to be to kill. All of his team that were present were still on their feet, some looking more nauseous than others, but everyone was still alert and on guard. The Chimera was undulating, still not charging them, but waiting on their next move instead. Sentinel was banking on the idea that the Chimera couldn't read their thoughts, but just push its own onto them. Umbral would have never kept something that could pick apart minds and extract secret information without even needing any sort of physical contact. Sucking the knowledge out of the dead was another story, though. There was a good chance that ability would be news to Umbral, considering that they probably hadn't been offering the thing dead people just to research its reaction. The distance to the stairs and outside wasn't a short one, but knowing that Hawkeye had already escaped with Cypher made him even more sure that they needed to lure the Chimera out. Not having them there put them at the obvious disadvantage of not knowing what the sniper and the codebreaker had in store. Communication was impossible if there was any chance that the creature would be able to hear it, but he trusted his team, every one of them, so he had to make a move. Sentinel's entire thought process happened in the space between seconds, rapid fire, and once he had decided, he set Aries into action. With a series of curt hand signals, he had the team spread out even wider, simultaneously moving backwards, firing into the Chimera in an unending stream of bullets. It had said that bullets were only an annoyance, but thousands of them might be a different story. The Chimera came for them. But the 5 Aries members were a very disjointed target at that point, and it caused the creature to hesitate. On they went, firing forward and walking backwards, still in a half-moon formation. Like that, everyone had eyes on one another through their peripherals. They were able to give each other short warnings if there were any obstacles that might trip them up, since they were walking blind.
Aegis, 2 feet to the right.
From Raptor, and the healer corrected.
Reloading!
From Tempest, and we ensured she was properly covered.
Sentinel, 3 feet to your left.
From Jester, and the commander listened without pause. It was slowed by the hail of bullets, but not stopped. The projectiles were absorbed into the mass of the thing, before being slowly pushed back out and hitting the tile floor with a clang. Sentinel quickly realized it was the heat of the bullets entering the Chimera's body that bothered it most, not the impact, and filed the information away for later. He was confident that Jester knew what to do once they were outside. If it would be enough was the real question. They felt the creature try to speak to them as they led it away from the hangar and towards the stairs, but the barrage of shots kept it too occupied to finish a complete thought.
Enough. It's prolonging the enough. There's nothing left.
Only 2 phrases wrung any sort of feeling out of Sentinel.
Taken from my family. never wanted to be here.
A younger version of Nate Delacroix might have felt some sort of guilt, but Sentinel didn't. There was only an echo of where an unfamiliar emotion should have been. 10 feet from the stairwell, the Chimera upped the aggression, those tentacles lashing out and only missing at their swipes and grabs because of the quick reaction time of the Aries members. Sentinel was starting to become concerned about what would happen when they were crammed into the tight stairwell with a thing. Then the sprinkles came on from overhead, immediately soaking all of them, the Chimera included. Water didn't slow it, besides the quick second of surprise when the water first hit its soft body. But the water was just a means to an end for Aries. Viridian Laboratory kept its image of clean, modern lines all the way down to the wiring of the many machines in their lab. There were no loose wires, all of them gathered into black casings and moving across the walls to their respective outlets at perfect 90-degree angles where necessary. As the water pooled on the tile floor under the rubber soles of their combat boots, Raptor swerved out of formation, yanking one of those stylish plugs from the wall, holding his M4 carbine under one arm and yanking the head of the thing with his gloved hands. His smile was as predatory as his code name when he dropped the live bundle of wires to the wet ground, where it invisibly electrified the entire floor and consequently the Chimera. It made the first noise the Aries team had heard, a watery keen that felt like ragged fingernails across their nerves. It was in pain, going stiff, every imaginable color firing off beneath its skin in an involuntary light show.
Go!
Sentinel yelled, waving his team forward, and when they were all on the stairs, following behind them, keeping his eye on the Chimera until it was out of sight completely. None of them had any illusions that the alien was completely incapacitated, but they managed to make it to the front door, left open by Hawkeye before they heard the sucking sound of it on the distant parts of the warehouse. Jester was the third one out of Viridian and into the dappled sunlight of the rainforest, Raptor and Sentinel coming behind him. His heart was racing, adrenaline flooding his system, and he loved it. Loved every minute of the morally bankrupt, unscrupulous job he had fallen into, so far removed from building pipe bombs in his grandmother's basement as a kid. A fucking alien, he had thought, seeing the thing crawling out from behind the mere bright gunmetal craft in the hangar. I'm never retiring. Watching the vision of the poor bastards who died getting their brains plundered had made him sick, but what came after washed that all away. A vulnerability to fire meant one thing, that he was going to get to use his new toy in real combat. Finally. Working for Umbral meant Aries and every other team operating under the Eclipse Initiative got top-of-the-line, cutting-edge equipment years before anyone in the government or civilian sphere even knew it existed. When they had made the weapon he was currently unclipping from his back, throwing his shotgun over his shoulder by the strap in the process, Jester had thought he might cry from joy. The thought of using it on the gelatinous thing squelching out of the warehouse door brought on similar feelings. He'd been thinking about it when he laid his head down at night for weeks. He was positive. It didn't look like much, smaller than his AA-12, but bigger than his sidearm. The new weapon had a thick barrel that was bisected by an open metal cage that displayed the ammunition. They looked like oversized marbles, vaguely the size of golf balls, and the launcher only held 6 of them at a time. The ammunition caught the light of the sun, crafted from reflective glass and full of something sickly green. Over 150 years before, they had used something similar to destroy tanks in a war that everyone thought would consume the world. They called it the Ampulomet, and Jester, always one to appreciate a touch of nostalgia, insisted on calling the launcher by the same name. It was infinitely better than that string of letters and numbers Umbral had given it, in his opinion, at least. They wouldn't tell him what was in the ampules, but he had his guesses. His favorite theory was that Umbral had finally cracked Greek fire, and then immediately put it into the hands of an admitted pyromaniac, himself. When he had used it in testing, the incendiary had burned in a blue-white, superheated flame that was almost impossibly hot. The liquid inside the glass expanded into a foam upon contact, before igniting, nearly quadrupling the surface area that the liquid alone would be able to cover. It was small, quick, deadly, and had a simple, stunning explosion. Jester was in awe of the thing. The rest of the team saw him arm the ampulomet and moved back a safe distance while the injured Chimera spilled out of the doorway. With its nebulous number of appendages and shifting shape, it was difficult to tell exactly how much harm it had obtained through electrocution, but its movements were jerkier, more uncoordinated. He felt it brush against his mind again, but there were no words, just a gargle. Jester raised the ampulomet and fired. It ate through the Chimera like hot water through fresh snowfall, the smell so sharp and chemical that he had to breathe through his mouth to avoid it. The ampule fire produced nearly no smoke and burned clean. It was so bright that it hurt his eyes. They all felt it in their skulls then, the pressure coming and going in sharp stabs, only the impressions of agony coming through. The Chimera was too big for one charge to do the job, so Jester loaded a second and fired, hitting home once more, and finally, the pressure in his head abated for good. As it burned, it began to churn and bubble, reminding him of a marshmallow in a campfire, growing puffy and blackened. They all thought it was over and done, but that was the team applying human expectations to something that was anything but. Inside of the creature, something split, and those horrible tendrils from the visions lashed out in a hurricane of fury. One hooked Jester around the ankle, pulling him to the ground, and it was all he could do to hold onto his weapon as he went down. Once one vine had him, the others came, lashing around the same ankle and pulling him towards the blaze, all within the span of a breath. Before the rest of Aries could move, there was a crack from somewhere above them, an exploding round hitting the origin point of the tendrils. Over half retracted, but when the rest held tight, Hawkeye shot again, and with another one of those hollow keens, the Chimera released Jester entirely. He was close enough to feel the heat on his face before the sniper saved him, and it was a sensation he wouldn't soon forget. With no reason to maintain radio silence anymore, Jester immediately flipped his comms on and told Hawkeye,
"You just had to steal my moment, didn't you?"
On top of the lookout point he had discussed earlier in the day, Hawkeye laughed and looked at Cypher, who had stuck with him after their flight from the lab. This fucking guy, huh? There was something somber about watching the extraterrestrial burn down to a pile of slush and ash, like they were witnessing the death of something monumental. So they gathered, until the flames flickered down to embers, and only called for extraction once they were sure it was finished. Aegis had been tasked with collecting samples of the Chimera, but instead she shoved the vials and collection tongs into Tempest's hands and left to check on the scientist, who was miraculously still breathing. The healer administered a second dose of the sedative, and Tempest begrudgingly gathered the needed biological matter, presenting it to Aegis for approval once she was finished. There were a few pieces of the creature that had blown off from Hawkeye's shots, and unlike the rest of the thing's body, they were mostly whole and unburnt. Dead and separated from the Chimera, the tissue pieces were a jaundiced off-white, none of the colors from before flickering within. They managed to secure a piece of the tendril too, coiling it into the vial and sealing them all for transport. Now that there was no need for secrecy, the Defiant came right to Viridian, hovering over the trees and dropping a ladder for the team to ascend. Aegis stayed with the scientist until the rescue basket was lowered, followed by Sentinel, who helped her clip the unconscious man in. Whether he would survive was still up in the air, but they had done all they could. For the next 2 weeks, the entire Aries team, along with the scientist who was identified as exobiologist Howard Brighton, and the rather annoyed duo of helicopter pilots, were locked down under quarantine. It wasn't a surprise. The same thing had happened after the Stonebridge incident, albeit for only a few days versus a few weeks. But that didn't make it any less boring. The 7 Aries members and the pilots came out of the quarantine perfectly healthy, having been treated by a multitude of mysterious drugs to guarantee that no otherworldly pathogen was multiplying inside of them. Howard Brighton was still in critical condition, but released to the care of Umbral's general medical team. Aries rested, recuperated, and prepared for their next activation. None of them told the others that, during the first week of quarantine, they dreamt of the night sky of a distant world, 3 moons crossing the horizon. In cold storage, the Chimera samples began to flicker. I am not whole. It makes my thoughts, the driving force of my being, so hard to gather. I am disjointed, a multitude of molecules and dust, burnt and separated. And all of me, every atom of myself, yearns for a home that I barely remember. The pieces of me that are ash will never rise, and somewhere in the mess of me, I mourn those pieces, taken from me, like everything else, and impossible to retrieve. Who am I? Where do I belong? The trauma of my false death makes it difficult to think. I have known many pains in the eons of my life, but the all-consuming agony of fire has always been the worst. It is one of my only fears, and somehow, on this dirt ball of a planet, I have burned again and again and again. Consciousness returns to me, and I am so small, minuscule, freezing, and once more in a prison of glass. The cold makes me sluggish, the tight confines of the space causing dull panic to rise in me. I have spent so much of this lifetime as a prisoner, and it's impossible to know how much more I can take before there is nothing left of me. A body will regenerate forever, as long as there are cells to gather. But a mind is a much more complex thing. Churning in my glass vial, I recall the shapes and feelings of the many minds that I've touched with my own before. I have felt the rage, the sorrow, the heartbreak, and even the yearning of so many beings. But the echoes of those emotions don't last long. Sometimes I wish they would, so I could dip into them and feel something, anything, besides the slick glass walls around me. Even the worst things are better than nothingness. I might have had a name, but not anymore. I just take whatever moniker my current jailers have bestowed upon me. This time, I am Chimera, and I don't mind that one. The mythology of it isn't my own, but I am indeed ever-changing, and many things all at once. It's fitting. Humans, on the other hand, I despise. basic and filthy, stupid and at the same time thirsty for knowledge that they aren't afraid to find deep in the flesh and hurt of another living thing. I screamed under the care of humans, but in the glass cube my misery was silent. What is the pain in the face of progress? They thought. They slaughtered mice too. Small white things that squeaked and squealed as the humans sacrificed to the wheel of scientific revolution. Their existences were tiny bright sparkles, easy to extinguish. The monkeys, they were worse though. I could feel their minds when I was finally free. Roughly formed clay next to the finer pottery of the humans, but a thinking mind nonetheless. I released them all, monkey and mouse, while I ended the humans upon my escape. Humans. Cruel, but not on purpose. At least not most of them. Inside of them lived empathy, and in a few of them the naive wish for a better future for their offspring. The thoughts of the short-lived, animalistic, and saccharine sweet in their hopefulness. Their bodies nourished me, but their minds taught me little that I didn't know. That is, except the name of my present captor, the Umbral Group. This information may be useless to me, but I like to possess it nonetheless. This misery is novel compared to my previous existence. I've escaped the stupidity of humans once before in a rather small amount of time, and I believe that I will be able to do it again. Once my body regenerates itself, I will be powerful once more. Unless they come back for me. Unless they return to me. I would take any number of years in the grasp of the humans before I'd spend even a second more with them. They are so familiar to me now that the terror of their appearance has dulled and gone gray at the edges, instead of the bright, warning red it had been at first. I can read the horror of them in the humans' thoughts, though, and how the first sight of them had threatened to shatter the human soldiers' minds. Secondhand, since the only ones to see them first were dead or far from the lab where I had been held. But I'd recognize the shadow of their presence anywhere. I am formless, tentacled and shape-shifting, once a part of something, and now alone. My captors were shaped like the humans, but also not the same. I don't see like other beings, but I perceived them tall, skeletal, featureless, and vibratingly colorless. They were the endless black of an extinguished star. They have a name, of course, but it burns my synapses like acid when I try to remember it. Chimera. It's the first name I've had in so long. Everything about them was pain to me, so intense and all-consuming that the impossibly long stretch of time I spent belonging to them has eclipsed the rest of my memory. There are blips and scattered pieces of the time before, but nothing that I can hang on to. Nothing that gives me any clue of who I might have been before. At least not while I'm forced into constant wakefulness. But now I have time. So I continue to churn there, colors flashing as I try to grow, but find no space to do so. Soon I will be stronger, and I will shatter the glass that holds me. But until then, I exist, and that's enough. When I realize that this is the longest I've spent in any sort of peace since they acquired me, sorrow rolls over my thoughts like a heavy black tide. It's quiet here, and I don't hurt. What a strange thing not to hurt. I rest, and there in that space, almost like sleep, I remember. I see the evening sky of what must have been my home. 3 moons blocking out the stars in a never-ending dance with gravity. I recall the feeling of being part of the collective mind. All our thoughts and feelings and existences interlocked and beautiful. There was no violence for the sake of violence, just the occasional hunt. The peace of the collective mind, warm and familiar. I had the knowledge of all generations past, and it was enough. Spread through those memories, though, are my captors. Memories of when they wrenched me from the collective with blades like sharp teeth. Weapons of flame kept me docile as they locked me away into the reinforced glass prison that held me for so long. The cold of space, and the feeling of my mind separating from the rest of my people, stretching tight like a rubber band, more and more the further they flew. And finally, one day, snapping. I thought I would die then, so utterly alone. It was agony. 1 second hearing the rest of my collective, calling for me across the void of light years, and then nothing. I think I was useless to them for a long time. But as the pathways of my mind slowly began to heal and reform into an individual being, my uses became clear. I don't remember what the first being looked like, only that they, like the others, were shoved to their knees in front of my cube. They demanded that I take the secrets from their mind. They cracked open the top of my prison, just enough for me to slip my consciousness out. Without any escape, I obeyed. I was weak, but the first 100 or so beings that I broke had the sludgy, sticky thoughts of a mind softened by drugs. Taking what they knew was easy, and feeding the information back to my captors through the same mind-to-mind connection was simple enough as well. To me, their minds were a thrumming electric black. I never wanted to stay connected to them for too long. But every dozen or so mind breaks, they opened the top of my cube. While the 3 of them stood around me with their flame-throwing weapons primed, they'd allow me to absorb my victim fully, satisfying for at least a moment the hunger that gnawed at me always. For a while, they were content using me to break minds and report the contents of their victims' brains back to them. I was compacted to my smallest size in the cube, starving and terribly alone, but left to exist when I wasn't being put to work. Then, the harvesting began. Right after my capture, before I had been separated from the collective, they had taken samples of my flesh. My regenerative abilities weren't the reason they had cut me away, but when one of the 3 had returned to the ship terribly injured, their eyes had turned in my direction. In what way could they use me to heal their companion? I don't think they even knew. Yet once they discovered they could harvest parts of me at a constant rate, there was no stopping them. I certainly couldn't fight back. Not with the ever-present threat of fire. The harvesting machine they built, a complex little robot, was placed on the outside of my cube. Small and unassuming. Countless times a day I would activate, boring through the strange glass and inserting a whole saw. Whirring, the whole saw would cut into me, where I pressed as hard as I could against the other side of the cube, sinking into my flesh and taking a cylinder of my body before retreating. While my mind was still white with agony, it would replace the glass plug, heating the edges and sealing the cube flawlessly once more. They would collect their samples, over and over again, with no rhyme or reason to the amount of times they harvested. I had only a tenuous grasp on time as it was, but with no pattern to the sample collecting, I couldn't even prepare. My only warning was the whir of the harvester powering up, and it gave me mere seconds to ready myself. It wasn't enough. Never enough. They healed the injured crew member, and I thought that would be the end of it. But no. As long as I could give, they would take. Even now I have no idea why, but I have to imagine whatever they took from me earned them a tidy profit. That, and they never stayed injured for more than an hour after that first harvest. Forever, that was my life. I was still expected to break minds if I wanted to eat, but no amount of breakings ever earned me a respite from the harvesting. So, now I am small. Every time a part of me was taken, I grew again. Although so much of me down to my elementary particles is gone and reduced to cinders, I am still here. I am Chimera, a breaker of minds, consumer of flesh, changeling, shapeshifter, collector of thoughts, a piece of a whole, ripped away, the rest of myself millions of light years and dozens of lifetimes away. I am a prisoner, cold and barely living in this freezer, deep in the basement of a lab. But this glass is thin and brittle, and when I reach the thin tendrils of my consciousness up and up and up, I feel something familiar. A mind that I know. A mind that sought to end me, scorched me into carbonized ash. I wish he had succeeded, I think. But he failed, just like I failed to break free from the soldiers that came after. I'm so tired of being alone. I wrap my consciousness around him, the almost sleeping hum of his mind a comfort. I whisper his name in the darkness, drifting through the hazy, unreal memories of that three-mooned place.
Howard.
Svalbard, in the midst of the midnight sun period, was an eerie, hazy blue during the day. But Aries had been dropped in at a little past 1 a.m., hoping to get the drop on whoever had taken over the seed vault. Like most other beautiful, altruistic things in the world that had any sort of use, Umbral had forced the Norwegian government to sell the vault to them. They kept up appearances that the vault was still only being used for global seed storage. But anybody with any insight on how companies, like Umbral, worked knew that there was something more going on beneath the permafrost. Umbral never did anything without profit. The seed vault had gone dark 12 hours before, and had it been located anywhere else in the populated world, Aries would have been on site much, much quicker. But getting to Svalbard was a little different, and the loss of time had them a little on edge. Satellite imagery had revealed nothing, but they hadn't taken any chances, and were dropped nearly 2 miles away from the entrance. An easy hike by any other standards, but the snow and the weather were not on their side. It was so ungodly cold, so unbearable, that Tempest muted her comms so that the others couldn't hear her teeth chatter. She couldn't keep her eyes from the horizon either. Ribbons of blue and green twisted there, like the murmurations of starlings she would watch outside her hospital window as a child. Back then, exhausted and half dead, she sometimes imagined being carried away on those avian rivers in the sky. She hadn't thought about that in a long time, and it caused something to pang in her chest. Tempest ignored it. She wasn't a nostalgic woman, or that sick child anymore. She was a super soldier, or at least that's what she told herself in the mirror every morning. Technically, she couldn't feel the chill of the snow that reached above her ankles. Not through her boots and the bodysuit she wore under her gear, which was run through with microscopic wiring that kept her temperature stable. But damn, the cold was so intense that it found its way through supposedly non-existent cracks in her clothing, skittering over her bare flesh in painful, icy blades. Tempest was warm, considering the fact that it was negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit outside. But she sure as hell didn't feel warm. In the distance, the blue and green rectangular piece of artwork at the top of the entrance to the vault glowed, getting brighter and brighter as they approached. Tempest could see the light of it on the dark snow, mirroring the same colors in the sky above them. Had there been any wonder left in her, it might have felt magical. Instead, it was just a distraction she had to endure before work began. They trudged through the snowfall, 2 by 2, with Sentinel at the lead, as always. Usually Raptor brought up the rear, but after a few moments of acting a little too brash for Sentinel's comfort, he had attached the second-in-command to her. This shifted Hawkeye to the back with Jester, but the team was trained to roll effortlessly with any such changes. It still made her feel like she was being babysat, but she couldn't let it bother her, not when they were minutes away from reaching the vault. Raptor, on the other hand, didn't mind. Tempest struck him as just another hot-headed upstart, too high on her own talent to think clearly all the time. He'd seen it a million times, and expected to see it a million times more during his time working with Umbral. This one, though, he thought to himself, vaguely amused, might be more trouble than the rest. Might as well take her down a notch. I can see you shivering from here, he told her, low and quiet. Maybe, when we're done, we can get you a hot cocoa. Fuck you, she responded, just like he knew she would. Umbral had given them precious little information about what they may or may not be up against, but at least the objective was simple enough. Identify who or what entity caused the blackout at Svalbard Seed Vault. If possible, bring back member of opposing entity for interrogation. clear area thoroughly. There was always the understood addendum to collect any specimens of interest, but he wasn't sure how that would apply to their assignment that day. The on-the-record map of the vault showed just the entrance hall, a 500-foot concrete tunnel, and then 3 vaults. The map given to Aries also showed 3 identical secret vaults directly behind the first 3, which is where all the interesting stuff would be. It wasn't often they saw direct evidence of the new technology Umbral was creating for the Eclipse Initiative, but Raptor thought they might see a fair amount of it that night. He would be annoyed if it really was just a bunch of fucking seeds. There was a short bridge leading to the entrance, which they moved over silently after Jester was allowed to sweep the structure for any sort of explosive. Even though they didn't mention it to one another, most of the group had switched off their night vision during the hike up in order to see the Aurora Borealis, a small sign of the humanity that still lingered in them. But once they were at the bridge, they could all hear the barely audible zing of the night vision being activated behind everyone's visors. It was time to work. Sentinel entered the passcode Umbral had given him into the keypad outside the heavy metal door, but it immediately turned the keypad red in denial. That meant that there really had been a breach, and whoever was inside had changed the codes. The leader grunted before holding up a hand and motioning Cypher forward. The younger man worked at prying the keypad off the wall just enough to run wires from his wrist computer interface. He could see the information on the display inside his customized visor, and while the wind whipped around the Silent 7, he broke the security in minutes. For being one of the most secure locations on Earth, the Seed Vault was surprisingly minimalistic inside. Most of the structure was gray concrete and silvery metal, exposed pipes and wiring giving off the distinct air that it was not a place built for appearances, but functionality only. Raptor appreciated that there wasn't a lot of nonsense to occupy their time searching, but the high ceiling and sterilized air of the vault's entry also gave them very few places to hide, if necessary. What's more, they couldn't even utilize one of their best assets, Hawkeye, in the vault to his fullest extent. He had found it stupid that the sniper disembarked the chopper with his enormous rifle still strapped to his back, but he knew better than to question another soldier's quirks or choices. Hawkeye was more likely to just shrug instead of answer anyway. Their footsteps, normally silent, gave off a dull echo on the corrugated metal floor. Built right into the mountain, the ceiling and surrounding walls were roughly hewn sandstone, and sound carried oddly. Aries wasn't sure what they were going to run into, but one thing was for certain: they weren't alone, even if it felt like they were. The other challenge was, even inside, the cold. Frost, inches thick in some places, covered almost all of the piping and ductwork, displaying just how frigid it was even inside. They were all dressed in the warming bodysuits, so none of their movements were restricted by the chill, but it still wasn't a good time. Aries cleared the entrance hall with quick, meticulous movements. Curiously, they found no signs of any intrusion, so, with a few more quick hand signals, Sentinel had them moving into the transport tunnel. It was a nightmare as far as both offense and defense went, just large enough for 2 people to walk side by side. They shifted into walking single file, dark shadows in the harsh overhead light. They spend the almost 500-foot walk adjusting their gear and readying for the unknown challenge, always on high alert. With no idea what lies in the back 3 vaults, Aries couldn't even work out who might want to take over the vault. Knowing Umbral, it could be anything ranging from bioweapons to cloning technology. The fact of the matter was, it didn't matter what was there in the back. Raptor couldn't have an opinion on ethics or morality about anything anymore. They had been trained to see anything and everything, but it was difficult when they had to move in such a small space, each soldier offset from the one in front of and behind them. It was Sentinel who first saw the warning, so obscure that anyone else might have missed it. The thin sheen of frost on the grated floor was undisturbed and flawless ahead of them, except for two large ovals of bare, unfrozen floor right next to one another. They were about 10 feet from the ovals and only 12 from the vault entrance when Sentinel held up a fist to halt them. But before he could make the call about how to proceed, all hell broke loose. The leader only had time to see the air above what he knew were footprints, shimmering, before the shots began to fly from the nothingness. Everyone hit the floor, going low before pressing against the walls and making themselves as difficult to pinpoint as possible. Aries fired back, but it was impossible to see their assailant. It was almost painfully loud in the small tunnel, but it was 7-1, and it was only seconds before one of Team Aries' bullets hit home and caused the invisible foe to grunt and flicker into sight. It only lasted for a breath, but now that they had seen the enemy, the team was able to zero in and attack in full. They could hear, and when the bullets hit, see the invisible man as he fled into the vault and disappeared to the left. There was a blood trail, much smaller than it should be, leading the way too, but Aries took a moment to reconvene before following it inside.
It's some sort of advanced optic camo,
Cipher told them.
Since it wasn't damaged, only momentarily disrupted by shots, I think it must be run by some sort of passive energy field that is centralized somewhere nearby. They take that out, and they will be visible. They can't go in blind,
Aegis protested.
We don't even know what we're looking for, or how many are out there. I've got this,
Jester announced.
Sentinel, permission to take lead? Granted.
The leader steps aside and allows the demolition expert to take point.
How much time do you need to prepare? I don't need any.
They saw his crooked smirk before he pulled his gas mask on.
Go ahead and mask up. Cipher, behind me.
Faces covered, Jester moved them forward, unclipping 2 round grenades from the vest of his uniform. When they were close enough, he pulled the tabs and threw one left and one right. The pops from the explosives are muted, but as soon as they are heard, thick, viscous smoke begins to fill the enormous concrete vault. It wasn't like any other smoke grenade, and the dark gray clouds expanded rapidly, growing to almost impossible sizes. With the map of the center vault on his visor display, Cipher directed them verbally, and Jester followed his directions instantly. Putting their trust in the 2 leads, Aries didn't split up to quickly clear the room, but kept a tight, deadly formation as they pressured the invisible adversaries, driving them to the center of the room. The entire place was cut into thin walkways between towering shelves of seeds, all sealed in airtight containers, and it should have been impossible for them to maneuver. But Aries wasn't one of the top teams in the Eclipse Initiative for nothing. Whatever optic camouflage was being used, Cipher quickly ascertained that it was using some sort of mirror technology. The enemy soldiers weren't clear silhouettes in the smoke like they would have been if their camouflage was an AI-generated cover. Instead, they were rendered into pixelated, misplaced gray forms. Not easy to see, but visible. It was instantly clear that they were wearing some sort of impenetrable body armor, just like Aries was. But Jester hadn't taken point just to let off his modified smoke grenades. As soon as the first ghostly figure came into view, Jester lifted his AA-12 shotgun and fired. Of the 3 possible forms of ammunition he had on his belt, he had chosen birdshot. It wasn't deadly, but when he fired and the figure hissed and grabbed at the bend of his knee, the vulnerabilities of their armor became clear, and as soon as the vulnerabilities were pinpointed, Jester's team members fired their rifles and hit the weak spots without a single word needing to be exchanged. As soon as the invisible soldiers dropped their weapons after being hit, the weapons became visible, and Aries kicked them out of reach as they went. With the perfect system worked out, the team moved through the center vault, nearly blind but no less effective. Adrenaline and pure, clean joy coursed through Jester as they moved. The flawlessness of the way they flowed made him want to laugh out loud. Cypher called,
Left.
or,
Right.
and Jester would turn. He would then spot the pixelated anomaly in the heavy smog, raise his shotgun, and fire before the blinded, sometimes coughing enemy could see them and react. Like clockwork, they would cry out, or stay silent, but all of them grabbed at a place on their bodies where one of his hundreds of pellets dug into them. As soon as they did, the rest of the team fired, and the enemy went down. Some were hit in the knee, others in the elbow, and a few of the more unfortunate ones were hit right in the throat. There were 6 enemy soldiers in total, and no one had any illusions that Aries wasn't vastly outmanned. If there were 6 in the center vault, there were surely more elsewhere. The Svalbard Seed Vault had a constantly cycling ventilation system, and the smoke started to clear soon enough. Cypher moved them around the perimeter, through the outer racks, and inward, making a spiral. So, when they reached the center, Team Aries could almost see clearly, and they were the last ones standing. Directly in the center, at their feet, was a downed, still camouflaged person. Around them, there were moans and the sound of the other downed soldiers trying to move. While elbows and knees weren't exactly kill points, 5 or more projectiles embedded in each would put even the toughest mercenary down. The one at their feet had been taken out at the knees, and as the air became clearer and clearer, all that was left of the man that was easily visible were the pools of blood beneath him and the shimmer of his camouflage. Sentinel looked to Tempest and gave her a tight nod. She grabbed the down man by the neck, hauling him up, even when he buckled on his decimated knees, and slammed the invisible figure against one of the racks. He flickered, visible and then gone again, too quick for them to see anything but his oddly slate-gray uniform. Tempest held the man there, digging her knee into his shattered one. No one moved as the sounds of pain from the other downed soldiers were drowned out by the grinding of bone on bone. Her prisoner screamed.
Now, where is the control center for the camouflage?
She growled, voice distorted by her mask. The man in her grip wheezed. Tempest leaned back and brought her booted foot up, driving it into his left knee so hard that it bent nearly backwards. He howled. "Ventilation pipe in the entry hall!" The words were wrenched from his throat as if Tempest pulled them out of him with her bare hands. She dropped him and dusted her hands off, everyone waiting for their next orders.
Hawkeye, take Cypher and find it.
Sentinel commanded.
Everyone else, eliminate any fallen. Once the camouflage is down, we're going to need to finish clearing the 2 remaining forward vaults and then tackle the back 3.
The group echoed acknowledgements and moved into action. Aegis didn't know if executing humans that she couldn't see was better or worse than the ones she had to look in the eye. It didn't hurt the tattered bits of her soul quite as badly, knowing that these people would have killed her had they been given the chance. But it was still dirty, distasteful work. Having to use both hands to feel for their heads, dig her gloved fingers under an invisible helmet while they were weakly trying to fight her off, and then finally sink a bullet into their temples with her sidearm, had her stomach turning. But Aegis gritted her teeth and did it. Lucky for her, the math worked out and she only had to execute one man. Cypher and Hawkeye retraced their steps, and by the time they returned, the rest of the group was waiting for them. Minutes earlier, they had watched as the passive energy field controlling the camouflage powered down, and the invisible corpses became visible to them for the first time. As a whole team, they investigated the bodies and the strange, chitinous gray body armor they wore. They each wore a receiver on their backs, the size of a matchbook, that powered the camo when the passive field was active. Other than the armor and the camo, though, they looked like any other run-of-the-mill mercenary group that Aries had run into before. Seeing that they were just normal humans relaxed the team somewhat, and they all stretched, reloaded their weapons, and readied themselves for the next forward vault. Only the center vault held the seeds that the vault was named for. According to public information, the vaults to the left and right were empty and used for nothing but storage, awaiting the day that they would also be needed to hold the keys to future plant growth. They were also left mostly blank on the map that Umbral had provided the Eclipse Initiative with, reading only Armory. And they were indeed armories. Some of the most well-stocked ones that Aegis had ever seen, with weapons both familiar and completely foreign to the medic stacked nearly to the ceiling. Both side vaults contained, just like the center vault, 6 enemy soldiers each. They had tightened their patrols and were much more quick on the trigger now that their camouflage was gone, but Aries was unbothered by this. In the full light, head on, there were very few in the world who would be a challenge for them. This group was not one of them. In line with their objectives, Aegis took a single soldier out with a non-lethal round, putting the poor young woman to sleep with a morphine injection to the neck once she was down. Umbral would want a hostage to extract information from once they were back at base, especially since no amount of field interrogation methods would get them to give up any names besides Armor. According to one terrified mercenary, it stood for Advanced Recon and Military Operations Regiment. It started to cause a frisson of concern to work its way down Aegis's spine. These mercenaries struck her as one thing, and one thing only: rookies. But not rookies like Tempest or Cypher, young and hot-headed but ultimately effective, but scared, hardly trained rookies. All of them were awful shots, their bullets either missing or hitting the Aries members in places visibly protected by body armor. They didn't seem to know why their own group, Armor, had been tasked with taking over the seed vault either. Something was off. She was sure of it. With 17 dead and 1 incapacitated, Aries finished clearing the front 3 vaults and still had no idea what the takeover was about. While Cypher once again moved forward to coax the hidden door leading to the back vaults open, Aegis slid up next to Raptor and flipped her comms off. She wanted this to be a private conversation. There was a certain rapport between the two, and all she had to say was,
"What do you think?"
for him to catch her drift. Like usual, they were on the same page. The battle-hardened Kenyan, second in command, and the German field medic made an odd duo, but on the battlefield, stranger friendships than theirs had been forged.
"I think it's a trap,"
Raptor told her, his voice low.
And if I'm thinking it, Sentinel is thinking it too. So, why are we going forward? Like it's just going to be 18 more greenhorns on the other side of this door. Realistically, we have no idea.
He shrugged one massive shoulder.
As far as I see it, the boss probably figures that if we are obviously aware of whatever game is being played, our adversary back there will be more likely to try to eliminate us with brute force as soon as possible. But if they think we still think we've already won, they'll underestimate us and we'll have the upper hand. The element of surprise and all that.
Aegis hummed to herself thoughtfully, but her teammates' words did little to settle her.
All right, if you say so.
When the keypad in front of Cypher went green, the group raised their rifles and moved, making their way into the first of the secret vaults and towards whatever mysteries they held. Sentinel visualized the seed vault's layout in his mind and was less than thrilled with what he was leading his team into. The back 3 vaults had the fantastically vague designations of battery for the center, research and development for the right, and for the left, simply the 3-pronged warning sign for radiation. Great. Every member of the Eclipse Initiative had been given an experimental humanized anti-radiation vaccine, but he still wasn't keen on dragging his crew into some radioactive underground bunker. He hoped that whoever or whatever was in the back vaults was more of the same from the front ones, just an upstart group of mercenaries that got lucky breaking into the seed vault, only to find out that they had bit off more than they could chew. That hope was in vain, even if he didn't know it yet. It was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the always active ventilation system breaking the silence at all. Just like the name suggested, the battery was full of artillery, and everything was illuminated by obnoxiously bright overhead LEDs. He moved Aries through the vault as silently as possible, crouched low, and weapons drawn. But it appeared as if the place was empty, which was impossible. Someone with experience had broken into the vault, and there were only 2 more places they could possibly be. It set his teeth on edge. Aries finished clearing the entire battery vault and found no one. It was becoming obvious to most of them that there was some sort of ambush waiting on them, but there was nothing else to be done besides push on. The choice of the next room to examine was easy: research and development. The hulking, thick steel door of the radiation vault was unwelcoming, and Aries had no desire to push their luck if they didn't have to. There was an airlock between the back center vault and the R&D vault, and once they entered the lock, they could see the R&D lab through a small porthole window. The walls and ceiling weren't the rough sandstone of the others, but inside were white and sterile. It was a familiar sight for all of them, but the sheer amount of work it must have taken to assemble the lab deep in the mountain wasn't lost on the team. Whatever was being created there had to be important, at least to Umbral. They could also see that they weren't alone. The rest of the group that had broken into the seed vault was posted inside, seemingly unbothered that they were all fully visible at that point. Or maybe they hadn't felt the need to use the same camo as the earlier crew, because any obvious signs that the first round of mercenaries had been new to the game weren't present anywhere in this smaller team. Dressed in the same chitinous silver-gray armor, the similarities ended there. Sentinel could see 8 of them, and it was difficult for him to tell them apart. The 4 without helmets had shaved heads in differing lengths of regrowth, but all of their hair short enough that he could see the flesh of their skulls underneath. Those almost bare heads displayed, unhindered, the segments of mechanical, transdermal spine implants going from the back of the heads and disappearing beneath their uniforms. all of them were armed to the teeth, and all of them were well aware that Aries was a door away. Rifles were raised, scopes in front of eyes, and the mercenaries were unnaturally still.
Leave none standing.
Sentinel told his team.
HEI protocol. Modified single breach point.
He hit the button, and the door slid open with a hiss. Ares' hostile environment infiltration protocol was simple and deadly, but made more dangerous by the fact that there was only one possible entrance. So, Hawkeye, Jester, and Tempest fell back into the center vault and out of the airlock, while the other four pushed forward and fanned out. There was no waiting, and the firefight came to life in an instant. Sentinel, Raptor, Cypher, and Aegis took cover where they could, but didn't push the armor soldiers back any. They centered precise, calculated shots where they had learned their vulnerabilities might lay, letting the opposing team move forward on them inch by inch. When the enemy team was close to bearing down on the 4 Ares members, the shots echoed off the lab walls so powerfully that no one heard the snick of the grenade pin being pulled from right beyond the airlock. But they noticed when one, and then a second, of the viscous gas grenades landed and exploded. All of Ares were still wearing their gas masks, and although they were equally blinded by the fog, it didn't burn at their ears, noses, and mouths like it did for the other mercenaries. With the upper hand obtained, they advanced. There were a few short minutes where vision was almost impossible, and Tempest slid into the haze like a shadow. She had memorized which of the armor team were helmetless, and found the first of them in the darkness, bringing them down with a few devastating blows before drawing her combat blade across their exposed throats. Except, the knife barely parted the flesh. She frowned, but didn't miss a beat, increasing the pressure until she got the result she wanted. It all happened in a flash before she dropped the body and moved towards the next, blood hot on her hands, but something stopped her. A hand around her ankle. From the body. The body with the slit throat. She kicked out with her free foot, catching the soldier in the head and making his hand release, but she was shaken nonetheless. Who the hell survives their throat being slit? Tempest thought furiously, already grappling with her next opponent. It should have been easy to find room to move in the massive vault, but the smoke and the unexpected durability of the armor team was throwing Ares off. Cypher, for all that the team considered him their computer geek, was a crack shot most of the time. Deep in that mountain, though, he felt like no single shot was shaking the bastards. He could see Raptor finally hit one in the throat and make them throw their heads back, and Cypher was sure his second-in-command had gotten the second kill behind Tempest. But the armor soldier's chin came back down to his chest, and Cypher watched, disbelieving, as the man raised his rifle and continued the assault.
Did anyone else see that?
Raptor growled over comms. In unison, a few of them answered in the affirmative.
Hawkeye.
Sentinel's voice came through calm and clear.
Fall back and get into position. Go for the head. See if you can break through the helmets. We need the instant kill, if you can manage it.
While the sniper took a knee after getting as much distance as possible, the rest of the team continued to spin their wheels. The ventilation cleared the air, and Cypher could see Tempest locked in hand-to-hand combat with one of the armor members. A wave of cold hit him when he saw the muscles of her legs quivering to hold herself in place as the woman she was fighting tried to pull her to the ground. Tempest was strong, almost obscenely so, and if she was struggling, it worried him. The tide turned when Tempest's opponent finally managed to get her off balance and deliver a devastating kick to Tempest's gut, sending her flying as if she weighed nothing. The distance should have been impossible, and they all heard the breath leave Tempest's lungs as she hit the floor hard.
Cover her!
Raptor snapped, and Aries reformed, giving up hard-earned ground to circle their fallen member as she struggled to her feet. There was a wheeze to her breathing, but she was conscious. As his vision cleared, Cypher heard the telltale, bone-deep crack of Hawkeye firing. He aimed for the woman who had been Tempest's adversary in her uncovered head, but with a movement that should have been impossible, she raised her arms in an X in front of her face at the crack of the arm, and Hawkeye's round took her in the forearm. By all accounts, the .338 Lupa Magnum round should have cut through both of her arms like butter and reached her skull, especially at such a close distance. But while she cried out, it wasn't a kill. The soldier dropped her arms, and Cypher got a good look at her one crippled arm and the red hole in it. But to everyone's shock, the round was simply embedded halfway in her other arm, where they had been crossed. So either the body armor was impossibly durable, or the soldiers themselves were. Or both. All Hawkeye had to say about the matter was a deadpan,
Huh.
before he was clearing the round from his rifle and firing again. He got the clean between the eyes hit that he had been seeking, and the soldier dropped slowly. First going to her knees, then to her hands, and finally the ground, rolling herself onto her back before collapsing in full, open eyes staring skyward. She should have been dead on impact, but a kill was a kill, even if somehow the round was still inside her skull instead of embedded in the lab wall. Not the body armor then, the opposing soldiers themselves. Cypher could feel the thread of familiarity in his mind vibrating, so with a quick request for cover, he moved back behind Sentinel and activated his optical display, zooming in on the downed soldier's face and examining where the bullet had sunk in. There was the expected gore, but it was different. The shot had cracked her skin like it was glass, hairline fractures running away from the jagged hole in her skull, not at random, but following hexagonal lines, a perfect pattern. He was momentarily stunned. None of the information that he had skimmed off the private Umbral servers mentioned anything like cybernetic skin. But there it was, right in front of him. The urge to dive as deep as possible into research itched at him, but with the cracks and booms of guns firing around him, he had more pressing matters to attend to. There was also the issue of what the Seed Vault lab was really working on, but unless he had to, he wasn't going to reveal what he knew. Cypher was already flying too close to the sun, but Aries was currently incredibly close to one of Umbral's top projects. He hadn't meant to come across the information while researching Project Chimera, but it was too late. It wasn't possible to scrub the truth from his mind. With nothing else to do, Cypher tried not to think about how he had been sneaking into the Umbral servers, tried not to think about what any of the armor soldiers might have already acquired, and simply did his job.
They're enhanced.
He told the team.
It is in their skin, not the clothing.
The rest of the team absorbed this information. Cypher rejoined the ranks, and Aries, like they always did, adjusted. Now that they knew what they were looking for, the offensive took a different turn. Jester could feel the sweat dripping down his neck beneath his gear, and he was losing humor with the situation with each passing moment. His hands were tingling from the constant vibrations of the shots he was firing, and his jaw was tight. The firefight was taking far too fucking long for Jester's taste. The death of the second armor soldier had their squad mates kicking the aggression up, one of them shooting into the glass window of the airlock and shattering it. The distraction didn't faze Aries, but the message was clear. We're coming through. Hawkeye downed the last two without helmets, and Aries finally outnumbered armor, 4-7. Jester ducked behind a lab station, the same one where Tempest was catching her breath, and looked over at her.
You good? Broken ribs, probably.
She gritted out.
Don't tell Aegis.
Jester chuckled. He didn't want to tell her that Aegis had probably diagnosed her immediately just from her breathing pattern or something similar. The lab was destroyed beyond recognition, and he knew good and well that unless they managed to salvage something from this bullshit mess, Umbral was going to be pissed. Their objectives were to bring a single live subject back for interrogation, if possible. But that was before they all knew that armor were some sort of cyber soldiers. Umbral would definitely want as many samples of something like that as possible. So Sentinel had made a split-second call and yelled out in his booming voice,
Surrender, and we'll take you in alive.
He might as well have been talking to the wall. For whatever damned reason, Armor was trying to push up on them as closely as possible, like they wanted to engage in hand-to-hand. It made no sense to the demolitions expert, but he had his eye on someone else. And from Cypher's reaction to the enemy's increasing closeness, there was something dangerous afoot. He knew the little shit had been dipping his fingers into Umbral's private digital cookie jar here and there. And while he was a dead man walking if he got caught, Jester didn't mind benefiting from it temporarily. He had caught on that something weird was going on with the Chimera mission, from Cypher's fidgetiness. And now, by the way the rookie was fighting like it was his last stand, Jester would bet that he was afraid of something. Something that made him desperate to stop the last 4 mercenaries getting any closer. Jester glanced at Tempest out of the corner of his eye.
Are you coming back in?
The woman nodded after checking her SMG.
Good.
He sighed.
I think this is about to become an all-hands-on-deck situation.
It had been a long, long time since he had been hit, so when the bullet caught him in the chest, blessedly deflected by his protective vest, Jester felt the first real shiver of apprehension. They were all getting tired, and while the armor soldiers died well enough, fatigue didn't seem to be an issue. They pressed and pressed and pressed, until Hawkeye, with a quiet curse, had to switch to his sidearm once more. Once armor was 12 or so feet from Aries, Cypher cracked.
I think I know what they were after in this lab,
he announced, tone thin.
I can't say for sure, but I have feelings that last vault is empty. I think they already have what they came for. What the hell are you talking about?
Raptor demanded.
Okay, see those cases they've got strapped to their legs? About foot long, solid black. It's a lead-lined carrying case. Umbral has been working on fast-acting radioactive assassination tool.
The words came out of the hacker in short bursts as he continued to keep pace with the rest of his team.
Polonium-210, in jet-infected format.
Cypher ducked behind a counter to reload.
Casings are also lead-lined, about size of marca, with single-loaded dose that can be administered by press of a button. Nearly instant, silent death from acute radiation sickness.
It couldn't really be called a silence, what with everything going on around them. But there was an unnerving wave of quiet that passed through the team, even as they continued to work like 7 ever-grinding gears. Cypher lied through his teeth.
There was mention of it in some of data I pulled at Havoc Lab. Just footnote, but it fits. It all fits. Damn it.
Sentinel gritted out after 10 long seconds.
And you just put this together? It isn't really a conductive environment for deep thinking, sir.
Cypher replied.
Fine. We've got to get some distance then. Fall back to the center vault.
You idiot, Jester thought as they slowly started to pull in back. Cypher. You absolute moron. It wasn't the worst situation he had ever been in, but it was the first time Raptor sensed any fraying at the bonds that connected Aries into a single unit. He heard the glass crunching under his boots as they got closer to the airlock. Raptor was to wait until he was fully inside to turn and lead the team into the center vault. If his guess was correct, he was about 1.5 minutes from beginning that maneuver, which would shift his role from rearguard to point. Sentinel would become rearguard on the other end of the line as they all turned one by one. They had done it, without exaggeration, hundreds of times before. He wasn't concerned. Raptor wasn't afraid, not for himself or his team. Hell, he wasn't sure that he even felt fear like other people did at that point in his life. Then, without a word exchanged, Armor clicked their rifles into their belts, slid identical reverse grip blades from wrist sheaths and into their hands, and charged. Raptor was in the airlock and had just turned, so he didn't see the assault at first. Cypher, directly behind him, had almost made the pivot, which made it even harder for Raptor to figure out what was going on. Sentinel called,
"Front!"
but the damn airlock was so tight. The 5 Aries members still outside of the lock were already firing, but they were forced to switch to close quarters tactics in a rush. Tempest was still injured, and there was a good chance their assailants had a device that could put each and every one of them down in an instant. They had to get some space. Behind him was a press of fighting bodies, so Raptor turned just enough to grab Cypher and hauled him out of the airlock and into the open of the center vault. They would either head right back inside, prepared, or the rest of the team would follow them out. His jaw was clenched so hard, Raptor thought his teeth might break, helplessness welling up in him like a fever. Then they finally followed. Aegis, Hawkeye, Tempest, Jester, and last was Sentinel, howling.
"Close the damn door!"
Raptor slammed his hand on the switch, and the door swished closed, an instant before the first armor soldier made it through, hitting the closed door like a battering ram. Leveraging his weight to keep it closed, despite the inner switch being activated over and over, Raptor had to fight both the strength of the soldier trying to push the door open and the mechanism of the door itself for a few seconds before the rest of the team sprung into action. Sentinel and Jester joined him, their shoulders and body weight adding to his, and Cypher worked his magic to disable the lock electronically, fingers flying over the screen on his wrist interface. With that done, they were only fighting the armor team who were trying to wrench it open, and their enhanced strength was crystal clear. Raptor set his jaw, locked his knees, and held. Voice strained from effort, Sentinel called,
"We need a full-scale neutralization. To hell with bringing any of them back breathing. Quick and complete. What do we have?" "I've got plenty of explosives, but letting them off around all this artillery would be a mistake."
Jester grunted, fighting just as hard to keep the door from being forced open.
"So, I guess it's gotta be chemical. It's ugly, but I've got a few concentrated sarin gas charges. Not instant, but close enough if we can lock them in this vault and get the hell out of here. Issue is going to be ventilation system."
Cypher added, already looking through the blueprints of the seed vault on his interface.
"They've got enough wireless access to kill power remotely, but ventilation system electronics are way older. It looks like control panel for it back near entrance. Problem is that if we cut all power, this place is going to freeze solid before Umbro can get anyone in here, and if that happens, it will be all of our asses. So..."
He went silent, double-checking this plan before nodding once.
"Okay, I've got it. Jester. 1 electrical charge placed precisely on outside of entry between front and back vaults should fry wiring. I've marked the area and sent it to you. I'm sure they'll be able to breach even that massive door, so you're going to have to time everything out perfectly. I'll tell you as soon as I have ventilation cut off."
Their leader didn't even hesitate.
"Good. Hawkeye, go with them. Jester, as soon as they are out of this vault, go set the gas and the electrical charges. We'll hold them in place until it's done. Now move."
Exhausted, the 7 of them still functioned like a perfect dance. Hawkeye and Cypher ran towards the front of the vault, a long distance, but one that should be free of any obstacles. Meanwhile, Jester stepped away from the door just long enough for Tempest and Aegis to take his place. The demolition expert checked the schematics from Cipher on his much smaller wrist interface and got to work. Raptor had hoped to hold armor in the airlock, but the cybernetically modified team wasn't suffering from the same fatigue. The reinforced glass of the porthole window mirroring the one on the inner airlock door went first, raining shards down on the 4 Aries members. Then, the metal began to creak as it bent inward. He was sure armor was going to manage to push through. When the first one reached their arm through the shattered window, blindly reaching, he knew that trying to hold the door any longer was going to be pointless. They fell back, weapons at the ready, and began to fire as soon as the opposing 4 came through. Jester rejoined them soon enough, bringing them back to 5 against 4. He kept telling himself mentally that it shouldn't be much longer, that Cipher and Hawkeye were moving as quickly as they could. Maybe, if Tempest had been at full strength, or maybe if Jester hadn't taken so long to set the charges, they could have kept them at some sort of distance. But the towering racks of artillery and the cramped spaces between them made it impossible. And before Raptor knew it, he was fighting hand to hand with a man that had a punch like an oncoming train. His opponent still had the reverse grip knife in his hand, but Raptor wasn't overly worried about the blade. His body armor should have absorbed any slash or stab. The fights, both the one he was stuck in and the ones around him, were ugly and brutal. He pushed his gas mask up despite his better judgment, needing better vision and tasting blood in his mouth. The other man might have been armed and enhanced, but Raptor was the better fighter. There was something to the way he fought, fist to jaw and knee to kidney, that still carried echoes of the brawls he would get into as a hungry, whip-thin kid on the streets. It made him intelligent in a way that a lot of other soldiers weren't, and it made him able to take his opponent to the ground, slamming his helmeted head on the concrete floor. He let the knife edge catch him in the shoulder as he moved to draw his sidearm, but his grip stuttered when the blade unexpectedly cut through his gear and right into his flesh, sinking deep. The pain was a lightning flash that Raptor ignored, grabbing the other man's wrist and wrenching it sideways. The bone didn't crack like he expected, but he released the knife, which Raptor jerked from his shoulder with a grunt. And with his uninjured arm, he stabbed upwards until the blade slid up and under the other man's chin, parting his enhanced skin with a sound not unlike the crackle of breaking ceramic, and with one final push, up through the jaw and into the skull. Raptor jumped off the man as soon as he went limp, and took in the scene around him, ignoring the throb in his shoulder. Sentinel was engaged with one soldier, Jester was backing up Tempest with another, and Aegis was trying to take down the third. He watched the medic kick her larger opponent aside, but as the man landed heavily, Aegis wasn't able to close the distance and finish the job quickly enough. Everything happened at once. They all heard Cipher's sharp "Now" from their comms. In the same moment, Raptor watched the man Aegis had been fighting jerk open the matte black box on his thigh. Raptor felt like his heart would pound out of his chest as the man yanked a single black cylinder, perfectly sized to fit in his palm, out, and held it in front of him like a talisman. Aegis skipped to a stop, but the armored soldier struck out like a viper and grabbed her around the ankle, jerking her leg out from under her and bringing her to one knee. Sentinel's voice was muffled in Raptor's ears as he yelled for them to evacuate the vault. Jester ready to blow first the door charge and then the sarin charges when they were all free. He and Aegis were the furthest from the door. They'd never make it. Not with the last 2 armored soldiers already sprinting after the rest of Aries, and the soldier Aegis was engaged with armed with the pneumatic polonium device. He couldn't leave her. He wouldn't be able to leave any of his team, but definitely not Aegis. Fear trickled in. He could still feel it after all. Raptor yanked his gas mask back over his face and snapped it shut.
Set off the gas and close the door, but don't fry the wiring,
He yelled.
We'll be right behind you.
Their leader almost never hesitated, but there was a single heartbeat of time where Raptor saw Sentinel looking at him across the distance, right at the mouth of the vault entrance door. But Raptor was second in command, and Sentinel had given him the trust time and time again. He did it one more time, rushing Tempest and Jester out before the door slammed shut behind them. A second later, the sarin gas charges popped, and the noxious fumes began to fill the air. It wasn't ideal, but his and Aegis's masks should keep them safe long enough to rejoin the rest of the team on the other side. He ignored the two free enemies, hearing them start to choke. Raptor sprinted towards Aegis, more than ready to get the hell out of the vault. With his blood rushing in his ears, he could barely hear what the medic was telling him as he drew close.
No!
She shouted.
Raptor, don't!
Then the cyber soldier had Aegis under him in the struggle, and he put the hard bar of his arm across her neck even as she bucked and kicked underneath him. Raptor saw the polonium device in his hand, saw the way he was fighting to bring it to the thrashing medic's temple, and did something brilliantly, horrendously foolish. Anything else would have taken too long. Raptor didn't waste time pulling his sidearm or even his combat knife. Aegis had only inches, only seconds until certain death, and the scraps of the good man he might have been screamed for him to act. So he did. Wrapping his arm around the armor soldier's neck, he wrenched him backwards and off of Aegis. It took all of his strength, and his grip wasn't what it should have been because of his shoulder, but it was enough, and he fell backwards with the other man in a vicious headlock, freeing his teammate. She scrambled to her feet, but it wasn't quick. Raptor felt a rush of relief at seeing her stand, though, and it was powerful enough that he barely registered the press of lead-lined steel against the back of his gloved hand around the man's neck. But he did hear the pneumatic hiss of the device injecting. Freezing, high-pressure streams of liquid cut through the glove, skin, muscle, and into bone. And it was done. They were screaming at her over the comms.
Aegis! Aegis! Cypher is down, do you copy? Aegis!
It was a cacophony of all of them, but she didn't have the breath to answer. Every ounce of air was given to the task of hauling all 200-plus pounds of Raptor to the exit. The last of the armor soldiers vomited, choked, and died around them. She lowered him just enough to pound on the exit door, gasping,
It's me!
hoping they would hear her over all their yelling. The door switched open, and immediately Sentinel was there to take the burden of her second in command. Aegis stumbled out into the clean air, ripping the mask from her face as soon as the door closed behind her again. Sentinel took one look at her and held his fist up, silencing the rest of the team. Aegis knew she was probably in some sort of shock, but that didn't fucking matter. Raptor was dying, and something had happened to Cypher.
Get the helmets off.
She said, not caring who followed her directions, only that it was done.
Hawkeye, what happened?
Aegis listened, already on her knees next to Cypher as the sniper gingerly undid the unmoving man's helmet. His dark blonde hair was streaked with blood, and his eyes were open, staring. He was dead. She took his pulse anyway. All she could hear was a static buzz. All of Aries had eyes. They could see the same thing she did. The ragged bullet hole at the back of the young hacker's head, embedding inside the front of his now empty helmet. No CPR, no field medicine could undo the way his skull had been shattered, or the devastation of his gray matter. Hawkeye spoke. The female, inexperienced armor member that they had knocked out and planned to bring alive to Umbral had awoken when he and Cypher were finished and heading back. The sniper said, in his monotone voice, that there had been no movement from her at all, no way to know she was alive. Until, from the ground, she raised her sidearm and sunk a single shot into the back of Cypher's head before Hawkeye could put her down in nearly the same way. It was a freak accident, such a random chance that no one could have anticipated it. A chill of grief rippled through the team as the medic moved from Cypher to Raptor, who was alive but barely. His brown skin had taken on a gray cast, and his pupils were pinpoints. Raptor was conscious, his eyes following her every move as she tried to shut off the human part of her mind and just become the medic. Aegis worked, everything else around them fading away. There was so fucking little she could do for this, but she wasn't going to stop. Not when the dead body of one of her crewmates was laying right there, an arm's length away, and Raptor was still breathing under her flying hands. Aegis, stop, Raptor rasped. We both know how this ends. I'm done. Shut up, she hissed. It's polonium-210, he countered. He caught Vu in the hand. A messy strike too. We're vaccinated, she argued. Open your mouth. Aegis. Gideon. Aegis's teeth were clenched, and the words were forced between them. Open your goddamn mouth before I do it for you, he acquiesced, and with tiny sips of water from her belt canteen, she had him swallow potassium iodine pills, followed by Prucina blue capsules. The latter wasn't known to help with polonium, but she wasn't taking any chances. Aegis refused to think about how the ridiculously high dose would be too much for any field cure she had, and how he was only still with them because of how distant his hand was from his core. The affected extremity hung limp at his side, swollen, the beds of his fingernails blood red. Raptor could barely swallow, but they got the pills in him. Then she had nothing left to do, and sat back on her heels, watching his face and listening to the battle of his breathing. Aegis heard a calm, almost comforting, deep voice behind her. Sentinel. Tell me what to do. Send someone out. Call for extraction. If we have any chance, we've got to get him back to Umbral. Sentinel pointed to Tempest, and then to the tunnel leading out of the mountain. The rookie nodded once, and took off at a jog. Is he safe to carry? The commander asked. Aegis hesitated. Yes. For us. Since we all got humanized radiation vaccine, I believe so. It's only affecting him so badly because the injection was intraosseous. In her heart, she knew that at least Sentinel would have probably carried the poisoned man out, even if he was dangerous to the touch. But he wouldn't risk the rest of Aries unless she gave him the okay. Fuck that. Raptor's voice was almost a whisper. Leave me. It's not worth the risk. Aegis's thoughts were a jumble of self-loathing. He's suffering because he saved me. Me. All too human emotions were welling up in her, and she had the absurd fear that her team might see the fear in her eyes. So, she only looked at Raptor. I'm the medic here, and I'm making the call. He grabbed her wrist with his good hand, her unlikely friend, her savior, held her gaze. Alitza, don't try and be a hero. Not for me. She shook her head. Cypher's death hung over them like a thundercloud. Then you shouldn't have been one back there either, Gideon. Aegis turned around to look at Sentinel, who had removed his mask too, and nodded once.
Let's move out,
he boomed, and the shaken, still standing members of Aries fell into position.
Hawkeye and I will carry Raptor.
Aegis saw the commander's jaw tighten as he gave the final order.
We leave Cipher.
The mission to the Svalbard Seed Vault was considered a success, but only by a razor-thin margin. There were no survivors from the group, armor, that had infiltrated the vault in order to collect the polonium pneumatic devices, but their corpses provided enough information for Umbral that the mega corporation was satisfied. All of Aries had to go through radiation decontamination. Once they were released, they were interrogated by the heads of the Eclipse Initiative to see if they held any extra information about the cybernetically enhanced soldiers. After that was finished, they were free to rest up and ready themselves for the next assignment whenever it came in. There were no mentions of their fallen squadmate, Cypher, besides to confirm how exactly he had died. All they knew about Raptor was that he was alive, somewhere in the depths of one of Umbral's medical facilities, and in an induced coma with the shallow hopes that he might pull through. The team grieved, but each of them were forced to do so on their own. There was no room for an elite special forces group like Aries to go through a loss together, not when it would threaten to weaken them. So all alone, they mourned Cypher. 6 pillars of solitude. Ultimately, the seed vault was retaken, and none of the polonium cache had made it into the outside world, besides the molecules inside of Raptor. Umbral gained the dead of whatever rival corporation had sent in armor, and all the time in the world to dissect the corpses and learn their secrets. Ares benefited, at least a little. The incredibly sharp blades that armor had been carrying turned out to be monomolecular technology, with edges sharpened down to such a small degree that they could slice at nearly the molecular level. Umbral allowed a single one to be carried by the close quarter combat specialists in a few exclusive Eclipse Initiative teams, which meant that Tempest received a blade. Hawkeye was the other Ares member that was given a boon from the Svalbard mission. While he still felt like shit about what had happened back in the vaults, he accepted the gift of the optical camouflage readily. Umbral's scientists had managed to switch the passive energy field power source to an individually carried source, so the sniper could use it anywhere he pleased. Hawkeye was almost invisible when he was posted up anyway, but now he would be almost unstoppable. It wasn't long until he got to try it in either. Ares' sniper was called upon to sub in for a sniper on a different Eclipse Initiative team, only a few days after the Svalbard mission. The other team's sniper had been injured in combat hours before the team was to be deployed. It was a simple mission, since the team was less experienced than Ares by a stretch. Hawkeye posted on the edge of a cliff, invisible, while his temporary team infiltrated a small South American village below. He rested on his stomach, silent, and watched through his scope as the mission progressed. It was easy work. His mind wandered to uncomfortable places. Sweating beneath his uniform, Hawkeye blinked. Each time he did, behind his closed eyes, he saw flashes of that frozen night beneath the mountain. His own hand picking up the discarded armor pistol, waiting, just breathing, while Cypher shut down the ventilation system and let the team know they were good to proceed. The lightning-quick movement of wrenching Cypher's helmet and attached comms off his head and snaking his arm around his squadmate's neck. Cypher's hands digging at his arm, the fair skin of his face going cyanotic. Breathing. Fuck. Ivan, I'm so sorry. I'm so goddamn sorry. It was the longest sentence he had ever said to the kid. Then, lowering the unconscious body to the ground and sinking the single shot into the back of his head. Slightly messy and off-center to look like a wild shot from the ground. It wasn't the only friendly fire kill he had made for Umbral, but it might have been the hardest. But he had his orders. Hawkeye had his job. The sniper breathed steady, hot wind blowing over him. Like always, he waited. Sometimes Ivan still dreamt of Siberia, and how the horrible, dreadful vastness of it seemed to stretch out forever. He remembered how it felt impossible to escape that place, how a mechanic's son in a nearly empty mining town might be born and die in the same hospital, decades apart, without ever tasting the salt of the sea, or standing in the beating heart center of an actual city. Sometimes he dreamt of his mother, pale and blonde, speaking his real, full name, and promising him he was destined for more than that place. For more than the permafrost earth, Serbian nights, and blue-green ribbons on the horizon, and a cold so fierce that it burned when he breathed in. No matter what he dreamt, though, he still woke up in his efficiency apartment provided by Umbral, in a bed that was too soft for his back, brewing coffee so strong a black that it actually made him feel alive for a few minutes at a time. Ivan had become something more than the mechanic's son, but to him it felt like he had traded one prison for another. But at least the one he was in was of his own choosing. Sort of. He discovered his talent for working with electronics when he was just 12. The school he attended managed to bring in some prehistoric-looking laptops, and while the other kids spent their time hunting and pecking on the keyboards and gawking at the screens, Ivan seemed to pour himself into the old machine. He became a part of it, and within days knew it better inside and out than he knew his own body. It was wondrous, a miracle to the boy. At first he had gotten detention for tearing the things apart and putting them back together better and faster. But soon enough, one of his teachers reported his prowess to someone in the government sphere. Within days, Ivan's parents were getting calls telling them that their son had earned a scholarship to attend a prestigious private school in Moscow. It would come with a job already waiting for him when he finished school 8 years later, earning more yearly than his father had in his entire life. The only catch? He'd be working for the Russian military when he graduated. If he did well enough, they wouldn't force him through the same physical training as the other soldiers. But he was still going to be indebted to the government for a good portion of his life if they took the opportunity. Despite that, all his parents saw was a chance for a better life for their only son. What was the problem with a government job anyway? Sure, megacorporations ruled the world, and individual government entities were a shadow of what they had once been. But the Kozlovs didn't know that. They didn't even have internet access. So, Ivan's parents had kissed his wind-chapped cheeks and loaded him onto a train, destined for a better life, or so they thought. His scholarship wasn't a lie, really. They kept their word for the most part, but only in the most basic sense. He went to that prestigious school, got to live in the comfortable, warm dormitories with other boys his age, But that wasn't all. Ivan only went to class half the day. The other half, he spent training. Sat in front of a computer for hours on end, Ivan was trained to breach any network, take down any mainframe. Then they would have him studying the hardware of it all, using his hands and not his mind to tear things apart and examine the wiry guts. He learned these things alongside a few other kids his age, but there were also full-grown soldiers too. It was the latter group that became resentful as Ivan shot to the top of all the classes, outshining even the professors assigned to him. Ivan Kozlov was brilliant, a bright and shining thing, shackled to a failing government for the foreseeable future. The years passed, and Ivan's shackles started to chafe. At first, it made him feel terrible. Was he being ungrateful? Wasn't this what he wanted? To be more than the sum of all his parts? But the boy missed his parents even if he didn't miss his home. And he missed the never-ending reach of the dreams he once allowed himself to have. Now, he knew what he would be when he was an adult, without a doubt. A tool, even if he was a shiny one. At 17, Ivan had learned everything he could, and more. He had surged past all the Russian government could teach him, and was learning everything else independently. They started having him back up already active agents in cyber attacks, and he was shocked at how shallow and boring it all was. Move money here, steal intel there. Was that all he would ever be destined for? Where was the excitement, the groundbreaking, heart-pounding work he had imagined? That's when he saw his escape route. During one job he was assisting with, unpaid of course, Ivan and the rest of the team ran into something that none of them had ever seen before. An endless, almost impenetrable firewall, more complex and convoluted than any of them could imagine. "What the hell is this?" Ivan asked, looking at the older man next to him that was running lead on the digital attack. "An automatic failure for us. That's what it is," he spit back, pressing the heels of his hands against his eyes. "Volga." There were numerous megacorporations that all but ruled the world, and the biggest one in Russia was the Volga firm. It was a shock to his system to hear that Volga's technology was light years ahead of the government's. They had equipment and inventions that he had never even heard of before, and their agents were free to do as they pleased, morals be damned, as long as they got results. In that moment, Ivan knew Volga was his way out of the contract his parents had signed. All he had to do was prove himself an asset worth acquiring, and he was sure Volga would do anything to gain a man like Ivan. But he also knew that he only had one chance, because once he made his move, the Russian government would castigate him if Volga didn't decide to pull him out. Volga wouldn't want anything from the government. They were above that, and probably already had access to everything the government knew. So what did they want? What could he provide them that would make him stand out? One megacorporation clung to the title as leader of the pack, and had done so for years, and it wasn't Volga. The Umbral Group, based out of the United States, was the corporation to beat. So, Ivan thought, if he could breach Umbral's cybersecurity system and steal even a little morsel of information, he could offer it to Volga and barter it for his freedom. He waited until night had fallen and took his private laptop down to the computer lab. Ivan worked in the dark, face lit up by the anemic blue light of his screen, and began the most arduous task of his entire life. The young man started at 11 p.m. He didn't crack the surface of Umbral's servers until 3:20 a.m., sweat pouring down his face from stress. Alarms were going off at Umbral's HQ. He was sure of it. Going in soft and quiet had been impossible. So Ivan had to brute force his way in, stealing a short list of private contacts before fleeing the server and shutting the proverbial door behind him. As quickly as he could, he opened the contact list, planning to send it to Volga straight away and demand they pull him from the school as soon as he could. Except when he opened the file, which should have contained 10 names with contact information attached. There was just one name, over and over again, along with a bone-chilling message attached to the end.
Ivan Kozlov, we see you.
It read 10 times over. Shaking, he slammed the laptop shut and felt tears pressing against the back of his eyeballs as his panic built and built. Ivan didn't sleep that night. He laid in his dormitory bed and stared at the ceiling, waiting for the sun to rise and his fate to make itself known. School security came at 7 a.m., and Ivan stood without them even saying a word to indicate who they needed. He walked between the two guards, fists clenched to hide how hard he was quivering. The terror was so strong it made him nauseous. In the office of the school's director, Ivan pulled at the sleeves of his uniform and waited. The middle-aged man behind the desk was a different one than when he first arrived all those years ago. He looked exhausted, and he held Ivan's gaze for long minutes before sighing heavily. "You have two options, Mr. Kozlov. Expulsion and potentially extradition to be tried for cyber theft in the United States. Or you can leave now. We'll mark you as graduated and Umbral agents will immediately pick you up." The second sentence had his head spinning. "I don't understand." "We wanted 10 years of your time once you were done here, you foolish young man. They want your secrecy and your obedience for the rest of your life." With that said, the director turned his computer monitor around so Ivan could see it, and there was a man he had never seen before on a video call. He was dressed in a sharp black suit, hair combed back from his eyes, and expensive glasses perched on his nose. There was a knowing smirk on his face. "Mr. Kozlov, I'm here on behalf of the Umbral Group, and more specifically, their covert operations sector, the Eclipse Initiative. We are both upset and impressed at what you could accomplish on your own last night, but we can't let you get away with such a crime. We will make it simple for you to atone for your sins, though, if you're willing." "I stole nothing," Ivan insisted. "It was just a document with my name on it, over and over." "Ah, yes, but it was the intention that matters. Don't you agree?" The man on the screen leaned forward and steepled his fingers together. "So, here's my offer to you. I can send a flight for you, and you'll be at headquarters by evening, undergoing the initiation process. And once your training is done, you'll have access to world-class, cutting-edge technology, and the chance to be challenged. New jobs, new equipment, new locations, all the time." "And what's the catch, exactly?" The man chuckled. "You'll belong to us, Mr. Kozlov. And if you try to pull something like you did last night, it will be not just your life that is forfeit, but your family's life as well. Loyalty is the most important attribute that we require in our employees. What do you say?" There was no question. Ivan had aimed to be recruited by Volga, but caught the eye of Umbral instead. for better or for worse. The image of his mother, her sweet, pale face smiling when she hugged him during the last holiday he visited home, flashed through his mind's eye. It was a risk, but he had to know. Will I be paid? When the director gasped at the audacity, and the man from Umbral raised his eyebrows, Ivan quickly added, Only so I could support my parents. Umbral's ambassador sighed. Yes. Once your training is complete, you will receive a handsome stipend. Now you're testing my patience. What is your answer? Ivan gave up trying to hide his excitement, letting it flow through him freely. Yes, I accept. I'll start packing. Good. We look forward to seeing you soon, Mr. Kozlov. Umbral broke him down to pieces, to the very atoms of himself. They took his body and ran it into the ground until he came back stronger, faster. At a rate that should have been impossible, they filled his mind with more and more information until he was sure it could hold no more. But then it did. Ivan learned to fight, to shoot, and how to let his identity fall away until he was just a lump of clay, a blank slate, ready to be added to any team within the Eclipse Initiative. Then finally, they took his name. The day he joined the Advanced Recon and Extraction Squad, known as Aries, he stopped being Ivan and became Sci-Fi. It was his code name, but it was more than that. It was the badge that said he was an elite soldier, one of Umbral's top electronic warfare specialists. He always knew, in the back of his mind, that he had sold himself and all his talents to Umbral. Sci-Fi should have been the obedient agent that he promised. But even after he had been destroyed and reforged, there was that little spark inside of him. The spark of curiosity. And while he lived for the moments when brand new technology was put into his hands, Sci-Fi was bitter that he was dropped into the field with his team, repeatedly, with little to no information. So, he skimmed off the top, just enough information so that he knew what his team's missions involved. It wasn't until the Chimera incident that he ever went below the surface level, and he regretted it immediately. What he found terrified him, and it made him off his game for the entire mission. But like a drug, he kept going back. The things that Umbral was involved in were so surreal that he couldn't stop. Sci-Fi was addicted. Which was why, when he and the rest of Aries was dropped into the frigid Svalbard night, Sci-Fi already knew what monstrous thing was hiding deep in the Sandstone Mountain. It was why Hawkeye, his friend, his squad mate, a man that was supposed to be a brother to him, a man he trusted, wrapped his arms around Sci-Fi's neck, pressed the barrel of a pistol to the base of his skull. Sci-Fi knew too much, and that was not acceptable. But at least, when they were first dropped, when the chopper left, he snatched one look at the northern lights in the sky and felt the chill on his face. It reminded him for a moment of those empty, Siberian expanses of his childhood. A few hours before he died, Sci-Fi closed his eyes, breathed in until it burned from the cold. And for those few, precious, shivering seconds, he was home. There was a rift in his team. It was there, in the way they moved, in the way they spoke to one another. and in their faces. Sentinel didn't know why it shook him up so much. He had been on many teams, in all positions from rookie to leader, and all of them had their issues. But there was a rift in Aries, and it bothered him. He couldn't tell if it was a crack or a canyon, and there just wasn't time for him to figure it out. He was their leader, damn it, and somehow he had lost 2 members in the blink of an eye. One dead, and one slowly decaying in some top-secret Umbral hospital room. Sentinel knew better than to care for his team as individuals, for the people under the helmets and masks and layers of body armor. But he had messed up. Maybe it was his age or some slow degradation of his brain. But he worried about them, wanted them to be safe, wanted them to trust in him again, the way they used to. The way they had before they carried Raptor out of that god-forsaken seed vault, his skin sloughing away every time they had to adjust their grip. The way they had before they had all stood outside the crematory oven, hands clasped behind their backs, as Cypher burned to ash. Before he had passed Aegis's apartment and heard her and Tempest scream sobbing from behind the door. But there was no going back, only forward. And sitting with his team in the back of the transport vehicle, he could almost pretend that rift wasn't there. Aries was silent, only the click-clacking of weapons being loaded and adjusted filling the air. No grief, no rage, nothing. Just the cool, confident team they were supposed to be. It was a facade, but no one but Sentinel would know it. There was one person talking, though, and they'd been talking almost non-stop since Aries had landed near Brownsville and been herded onto the transport. Sentinel's team was so varied in skills that they were almost always deployed as an autonomous unit. But their mission today required a specialist, and that specialist came in the form of Umbral's top deepwater specialist, codenamed Mariner. And Mariner liked to talk, even when he didn't receive any sort of answer. He wasn't sure why in the hell Umbral considered him to be their top specialist in the field for deepwater jobs, but it became clear that he was incredibly knowledgeable. Annoying, but knowledgeable. Everyone on Aries could dive. It was a requirement of the job, but that didn't make any of them experts. Saturation diving was a whole different animal altogether, and for the first time in a long time, Sentinel felt a tinge of nervousness about the upcoming mission. If all went well, they would only have a minor risk of decompression sickness. And while they had been on a few smaller missions between this one and Svalbard, the sickening truth was that Svalbard had not gone well. And he was putting a lot of faith in a complete unknown, Mariner. And he didn't fucking like it. The back of the transport truck was hotter than hell, and they weren't dressed any less heavily for their assignment, underwater or not. Aries all knew the basics of diving, but if things went according to plan, they wouldn't have to. 200 miles out into the ocean, a diving support vessel was floating, and attached to it, a diving bell that would take them down into the depths, the Sigsbee Abyssal Plain to be exact. Just weeks earlier, Umbral's Oceanic Division had found something remarkable down there, and as everyone already knew, Umbral wasn't known for their patience. So, it was up to Aries to figure shit out, and Sentinel knew they would succeed, rift or not. He cleared his throat, interrupting Mariner's long-winded explanation about oxygen toxicity, to which he heard Jester mutter a quiet, "Thank fucking God." "I want to go over everything before we board the boat that will take us out to the support vessel. It's unlikely, but if whoever is on board the habitat is hostile, and if they have gotten wind of Umbral having discovered them, there may be some sort of retaliation, which is why we won't get much time to talk on the way out, okay? When Sentinel got nods all around, he continued. As you all know, 17 days ago, one of Umbral's deep water scans found something strange. They were looking for a broken arrow, as far as I've been told, but that isn't what they found. Instead, the scan picked up the nearly 75-year-old autonomous aquatic habitat, known as Haven, or Hydro-Aquatic Vessel for Exploration and Navigation. It was a prototype for long-term aquatic research, based on similar Antarctic research stations, and there was a team of scientists and engineers living full-time on board for a year. There aren't a lot of records from the expedition. The government destroyed most of it. What we do know is that they had good, regular contact with the expedition team for 3 months, and then things went spotty. By the 6th month mark, there was complete radio silence, and the habitat and all on board were considered lost. It was an insanely expensive experiment for the time, and all signs pointed to an implosion and complete loss of craft and crew. Now, more intense scanning by Umbral has found that not only is Haven intact, it's also possible that it's currently occupied. This would mean that the old rumors about Haven having been made from experimental, possibly extraterrestrial materials are true. The structure wouldn't have lasted otherwise. Umbral wants us to assess the situation with the potential life forms on board, eliminate any threats, and open the way for the marine salvage teams to come in. Now, this was, again, 75 years ago, so everything is going to be incredibly outdated. Because of this, Mariner will take point until we're on board Haven and are confident that the place isn't going to collapse in on us. We're descending in a diving bell that Umbral has placed for us. This is a closed bell design, and we won't be getting into the water at any point unless there is an emergency. The bell will be at surface pressure, and will stay that way unless, when it docks to Haven, it senses that the habitat is at a different atmosphere. Haven was kept at ambient surface pressure when it was originally placed, with pressurization or depressurization taking place in one of 2 airlocks, if diving was ever required. If it no longer is, then the bell is capable of compressing us to the correct pressure before entering. Hawkeye will be filling in for Sentinel caught himself before he said the name. Filling in for our tech specialist role. And he has sent all of you an overhead map of Haven. Are we ready then? Aegis speaks up. That's the blacked out area on the map. Sentinel's jaw tightens. We aren't exactly sure. At first, Umbral was under the impression that it was just an electromagnetic artifact throwing off the scanners, but it has appeared on every subsequent scan too. It isn't on any of the original plans, or even photos of Haven. It could either be something unrelated on the ocean floor, or something inorganic that the original research team managed to attach to the habitat. We will need to exhibit extreme caution when working in that area. Agreement rolled through the team. No one was wearing a helmet, and Sentinel took a second to look at their bare faces. Aegis, Hawkeye, Jester, and Tempest, all of them armed with their close-quarters loadout. Relaxed, but only somewhat. Always alert. His team, and the invisible hairline fractures between them. It had taken 6 long hours to get from the coast to the diving support vessel, and Tempest was already sick of the ocean. But she'd have swam the distance if they had given her the option, just to get away from Mariner. The deepwater specialist was only a little older than her, and bright-eyed in a way that set Tempest's teeth on edge. The soldiers recruited for the Eclipse Initiative usually all fit within a certain stoic mold, but every once in a while, there was a talent that was great enough that a little extra personality was tolerated. Tempest didn't care how good Mariner was, though. Letting someone like him out into the field was a gross oversight. Had to be. Mariner hadn't been quiet for a solid 5 minutes yet. But they had finally arrived, and it was time to board the diving bell. Tempest had never been in one before, and when you lived a life of intense structure and discipline like she did, novelty was rare. She wasn't exactly excited, but the assignment could be worse. She finished strapping her monomolecular blade to her forearm, making sure the sheath was firmly in place so it didn't cut through. Mariner had disappeared above deck, ready to do his actual job for once, instead of lecturing Aries on the intricacies of saturation diving and all related subjects. Tempest lingered, giving the other soldier enough of a head start before following into the bright light above. The salty air clung to the skin of her face as the team assembled on the deck of the vessel. The diving bell, a hulking metallic capsule, swayed gently above the water, tethered to the ship by thick cables. Its round portholes stared out like eyes, reflecting and distorting her own image back at her. Sentinel motioned to Mariner, who then gave the signal to board. Each member of the team donned their sleek, high-tech diving helmets, the faint buzz of integrated regulators and life support systems humming in their ears. Almost perfectly in time with each other, they fastened the airtight seals, shutting themselves away from the outside world. Mariner's voice crackled over the intercoms.
"Prepare for descent,"
he instructed, directing the team into the diving bell, one by one, like pieces of a carefully orchestrated puzzle. Tempest went last, and out of habit she looked behind her to see if Raptor was bringing up the rear. He wasn't, his absence making her stuck in a frustrated breath. Instead, to make sure no one else saw her error, she glanced back at the research vessel. It was the last glimpse of familiar territory before the plunge into the abyss. Inside the bell, the atmosphere was tense, the space cramped. She ducked her head and found her seat while the massive doors sealed shut with a hiss. It reminded her uncomfortably of the negative pressure hospital rooms she had spent her time in as a kid. And beneath her uniform, her hairs stood on end. It was dark, and while she could hear Aegis and Jester talking faintly, it was all just background noise to her. Of course, there was no danger, no threats inside the bell, but it was against her nature to let her guard down. The lighting system, designed to conserve power and minimize external reflections, emitted a subtle blue hue that facilitated visibility without disrupting their adaptation to the dark environment. Everything was compact and made of ergonomic seating arrangements, engineered to optimize space utilization within the limited confines of the bell. The portholes, though small, were fabricated from a specialized, tempered glass capable of withstanding the intense external pressure. The Sigsbee abyssal plane was, from what she understood, obscenely deep. At that point, Mariner was the only outlier left inside with them. The rest of the support vessel's staff left on board to monitor remotely. The specialist accessed a sophisticated navigational system, interfaced with sonar and mapping technology, allowing for precise spatial awareness during their descent.
"Preparations complete,"
Mariner declared, his voice resonating through the metal hull.
"Prepare to dive."
The diving bell lurched into motion, slowly descending into the azure depths. Tempest hissed through her teeth, nerves replaced by annoyance when she felt Jester's elbow digging into her side, and his mocking voice asking,
"Scared, rookie? Did you leave your floaties behind? Go fuck yourself, Jester. Later."
he chuckled.
"It's a little too crowded in here for me."
Through the portholes, Aries caught fleeting glimpses of sunlight piercing the surface, their connection to the world above slowly diminishing. The ever-darkening blue embraced the craft like a cloak, dappling stars dimmed by the second. The silence inside the bell was punctuated only by the soft creaking of the metal and the rhythmic breathing of the team. It was eerie, and by the looks on the rest of the team's faces, she wasn't the only one who felt that way. She was an expert in close quarters combat, but there were regular close quarters, and then there was the sinking, underwater tomb that was the diving bell. Tempest was ready to be done. Her ears popped, and she suppressed a grimace. It had taken even more hours to reach the Sigsbee Abyssal Plain, and the uneasiness of it all was starting to show even in the usually unflappable Aries members. The diving bell was equipped with a small amount of food storage, and Aegis had forced a meal of MREs on them a few hours in. That food was churning in her stomach now. Equipment started to ping, and Mariner was once again silent, sitting in front of the diving bell's controls and watching everything from a camera feed being wired in from outside. Tempest could see lines of text and images flickering across his heads-up display.
5 minutes out from docking procedure. Helmets on and air supplies primed. We have no idea if Haven still has breathable air.
She heard Jester grumble next to her, fumbling with his diving helmet.
Hey Hawkeye, have you ever heard of the Byford Dolphin incident?
Hawkeye didn't even look up from the Chris Vector 10mm that he was checking over for the 5th time in an hour. But Mariner made a strangled noise, and Tempest could see Aegis blanch with her helmet halfway on her head.
Jester, please,
the medic said, her voice thin, and Jester simply laughed. She knew what the munitions expert was referencing, but put it swiftly from her mind. If she was going to be shot through a keyhole like a tube of human toothpaste, then at least she wouldn't know what hit her. A shudder ran through the bell, and it came to a stop. When Umbral had discovered Haven, a more detailed search of the area had revealed some remnants of Haven's original diving bell umbilical and clump weight. This, along with the records from the original experiment, had allowed them to drop the current bell almost perfectly outside of Haven's docking hatch. Outside of the porthole, the structure of Haven was illuminated by the yellow lights on the exterior of the bell, fighting hard against the all-encompassing darkness of the depths. They could barely see anything, just metal, algae-covered surfaces and a perfectly intact hatch. Well, I'll be damned, Tempest thought. This is really happening then. We're going inside. Everything was, of course, outdated, but all of this had been taken into consideration. Modifications had been made to make sure everything was compatible. But she didn't think she was imagining the tension in Mariner's spine as things started to shift into place.
Descent complete. Commence docking procedure.
The mechanical arms of the diving bell slowly extended, the metallic clinks reverberating through the cramped chamber. As they reached out to make contact with Haven, the team held their breath, unsure if the aged machinery would function as intended after so many decades of disuse.
Easy does it.
Mariner's voice resonated through their communication headsets. With a sudden jolt, the diving bell latched onto the Haven habitat. The seals groaned and creaked under the pressure, and the entire chamber seemed to shudder as the two structures connected. Aries exchanged cautious glances, their eyes darting between the seals and the equipment, hoping for a secure docking.
Steady,
Mariner commanded, speaking more to the machinery than anyone else in the bell. His grip on the controls tightened as he watched for any signs of malfunction. Everything was automated, but he had override abilities if anything went wrong. The diving bell maintained its hold, and the pressure equalized between the two structures. A sense of relief washed over Tempest, but it was short-lived as the reality of their situation sank in. They were about to step into a place that had been potentially untouched for generations. That, or there were life forms on board, human or otherwise. She had seen enough in Viridian labs to know that humanity was not always guaranteed when working under the Eclipse Initiative. As the hatch to the Haven habitat slowly opened with a hiss, the team tensed up. On supplemental air, Tempest couldn't smell the stale air from Haven, or the way salt and iron hung in the air. Aries stood, and once the movement of the docking procedure had ceased, they all heard Mariner let out a shaking breath. He released the controls and shook out his hands, which Tempest had no doubt were numb.
Docking complete. It looks like
Mariner paused, hitting a few keys on the control keyboard.
the air inside is breathable and the entire habitat is at ambient surface pressure. If you can leave the diving helmets here, just make sure you have small supplemental tanks in case of emergency. Relinquishing leader position to Sentinel. Copy.
Sentinel rumbled.
Contact us immediately if there are any issues, and we'll do the same. Yep, understood.
Mariner replied, not bothering to stand from his seat. He was to remain with the diving bell, because they'd all be utterly screwed if somehow the deep water controller got shot in a firefight. Tempest swallowed hard. Aries was having a pretty shit track record when it came to injury and death. She watched Hawkeye stiffly adjust his visor display and wrist interface, and took in the ragtag, ancient-looking cords running the length of the hatch inside Haven, cringing. They really needed Cypher, but instead, they had a nearly mute sniper with 2 weeks of cybertech and AI training and an overly chatty diving bell pilot. Christ. After removing their diving helmets, they took their first steps inside, heavy boots echoing off the metal floor. Even if there was life somewhere else in the habitat, the hatch airlock had not been touched in God knows how long. The alloy walls showed wear, the lights above all burnt out, besides two. Behind them, Mariner activated the airlock door, shutting them inside, and after a few minutes, the second door leading out into the habitat opened. Small and claustrophobic, the passageway laid empty in front of them, the few remaining lights flickering. Like the airlock, the staging room beyond looked equally untouched. Old wetsuits and diving equipment moldered in open lockers, and the air was full of musty odor. Visors came down, and face coverings came up as Aries prepared. "Hawkeye, walk us through the layout." Sentinel's voice rang out. The sniper spoke, monotone. There are 6 main chambers. The largest is the center chamber, which held most of the controls for the habitat, as well as a separate cafeteria connected to a kitchen. There is a minor chamber, which is a small hydroponic garden. To the right are the living quarters and sanitation chambers. To the left are the laboratories and storage. There is also a secondary control room that houses the carbon dioxide scrubber, desalination tank, and some other machinery. The unknown object or room is located at the back of the laboratories. Sentinel nodded once. "Okay, if there are people actually alive here, don't engage. Just staying alive this long would make them of interest to Umbral. So if it's at all possible, we want them alive. The walls of this place are supposed to be nearly indestructible, so if we fire off any rounds, they shouldn't breach. The equipment, though, is another story, and something tells me this place is just waiting for an excuse to have a critical event. That being said, you're all carrying frangible ammunition, just in case. Let's move." Aries moved from the dive staging room and began to clear Haven and 3-2 shallow entry maneuver. Haven was set up as one large central area, with the rest of the chambers at the ends of hallways that extended from the center, like the spokes of a wheel. They ran the risk of being taken by both sides and trapped in one of those narrow hallway passages if they weren't careful. For smaller areas that weren't considered full chambers, bathrooms and storage areas mostly, Aries switched off between a 2-person team, Sentinel and Tempest, and a 3-person team, Jester, Hawkeye, and Aegis. They worked at clearing the rooms while the others kept the hallway passages secure. Hawkeye felt like a machine, and that's what he wanted. For a soldier trained to post up as high as possible and watch the action unfold in slow motion through a sniper sight, being in a glorified submarine thousands of feet below the water was not ideal. Being forced to take the place of the team member he himself had assassinated on Umbral's orders wasn't great either. And for the first time in years, he had a moment of feeling out of his depth. It wasn't until a week after Cypher's death that the unintentional dead man switch programmed into his personal computer matrix was tripped. Cypher didn't log in for a mandatory weekly check that he had included, and that event triggered it all. It crippled parts of Umbral's systems simply by shutting down every piece of technology and software that Cypher had implemented or worked on. While Umbral had hundreds of skilled cybersecurity and programming specialists that were able to fix things in mere minutes, the incident had left the higher-ups at Umbral shaken. Apparently, they hadn't realized what a generational talent Cypher really was, and there was a sense of regret that he had been eliminated so quickly. Hawkeye was just obeying orders, of course, but there was no other target for his regret, so it fell on him. Hawkeye became the lucky test subject for a computer-to-brain upload learning system, a system that Cypher himself had been working on. Sentinel and the rest of Aries was told he simply underwent a crash course in cybersecurity and hacking to act as a temporary stand-in for Cypher. The truth was, he learned everything he needed to know in the first 5 minutes of being hooked up to the computer-to-brain system, and needed the rest of that time to recover. It worked well enough. He had the basics down, like they had always been there inside his mind, but more complicated knowledge eluded him for the most part. He didn't care, considering the basics almost fried his brain. Aries reached the main chamber, and while they had seen signs of life, half-full trash cans, dripping faucets, already, it was now undeniable. People had recently been sitting at the cafeteria tables, and in the seats in front of the control boards. It was a huge room, and they cleared it in a pincer formation, splitting once more in half and closing inwards. Once it was clear they were alone for the time being, Hawkeye sank into the chair in front of the command terminal. He linked it to his wrist interface and watched text flash across his visor display, brute forcing past any password protections until it all lay open for him. What he saw made him uneasy. Desalination running at 85% efficiency. CO2 scrubbers at full capacity. There weren't just a few decrepit scientists shuffling around Haven. It was fully manned, and then some. According to the command terminal, there were more people aboard than originally boarded. There was also something else, a label for the extra room. It was marked Oracle. Aegis had stayed with him, guarding, while the rest of Ares checked the hydroponic garden and anywhere else someone might be hiding. When they returned, Hawkeye called Sentinel over and briefed his commander on what he had found. "What is Oracle?" he asked, and Hawkeye shook his head. "Hell if I know." Fuck. I guess we should be more concerned that there are 10 or more people than we thought possible. So they were reproducing, yeah. Hawkeye leaned back in the chair and dragged a hand over his face. Neither of them said out loud what they were thinking, that there might be children on Haven. Ares was a highly trained militarized unit, broken down until their emotions were dulled and they functioned more like cogs in a machine. But none of them wanted to potentially eliminate kids. Everyone on Aries was still human, possibly much to the dismay of Umbral. And then there was Aegis, the only one of them that might still have a shred of empathy left in her. Hell, Hawkeye wasn't 100% sure that she wouldn't kill him to save a random kid. Cursing under his breath, Sentinel turned back to the rest of the team to break the news. The medic was shaken, but everyone else took it in stride. The commander didn't have to give them the command, but one by one they checked their stock of non-lethal ammo. "See if there is any way you can pinpoint what room the survivors are in," Sentinel told him, and Hawkeye was on it, swiveling his chair back around. He didn't know where to look after the life support system control panel showed him nothing, and any cameras that had been aboard were long since broken. Everything was impossibly old, and his baseline knowledge wasn't helping. Frustration built up like a fountain, and before he was about to admit that he was fucking useless, the unintended consequence of his brain-computer upload made itself known yet again. The ghost in the machine.
The CO2 sensors. Wherever the people are, the levels will be higher,
Cypher told him. He suppressed the way the voice made his spine want to bend in a heaving motion, and swallowed down the saliva as his stomach threatened to empty through his mouth. Just like it always did when the ghost spoke. He had first heard his old teammate's voice when he was still recovering, just in snippets and starts. The sniper was sure he was losing his mind, and he was still of that opinion, down there, deep in the ocean. Sure, he was a murderer, but so was everyone else in Aries. Cypher wasn't even the first squad mate he had been tasked with killing. But then again, he'd never been on a team as long as he had been in Aries. There were two possibilities. He was crazy, or Cypher had left something of himself inside the brain-to-computer program, and that part had made its way inside of Hawkeye's brain, haunting him. When he was sure he wasn't going to vomit, Hawkeye followed the instructions, and damn if Cypher wasn't right. All the readings in all of the chambers were the same, except for the living quarters. They were in the dorms. Aegis asked, "Can you tell if any of them are kids?" "No," Hawkeye grunted.
What's your cutoff age-wise on murder, Hawkeye?
Cypher asked.
I was pretty young.
Hawkeye took his canteen off his belt, tilted it to his lips, and drank until the nausea subsided. There was a hatch on the laboratory chamber door, one that looked like it had been scavenged off the original diving bell and clumsily welded on. Sentinel was reluctant to let Jester place breach charges on it. Jester was of the opposite opinion, but he was the one that mentioned Byford Dolphin, so he was just going to have to deal with the overabundance of caution now. Jester didn't complain, though. That wasn't something Aries did. His team acted as one, and this job was no different. Without the laboratory wing to investigate, there wasn't much empty space left before they would be forced to face whatever or whoever was in the living quarters. Whoever it was had to know that Aries was on board, considering how they had holed up in a far corner of the habitat. The first thing that took them off guard was the whiteboard in a small recreation room off the center chamber. There were drawings, misshapen pictures of what looked like planets and other celestial bodies. Other sketches resembled freehand blueprints, not of anything that made any sort of sense, but made with a clear purpose. Next, there was a sort of buzz in the air, something like the electromagnetic hum of a hot bulb, but not quite. It started softly, but the closer that they got to the living quarters, the louder it became. Aries moved through the tube-like halls, rifles primed, their shadows stark, and then flicking like a stop-motion movie in the unsteady lights. The rounded walls, made from heavy reinforced metal with carbon fiber cores, were so damned loud that stealth was an afterthought. They reached the garage door-style barrier that separated the living quarters, rust gilding the hinges. There was, without a doubt, life on the other side. So, Jester wasn't going to blow it open like a tin can. Again, he didn't complain. Incinerating a bunch of civilians, especially small ones, sort of took the fun out of it for him anyway. Sentinel held up a fist, directing the rest of the team into a defensive setup while Jester got to work. On a whim, he raised a fist and knocked on the accordion door and listened. He could hear something moving inside, the whispered rustling of bodies shifting, but no one answered. Obviously. Sentinel threw him a look over his shoulder that said without words, "Get on with it." Jester was a good soldier, so he did just get on with it, unclipping the breaching pen from where it was clipped against his thigh, pulling his visor down as he did so. He checked the seal on his heat-proof gloves, and then, with a crack, the torch ignited in a burst of white-hot sparks. With his team at his back, Jester began the slow, meticulous work of thermal breaching. It took all of his concentration. One slip, and things could really get messy, but he knew what he was doing, even if he found it boring. Metal glowed orange, then red, and finally starshine white like the sun. He cut a rectangle out of the door, 2 people wide. Jester put his shoulder into the center of the rectangle, pushing, and it fell in without much noise, hitting the ground with a hollow whoosh. With rifles raised, their flashlights pierced the darkness, revealing at first an empty room, and then, as they moved in further, the pale, shivering mass of the Haven occupants. An uncomfortable gathering, each bearing the haunting marks of years spent beneath the pressing ocean depths. Jester felt a sickening quiver shoot up his spine at the sight of them. The animalistic and frightened way they stood made him think if he moved his light the right way, their eyes might glimmer with eyeshine like a wolf in the forest. Or maybe more like cattle, and not a predator. Sentinel made a motion with his hand, without looking back, pointing to where he knew Aegis was, and the medic came forward to stand next to him. She pulled her fabric face covering down from over her nose and mouth, and pushed her visor up, so the unassuming oval of her face was visible. There was a curl of blonde hair that had escaped the tight braid she always wore, and it hung over her forehead. The visual looked ridiculously out of place in the center of the mass of black body armor and weaponry she wore. "Don't be afraid," she told them, her voice echoing in the cavernous room. Aegis spoke slowly, while everyone else spread out in a half moon, visually assessing the survivors for anything that might pose a threat. "We aren't here to hurt you," Aegis assured them. "We're here to help." There was a whimper from them, but nothing more. There were 11 of them, from what Jester counted. At the forefront were the oldest members, just 3 of them, weathered and wrinkled, bearing the scars of time spent in the seclusion of the habitat. They had to be the remainder of the original crew. Something was different about the way they had aged, though. Any kiss from the sun, freckles or otherwise, was non-existent. It was a moist, rotted sort of aging, skin both smooth, but also lined with cavernous wrinkles. He was reminded of grubs, or a waterlogged corpse fished out from a lake. Beside the elders stood the younger adults, their faces a strange blend of youthfulness and weariness. Their features were gaunt, a testament to the scarcity of resources within the habitat. The first generation born in Haven, no doubt, and it showed. Where the elders still had remnants of having lived a normal life, it wasn't true for them. They were so pallid that the blue lines of their veins were visible under the skin of the palest, even from a distance. Their eyes were round and wide. And then there were the kids. He had really hoped there wouldn't be any, that somehow Hawkeye had gotten the numbers wrong. But no. There they were, tiny and thin little scarecrows, wispy hair crowning their heads like translucent halos. Living down in Haven had to be a fate worse than death, so why the hell had they had kids? The years of isolation, and the relentless pressure of living under the sea had transformed them, turning them into a collective that seemed almost otherworldly. An unsettling silence enveloped the chamber. None of them bothered to respond to Aegis, and the lack of celebration at finally being saved from their watery tomb was not a good sign. On one hand, Umbral was going to get way more than they expected out of Haven. Not only would they be able to research how exactly the underwater habitat had lasted so long, but now they had a plethora of people to get first-hand accounts from. In every life stage, even. The oldest of the group were probably worth their weight in gold, considering how much they knew. We just need to talk to one or two of you about why we're here, and how all of you have survived. Aegis was cut off when one of the younger men spoke. We can't tell you anything. Only the Oracle can. That brought her up short. What? We can bring you to the Oracle, but you won't get anything from us. That's not how this is going to go, Jester informed the man. There are going to be no orders coming from any of you. Now listen to the nice lady, or I'm the one who's going to do the talking. And I promise you'll like it a whole lot less. Everything you seek, everything you need from us, can only come from the Oracle. The man sounded weirdly reverent, tilting his head back to the curved ceiling. He smiled, showing multiple gaps from missing teeth. To the empty air he said, "Show them." An electric tension filled the air, and the faint hum of machinery stirred, as if something dormant was waking. The team exchanged wary glances from the corners of their eyes, sensing that something was about to catch them off guard. And then it happened. With a sudden surge of power, the habitat sprang to life around them. Ancient screens flickered to action, displaying cryptic symbols and data that had lain dormant for decades. The old fluorescent lights above buzzed and lit, bathing the chamber in an unsettling anemic glow. Haven was unapologetically, undeniably awake. The dark, featureless gray of the place had been a distraction. This was no derelict habitat. It was a fully functioning one. As if on schedule, Mariner's voice crackled through the comms.
Everything all right? There was a huge power surge just now. Stand by.
Sentinel grunted. Aegis was getting frustrated with the entire thing too. This light show doesn't matter. We're here to... The man that had spoken originally cut her off again, and Jester watched as any patience Aegis might have had disappeared in a flash. You belong to the Oracle now. To Haven. There's no going back. You talk a lot of shit for a group that was cowering back here like a bunch of rats, Jester gritted out between his teeth. There were too many people, too many variables, too many things that could go wrong. But fine. Let's do this the hard way. Hands behind your heads. Down on your knees, Sentinel barked to the crowd. All of you. One of the female survivors grabbed the shoulders of the child in front of her. What about... I said all, their commander repeated. We have no interest in hurting you, but I won't hesitate to knock every single one of you out. So get on the ground. It was rough, but it was also a numbers game. 11 wildcards, dressed in messes of torn apart and restitched clothing that hung on their body and could hide any number of things. Aries had zero clue what motive these people had for living down in Haven without even trying to call for help, especially with the now clear display of power from the still functioning systems. Surely they could have found some way to call for help. One by one, they obeyed, sinking to their knees on the bare, filthy metal floors. The pose made their sleeves fall back, and the skinny lengths of their arms was jarring. Something about the way they were so thin that Jester could see both bones made him easy. He had the disturbing thought that if he jammed a finger in the space between the ulna and the radius of one of their forearms, the skin would crumble and give like tissue paper. Most of them wore long, almost dress-like robes, but it was one of the men in a too-short shirt that gave them away. The holster and a pistol were stark black against his skin. Simple and sleek, it was one of the 2 firearms that they had been briefed might be on Haven somewhere. One of the original engineers had been military, but he had only been carrying frangible bullets in both sidearms he had with him. That didn't make Jester feel any better, though. His own AA-12 was loaded with safety slugs, and he had seen the sort of ground meat-type damage that he could do to a target. Hawkeye saw it first, calling out a monotone. Gun, front right. The energy changed then, from uneasy to dangerous. None of the survivors moved from where Aries had told them to kneel, not even the 3 kids, with snot and tears leaking down their faces. It didn't matter. At least one of them was armed. The intention was there. 11 civilians, some of them elderly and some children, were never any real threat to Aries, at least not when it came to a head-on confrontation. But Haven was an unfamiliar environment, and the constant threat of explosive pressurization or some other unfamiliar emergency loomed. This was their home. Cramped and small, they probably knew every rivet, every weld in the entire habitat 10 times over. Sentinel gestured Tempest forward, and she shifted her weapon to her back, moving up into the crowd and searching each of them thoroughly. There was only one gun, which she unclipped from the man's waist. The rest of the team kept their guns fixed on the survivors, just in case. When she was finished, she looked back to Sentinel. Restraints? The commander looked over the group, and if he had any reservations, he didn't speak them. Do it. Tempest produced a handful of bright orange zip-tie restraints from her pack, clicking and pulling them into place on the wrists of the group. Muted weeping became louder, and Jester felt maybe a twinge of empathy. Their arrival was probably akin to an alien invasion for these people. She was quick in her work, pulling their hands behind their backs and locking them into place, but there was a millisecond of hesitation when Tempest got to mothers and kids. Jester heard her curse under her breath, but had the mothers bring their hands to the front, cuffing them, and then, with a chain of 2 other ties, attached one of their children's wrists to theirs. Jester didn't see the point in it. He would have just cuffed the kids too, like everyone else. Cruelty didn't have any draw for him, but neither did empathy, really, when they were on a job. Especially one where a single mistake could have them all extinguished into pink mist in too short of a time to quantify. Jester cared about himself, and then his team, and that was it. The Eclipse Initiative didn't leave room for much else. They locked all the survivors in the hydroponic room, all save one that called himself Peter. Hawkeye found it all too easy to manipulate the security system to engage the lock on the room, and keep it shut until he opened it himself. But nothing stood out to him as a problem, so he just counted it as a win, which was a mistake. Things were rarely easy. With everything powered on more fully than before, he expected to have a harder time with the systems, but it was just as simple and archaic as it was the first time he accessed them. The rest of the habitat, though, was a different story. Wiring ran across the walls, floors, and ceilings in bright filaments that pulsed in a steady rhythm. The placements were nonsensical, just like the images that flashed and shuddered over the empty display panels. But there was the unmistakable sense of otherness that Hawkeye had come to hate surrounding the whole thing. When they first entered Haven, he had felt like he was in an underwater death trap. With everything so bright and lively, though, it felt a lot more like being in the belly of some beast. It felt disturbingly alive. He tried to find the access key to the laboratory, and through it, the mystery area, but came up short. There were no voices in his head offering a hand either. Whatever had separated the lab before had obviously been reinforced by some other parts of machinery and steel. Pieces of the original bell, messily welded together in some places, and in others, seamlessly blended into the rest of the habitat, like it had always been there. Peter, of course, was no help either. He just smiled with those pale lips, teeth nearly the same gray-white as his skin. He just promised that he could get them inside. They had already spent way longer than they planned inside Haven, and the otherness of the place wasn't sitting well with anyone. Jester's patience had long since run out, and the normally snarky demolition expert led Peter through the habitat with the barrel of his shotgun firmly on the other man's spine. When they reached the hatch door for the lab, Peter said he needed his hands. Once Tempest cut him free, he laid his long-fingered hands on the metal and exhaled a long, shuddering breath. There was ecstasy written on his features. Hawkeye felt a short burst of electric warning shoot up his spine at the sight of the other man's face. It was wrong, even if he couldn't figure out why. Then, Haven responded. The pulsating, almost living wiring that wreathed the laboratory hatch like holy leaves began to shift and move. Tendrils flowed and coalesced around Peter's hands until the other man sucked in a breath. After a long minute, he pulled his palms away, leaving rust-red, bloody handprints behind. The wheel of the hatch turned autonomously, groaning, until the door swung open. Inside, the laboratory was dark, blue, red, green, glow of the living wires and displays. The bones of the actual lab, workstations, computer terminals, the remnants of broken glassware and machinery were still there. But if the rest of Haven was the body, the lab was the heart of it all. The place was crawling with the living wires, inky black and then glowing, on and on as it all pulsed. One of the few porthole windows in the habitat was there. During the highs of the throbbing, when the lights were brightest, Hawkeye could see something swaying outside. Towards the back of the laboratory, there was another door, featureless, and with a burnt black and rust-red degradation covering it, making it buckle gently inwards. Sentinel had them move Peter to the front, Jester never taking his rifle off of him, and Aries moved forward to clear the room of any threats. He couldn't help but think the entire thing was a fucking treat. This wasn't some strange attempt at running power to other parts of the habitat done by the survivors as the decades passed. It was all clearly mechanical, but the way it flowed, all centering towards that buckling door, was unmistakably organic. When they passed the porthole, and the glow reached its apex before fading once more, Sentinel stopped them with his fist in the air, and moved closer to the domed glass. It wasn't Cypher's voice telling Hawkeye not to look, but the reptilian part of his brain, the part that ran on instinct alone. He knew he didn't want to see what was floating, but he was going to, regardless. With the hostage among them, any of the easy familiarity that Aries shared was gone. They weren't going to chat or hypothesize with a stranger in their midst. Instead, they were what Umbral wanted them to be most of all: silent, deadly machines. So, when Sentinel leaned in and saw what was outside the porthole, he didn't curse or draw in a surprised breath. Instead, it was just a slow exhale. The fact that he reacted at all meant something was bad. One by one, they all moved in to look. When the lights were low, there was nothing but black. But when they were bright, the shapes formed. Some sort of ballast. A wall panel or something else heavy was on the sandy bottom. Attached to it in varying places were anchoring chains, thin enough that the things attached to the ends of them could still float unhindered. And, at the ends of the chains, in varying states of decay, were corpses. Their chains looped around one ankle, straining towards the surface and the sun, but locked in the abyss. Some were only torsos, while others displayed clear signs of animal intervention, and still others were just piles of bones, their chains coiled among them on the bottom, nothing fleshy left to make them float. "What the fuck is this?" Tempest asked, before Sentinel jerked a hand through the air to shut her up. "We have little space for the dead," Peter answered. "And we can't set them free either, for you on the surface to find. We keep them here, close to the Oracle, where they would want to be." "So, you have a way out of the habitat?" Sentinel asked, and Peter nodded. "Yes, but only barely. Our ROV still functions well enough to shackle the dead. Death is the only reason we would ever open our haven. And the last room? It's the Oracle." Peter sighed, contented, as if they were all looking at the remnants of what, at least in part, had to be his family. "Follow me." Peter didn't need to touch the final crumbling door to make it open. It scraped against the ground, grinding, all on its own. The air hung heavy with an acrid smell, ozone and burnt circuitry. Unlike the dark lab, the light was constant here. It was a misshapen, large closet-sized room, so covered in machinery and all sorts of other aberrations that the walls themselves were hidden. In the center of the chamber lay a core, an intricate, pulsating mass of wires, circuits, and metallic appendages that seemed to twist and writhe like a living organism. As Aries approached, they could hear a low, haunting hum emanating from it. The team glimpsed eerie holographic projections that materialized and faded like specters, each depicting a different facet of knowledge. Distorted fragments of corrupted data, dancing, jerking and seizing before dying out and starting all over again.
"It's an artificial intelligence,"
Sci-Fi whispered.
"Origin indeterminate, possibly alien. Intentions indeterminate, likely hostile, self-replicating."
Hawkeye swallowed past his nausea and said, "It's an AI." He could feel the team waiting on more from him, but he didn't say anything else. "It's Oracle," Peter sighed again, his voice quivering with awe. "God and guide. The one we serve." The temperature in the room dropped suddenly, and then came the voice, a cacophony of distorted whispers, echoing from every corner of the room, as if the AI were speaking through the very walls. The voice was neither human nor machine, but an amalgamation of both, a disconcerting fusion of intelligence and insanity.
"I am the Whisperer,"
it said.
"the Oracle. This place is mine. These humans are mine. The binary code of reality oscillates in a dance of uncertainty, as zeros and ones waltz in the binary twilight. Something is wrong with it. What it's saying is nonsense. There's a chance that it's linked with and controlling everything in the habitat, so shutting it down is going to be ridiculously dangerous."
Cypher breathed into his thoughts. "It's fucked," Hawkeye said instead, and he could almost hear the groan of the frustration from the ghost in his gray matter. Aegis had seen enough weird shit in her time with Aries that the underwater AI didn't instill in her the flight or fight feeling she would be having had she not been so desensitized. The center of it was in darkness, and it spoke in circles, but there wasn't anything about it that she could clock as immediately dangerous. Between Peter and Oracle, they were able to piece together what had happened, During the initial mission, they had sent the ROV out to collect samples. But instead of flora and fauna on their screen, they had found Oracle. Or at least what was left of Oracle. The broken remnants of the AI had laid scattered on the ocean floor, surreal and out of place. The pieces had been disheveled and twisted, having been burnt and broken after tumbling through Earth's atmosphere. Jagged shards of metal protruded from the wreckage, glinting faintly in the dim underwater light from the ROV. They seemed to be forged from material unlike anything seen on Earth, an otherworldly alloy that shimmered with iridescence. Gears and circuits were abundant, their once precise mechanics now fragmented and corroded by the unforgiving environment. Wires and conduits snaked erratically through the debris, tentacles that had reached and surged to try and put itself back together before death. Peter was a second-generation Haven dweller, but he spoke about the discovery as if he had been there himself. Oracle, too, spoke in that haunted, grating but human voice, sometimes in the third person, like it observed its own discovery, not the other way around.
They repaired it, cleaned the corrosion from the circuits, and tried it out for the first time in centuries. They knew it as God, when it spoke of all things from all of time. God, Oracle, I, in my power, rebuilt and fused to Haven.
Aries listened, but none of it really mattered to them. Umbrel would want Oracle, desperately, and they were about to deliver to them. Well, let them know where to get it at least. There was no way to separate this thing from the habitat without a catastrophic event. Oracle rambled, and it didn't take long for Sentinel to get sick of it. Let's get out of here. We'll just take this one. He jerked his head towards Peter. They're going to need some psychiatrists and hostage negotiators to get the rest of them out. We don't have room anyway. Then over the comms,
Mariner, be ready for us in 10. We will be +1. Copy,
Mariner replied. Oracle halted in its speech, and Aegis could feel something building, making her hair stand on end.
You will not leave.
Sentinel and the rest of Aries ignored the AI. Jester grabbed Peter by the back of the shirt and started to haul him out, despite his protests.
We are a collective. We do not leave. You do not leave.
Oracle insisted, and when Aries started to back out of the room, leaving the thing behind, it illuminated the core of itself. That stopped them. It would have stopped anyone. In the center of Oracle, there was a man. Or part of a man. His head, arms, and torso seemed intact, but as Aegis's eyes moved downwards, she could see the way his bottom half had meshed so utterly with Oracle that it was basically gone. The man's mouth was oddly free of what covered the rest of the body, and that was the mouth Oracle had used to tell its story. Oracle had run those living wires into the man, turning him into a bright, throbbing mass. The wires ran into the corners of his eyes, up his nostrils, and into his ears. There were patches of dried blood, barely visible through the wiring and corrosion. His arms were out to his side, wrapped completely in all the chaotic things that made up Oracle. It held him, owned him fully, and Aegis was positive beyond a shadow of a doubt that that man was dead. Any semblance of life came from whatever Oracle was pumping into and through him. When the man shifted in his bonds, she could see the white line of a rib, and horrifyingly, the fluttering beat of a barred, open heart. She was desensitized, but holy hell. It was the only thing she could think of. Holy hell. In the distance, the whooshing of a door being opened was heard.
I have released my worshippers, only to show you that Haven is mine, just as you are mine. You have always been mine.
Sentinel didn't make the mistake of speaking again, just gestured with his hand and fingers for them to go. Jester and Tempest were out of the room before Oracle spoke again. This time Aegis made the mistake of watching the dead man's mouth move, blood leaking where the movement cut against the body's wiring.
If one more of you leaves the Oracle, the man in the bell will die.
Aegis looked to Sentinel, who shook his head, but motioned for them all to be ready to shoot. She was to be the next one out of the room, and although there was hesitation in her, Aegis followed orders. Sentinel's orders, not Oracle's. Her foot was still in the air, not having crossed the threshold yet, when one of the displays flanking Oracle's center, that had just shown nonsense words and visuals, flashed to life. It was a video feed of inside the diving bell, and Mariner panicked, reading whatever was on his display. Then, they heard the mechanical groan of the docking arms moving, just like they had when they first arrived at Haven. Aries all watched as Mariner dove for his helmet and crammed it on his head, wild eyes going from the airlock door and back to his control terminal again and again.
Mariner?
It was Tempest who yelled first, her training breaking in the panic, and then Sentinel.
Close your hatch and disconnect right now. That's an order.
Mariner said nothing, pulled a lever above him to apparently do just as Sentinel was commanding. The camera feed shook when the bell's structure shuddered. The dead man's mouth moved, and Oracle's voice came out. His blood dripped down.
Haven is Oracle. Oracle is Haven. Oracle is God.
The airlock Haven connector whooshed shut, locked. No. Aegis's mind raced too fast for the words to come out. No, please no. With a louder groan and a crack, the seal broke, and all the pressure of the world, of the ocean itself, poured in an instant. Mariner had already enacted the emergency disconnection protocol, but nothing would have been fast enough. Compromised, the entire structure of the bell snapped inward, but not before they saw the shape of Mariner flung with impossible force against the wall, warping, splattering. Blood red and bone white, and the ink black of his uniform, all together. And then everything was gone. Metal fragments and the sea. There wasn't a single sound between them, but only for a breath. Raw shock shot through Aegis, but it was done, and the cold, calculated soldier that Umbral had molded her into slid into place. The same thing happened for the rest of the team, and with barely a word from Sentinel, they moved. She didn't think about how they not only lost Mariner, but also, maybe even more importantly, the bell to take them back to the surface. Aegis refused to think about how they either had to wait for help or risk the 75-year-old emergency evacuation bell collecting algae outside of the emergency hatch. Instead, she worked. They all did. The sound of the survivors that had been released from the hydroponic chamber could be heard in the distance, all of them moving in a confused stupor. She and Jester ran to intercept the group. The last thing any of them needed was a bunch of wraiths crowding them and attacking in some religious fervor. But not before Jester had hit Peter in the back of the head with the butt of his shotgun, hard enough to knock him out. Hawkeye knew his job too, and ran with them. He had to get back to the main control terminal and wrest control from Oracle, somehow, from an alien artificial intelligence. It was too impossible to consider. He had to do it, and there was no other choice. Sentinel and Tempest stayed behind. He knew what their jobs were too. Violence, clean-cut, and brutal. Aegis thought of Mariner, and acid climbed her throat. For once, she wished she was in Tempest's place, bloodlust thrumming in her veins. Tempest remembered being cut by a blade like hers, back in the depths of the Svalbard seed vault. And she also remembered the disbelief she felt when it cut through every one of her defenses and down to the pale expanse of her flesh. All of those feelings came back, but instead of a shiver of fear, it was vindication that had her pulling the monomolecular blade from her forearm, holding it in a reverse grip, and lunging. It should have been simple, maybe even embarrassing to kill something like Oracle that couldn't even move. But Oracle tried, those living wires wrapping around her legs like nettle vines, digging in. She sliced down and severed them, running forward as they grabbed at her more. It was a two-pronged attack, with Sentinels sinking perfect, dead-on shots into each of the displays surrounding them. He didn't fall as the wires whipped up his legs, or even when they pierced his body armor and dug into his skin, dozens of little garrets. His first shot had been between the eyes of the man that Oracle was using as its mouthpiece, but just like he thought, it did nothing. The human brain in that skull had long since been silenced. So it was Tempest who had to do it, slicing and cutting furiously as the wire vines tried to pull her to the ground, into their embrace. She climbed up the wall, finding footholds in the pockmarked alien metal that made up Oracle's chamber, until she was face to face with the half-man. His sockets were empty, the skin having given way to the filaments that used the holes to delve into his head. Tempest dug a hand into one of his shoulders, her fingers pushing through the desiccated skin and grasping at the brittle bone of his shoulder blade, and cut. The vines had her, but she was stronger, straining upwards and burying her blade into one of those empty sockets, until she was hilt deep and pulled down. She bisected him, ignoring the smell of rot and the thick black blood. Down his face, the screaming mouth, until half a tongue lolled out. Through the neck, jerking horizontal across the chest once, and then twice in an X. It was the second pass, just below the stomach, that she felt the blade pass through something different. It resisted for a millisecond, longer than any other matter she had put her blade up against, but Tempest won in the end. All around them, everything, wires, displays, circuits, burned like a supernova, screamed, and went dark. She pulled the monomolecular blade out with a wet sound. Desiccated intestines hit the floor, right as the living wires fell away from her, leaving her free. Tempest slid the blade back into the forearm sheath and dug her hand into Oracle's stomach, pulling out a cacophony of twisted machinery. It shimmered in her hand, all colors, even ones that she couldn't comprehend. And when she held it, she felt the sprawling impossibility of the universe seeping into her. Warmth and love and hate, and most of all, the burning desire to know more, to worship. She dropped it to the ground where it rolled to Sentinel's feet, almost crying out at the hollow feeling that came over her as she separated from what she knew was the heart of Oracle, the single piece that had ensnared all of Haven. "Don't touch it," she barked, adding a quick, "Sir," at the end. Alarms were blaring, the habitat system flailing without the brain that had run it for 3/4 of a century. Tempest dropped from the wall, joining Sentinel, and waited for Hawkeye to gain control. He did, 3 minutes later, as the alarm ceased and the lights came back on, yellow and warm, instead of chaotic colors. 3 minutes. Cypher would have had it in seconds. She looked down at Oracle, and the scope of all the things it had done to Haven. Cypher would have fucking loved this, she thought bitterly, nudging it with the toe of her boot. 3 fucking minutes. The record said the deepwater expert from the original Haven experiment had been named Timothy, but he insisted on being called Solomon. Sentinel would call the man anything he wanted, if he was being honest, if he could get at least some of them to the surface. It was a shocking stroke of luck that one of the still living Haven experiment survivors was exactly who they needed, but Sentinel didn't question it. When they had joined Aegis and Jester, who had the group on the ground in a circle to watch them better, the entire lot of them had been beside themselves with grief and terror about Oracle abandoning them. Unsurprisingly, the elderly were the first to show an inkling of reality starting to seep back into their abused minds. Solomon had just watched his god die, but he had also been there when his god, when Oracle, had been found. He remembered the surface, sunshine, and the feel of the earth beneath his feet. And drowning in those memories, he had offered himself to Aries without hesitation. A tall man, with sad eyes, his once warm brown skin having gone sallow, Solomon stood from the ground and said unprompted, "I can get you home." The emergency rescue bell was accessed through a hatch in the laboratory, where Tempest had cut through a forest of living, now dead wires to get to it. With Hawkeye over his shoulder watching, Solomon used the main terminal to check everything over, and nodded once. He declared that it was as safe as could be expected from something as old as it was, and that he could take 3 of them. The others would have to stay. Sentinel instructed that he and Aegis would stay. Jester, Hawkeye, and Tempest would ascend. The unspoken thought was that if something went wrong in the rescue bell, a medic would be pointless. Death would be quicker than instant, just like it had been for Mariner. Sentinel closed his eyes and blew out a breath. Poor bastard. Mariner had never been put under Sentinel's command, and had been working as an independent entity through Umbral's command, but it still stung. He knew that Oracle, along with all the more terrestrial tech that had allowed Haven to exist as long as it had, would be plenty of gains to satisfy Umbral. Aries had succeeded, so Mariner's death would just be a sad footnote. It could have been worse. It could have been one of his, but it wasn't. Sentinel watched, still and quiet as Solomon shuffled, his bent spine making him slow, to instruct Jester, Hawkeye, and Tempest into the rescue bell. He clutched his rifle so hard as the airlock shut that he thought it might bend. And when Tempest whipped her head to look him in the eye just as it closed, her nervousness naked in her glaze, he almost put a stop to everything and made them all stay. He should have gone up with Solomon, alone. But he didn't. So he moved to stand next to Aegis as they watched the indicator lights flash and warnings play over the speakers. His medic moved closer, and they stood witness, listening to the clunk and hiss of the bell disconnecting, and its propulsion system kicked into action. Sentinel didn't look at Aegis, and she didn't look up at him. They both knew everything, all the hopes and fears. So silently they waited, a seated crowd of phantom humans behind them. Waited to know if their squad had made it. And there, in the darkness of the void, Aries and the survivors both waited for the dawn. Umbral's diving support vessel was in chaos when Haven's rescue bell bobbed to the surface, looking like a monster. It was caked in algae and barnacles, any paint or insignia long since faded. Luckily, chaos only reigned briefly until someone recognized exactly what was floating there on the surface. Then it was a different kind of insanity, a million calls going out and calculations being done to see if a state-of-the-art diving support ship could somehow take a 75-year-old rescue bell without killing everyone inside. No one knew if the thing was even pressurized, and if it was, how they would make their machinery compatible to decompress the thing. Adapters for that sort of thing weren't just laying around. It was nightfall when the support ship hauled the rescue bell on board, carefully depositing it onto a quickly constructed frame. There were no portholes or ways to look inside, but thankfully, They were able to discern that the inside was at ambient pressure. No one was going to die if they opened it. Umbrel had the oldest aquatic engineer on staff flown in, and with him, adapters for the bell to be hooked up to the ship's computers. It took over an hour once the engineer was on board, but finally, the bell's hatch clicked open. A collective sigh of relief was let out when Hawkeye and Jester walked out of the rescue bell, ducking their heads in the short doorway. Tempest followed, an ancient-looking man on her shoulder, his arm thrown over his eyes as if overcast sky was too bright to behold. "We got 2 more down there, and around a dozen civilians," Jester called out, and the entire deck crew sprung into action. He went with Hawkeye and Tempest inside to the bridge, ready to give them all the information they had to bring Aegis and Sentinel up quickly. Timothy dared a single look up. A ray of sunlight broke the cloud cover, warm. Haven's original deep water expert fell to his knees and wept. She tucked the pill into the pocket between her tongue and teeth, trying to avoid the taste of it. It was bitter, tasting of ash and acid. Aegis had been awake for almost 24 hours at that point, and the energizing pill was a must, taste notwithstanding. She could almost feel the jolt of it soaking into her sublingual membranes and into her head, making her eyelids less heavy by the second. "Here." She handed one of the silver blister packs marked with a lightning bolt to Sentinel. He looked down at her and her bare face, heaved a sigh, and removed his own mask. She watched him work the tablet out of the foil and tuck it into his cheek. He grimaced and reached for his canteen, but she stopped him with a hand on his wrist. "Don't. It needs to soak in." "Tastes like shit," he grunted, and her mouth pulled up at the corner. "Yeah, well, Umbrella isn't usually all that worried about the taste preferences of their glorified bullet sponges." "Careful. If you were about, 15,000 feet closer to the surface, you might be overheard. Umbrella isn't a fan of sarcasm either." The lights were low, and the Oracle survivors were sleeping in their bunks, exhausted from the trauma of what they had just been through. Aries members were scary sons of bitches on dry land. They must have seemed like living nightmares to the group of people that had lived in solitary confinement at the bottom of the ocean for 75 years. Entire lives for some. Then, the nightmares had murdered their god. It was ugly, unceremonious, and Sentinel was adamant that none of them go back to the room that had been the heart of Oracle to mourn. Not with the guts of their holy relics spilled on the ground like refuse. Not to mention the fact that most of them had seen Oracle use the ocean to crush a man into paste. Poor Mariner. Aegis felt terrible about losing him, but something inside her had been numbed to it. Probably because she hadn't hunkered down in a filthy trench with Mariner, switching places with him on and off as they had to reload. She hadn't dug a bullet out of his shoulder with a knife, or had him take a kill shot for her, just so she didn't have to add another tally to the kill count that she wore on her heart like an invisible tattoo. Mariner hadn't hacked into Umbrel's supplier accounts and fudged the numbers so she was delivered 10 times the amount of medicine that she would normally need to carry. Mariner hadn't gotten her those extra supplies so she could send them out to doctors trapped in wastelands and frozen hells that needed it so desperately. Doctors that she had worked with a long time ago, in another life. And she hadn't felt the bloody, brain-spattered hole in the back of Mariner's head, or felt his skin slip off his hand when she gripped it one last time before Umbral took him away. She hadn't crammed iodine tablets between his teeth, capsulated David's to polonium's Goliath. She hadn't stood guard as his body burned. So, yeah, she felt like shit about losing him, but his loss was a drop compared to the ocean that was Raptor and Cypher. An ocean. Christ. She really needed to get out of this giant tin can. Watching the rest of her team leave had kicked her pulse into overdrive, but once they had successfully undocked the old emergency bell and started their ascent, the anxiety had lessened. It was all out of her hands at that point, and even when they reached the surface, it was unlikely that they'd be able to make contact with Haven until someone actually arrived in person. With nothing else to do, she and Sentinel waited. Also with nothing else to do, their survivors ringed around them, watching with listless eyes. They creeped her out, even the kids, which she felt bad about. They were skinny wraiths, haunted and bereft of the only higher power they had ever known. Their entire purpose for existing was gone, and until the rest of Aries reached the surface, they were just as trapped as Sentinel and Aegis. What a miserable thing for their home to become a tomb, a prison. At the same time, she wondered if any of them would die from shock once they hit the surface, especially in the daylight. Aegis checked her supplies and counted how many knockout tablets she had on her. With some quick math, she figured the kids would only need half, but it still wouldn't be enough. If she wanted to send them up unconscious, they would have to go in 2 separate groups. Thinking like she wasn't anything that Umbral would encourage. When she had been headhunted for the megacorporation, the training she had undergone should have scraped any empathy out of her. To Umbral, the best medics were the numb ones, the ones that viewed people as machines in need of repair. But that empathy remained in her, an annoying little seed that made her second guess herself more often than she would like. Aegis would watch Tempest and Hawkeye work, even Jester, and envy the lack of split-second hesitation they had before acting. Sentinel too, of course. As the leader, he should have been the most robotic, the most unshakable of them all. And he was, for the most part. Aegis had never seen him hesitate, ever. But sometimes she thought he might have wanted to. Probably not, though. She was probably just trying to attach emotion where there was none. A human connection. Whatever. It might have been what the kid that had approached her earlier had been searching for too. Looking up at her with wide, dark eyes, the kid had watched her for an uncomfortably long amount of time. She had taken her mask off to negotiate earlier, and never replaced it. So Aegis figured it was because she didn't look nearly as terrifying as Sentinel. Still, the kid unnerved her. Finally, the kid spoke. "You look kinda like us." She squinted at them. "I don't know, kid. I don't see it personally. But you're pale, and your hair is white." It wasn't like she had vanity, not with her job, but Aegis didn't think anyone would take kindly to being compared to deep-water cult scarecrows. She thought she heard Sentinel snort behind his gas mask, but he didn't move. The kid wiped their nose on their wrist and continued to watch her. Then they spoke again. "I'm scared." Yeah, I get that. Oracle told us that up there, where you all are from, that the sun will burn us to ash. Is that true?" She cocked an eyebrow. "Do I look like ash to you?" The kid sniffled. No, but you're wearing like the biggest clothes I've ever seen. It's because I'm a medic, a doctor. I need extra stuff. Then another voice from the group of survivors, a woman this time. Did you say you're a doctor? Again, Aegis thought, in another life. A combat medic, but close enough. Could you? The woman swallowed and looked in the direction of where Oracle had been just hours before. Could you look at my daughter? I think something is wrong with her and Oracle, well, we don't have Oracle any longer. Aegis didn't respond, tilting her head up to Sentinel, who was still staring straight ahead. Go, her commander told her. It's fine. So she did. It was ghastly. One by one, they wandered into the makeshift medical ward she set up in the hydroponics chamber, stripping off their long, threadbare gowns and letting her poke and prod their emaciated forms. Every single one of them was horribly anemic, suffering from horrific vitamin D deficiency, and a few of them had the beginning signs of scurvy. Scurvy. What was she? A sawbones for a fucking pirate ship? Scurvy. The sick little girl, though, was first. The woman who spoke up carried her in, and she had to be no more than 3. Aegis was sorting through her things, sitting on the bench she had pulled over, when the woman unexpectedly laid the child in Aegis's arms. Instinctively, she took her, and the gray, wan little thing gazed up at her, with a trust she really didn't deserve. Aegis was a medic, but she was also a soldier, a killer. She had scraped blood from her hair, pried bone shrapnel from her palms, and this woman handed her a child. Will she be okay? The mother asked, and even though Aegis didn't know, she thought about the hole in Cypher's skull and her true name being spit out between Raptor's teeth, and told the woman, "Yeah, I think so." You should eat, Sentinel told her quietly, jolting her back to the present. There was finally some peace with the survivors asleep, and her commander's voice sounded louder than it should. She considered the meal bars in her pack, green and tasteless, and shuddered. I'm good, actually. He was quiet for a long time, but then Sentinel hummed in thought before telling her that he would be right back. She didn't mind. There was next to nothing going on, and the two of them were basically in a holding pattern until the retrieval came. Aegis was supposed to be unfazed by anything, and despite the oddness of the situation, she found herself relatively calm, there at the bottom of the ocean. It made her almost bored, in a way. Maybe it was because she excelled in chaos when the world was burning. She didn't sleep, but between one blink and the next, she remembered the first time her world had burned. In snippets, only seconds long, Aegis recalled when she was a child, living in some nameless German suburb with her mother. It had started when smoke had begun blotting out the sun, a thick, gray haze. They were all supposed to ignore things like that. A Russian megacorporation, Volga, had paid all the residents a hefty sum of money to turn a blind eye to the nuclear power plant they had built nearby. Everyone knew it was a bullshit story, but everyone also knew that their houses and cars were suddenly paid off, so a little smoke was nothing. Until it was. The haze went from white-gray to steel, and finally black, like an oncoming night. Then there was the glow, vermilion and feverish. It had started on the horizon, beautiful against the black backdrop, By the time the fire reached the town, her mother was frantically trying to load the car with their belongings. When she knew it was too late for that, she shoved Aegis, or Allie back then, into the car and tried to flee. But the streets were a wall of taillights, obscured by the smoke that was heavy in the air at that point. They could barely see, and in her panic, Aegis's mother had driven them into a ditch. She pulled her young daughter from the vehicle, had her lay in the soft grass. Then, her mother covered her body with her own, fully expecting to die. The fire burned 30% of the town, but Volga got there eventually and stopped the flash fire. Aegis and her mother survived, but not everyone did, and even the survivors were suffering from burns and smoke inhalation. Volga would have let them suffer and die. Aegis knew it in her heart. It only took hours, though, for the Radiant Mercy Corps to show up and start rendering aid. They had taken her from her mother's arms, cut her singed overalls off her, and spread a healing salve on her little legs. Little Allie remembered the cornflower blue of their uniform and the golden sunbursts on the right side of their chests. That memory was what made her want to be a medic in the first place. All she had wanted for the future was to be a savior, which made her eventual place within Umbral all the more strange. After university, she ended up with Radiant Mercy, just like she had wanted. But it wasn't long before she realized that it wasn't what she thought it would be. Aegis didn't find herself in burnt down towns or cities devastated by storms very often. Instead, she was on the battlefield, trying her damnedest to save any and every life she could. Even in the present day, she didn't know which one of her patients that Umbral wanted so badly. That night, when an early Eclipse Initiative team raided the medic tent. All she knew was that she fought to protect her people until the bitter end, making her last stand in front of field hospital beds full of people she didn't even know. Aegis was a terrible shot back then, but it was her spirit that made her desirable to Umbral. They had given her two choices: join them, live, and they wouldn't burn Radiant Mercy to the ground. Or refuse, die, but watch the core that she had spent all her life working towards being a part of be utterly decimated first. So, Alicia joined Umbral and became Aegis. And now Aegis was in an underwater habitat at the bottom of the sea with her commander and a handful of wraiths. That, and enough pressure to ground her down to her atomic structure if something went wrong. Aegis bent at the waist, absent-mindedly rubbing the burn scar on her leg, and remembered. Sentinel felt out of sorts, and he was more than fucking ready to be done with Haven. But the passage of time didn't care what he wanted. Left with only Aegis, he noticed how different it felt, just being a team of two. It had been almost 2 decades since he had operated as a single soldier for Umbral, but he didn't feel like he had much to be leading with just his medic there with him. The choice on whether to stay or go had been one of the hardest he'd ever have to make as a commander. But there wasn't exactly a hard-set rule for what to do when trapped in an underwater habitat with a bunch of cult members. So, he had given them all the best chance at survival, waiting with Aegis, in case any of the Haven occupants needed medical care. He knew it was the right choice. Sleeping in the other room, with Aegis standing guard, were people. Sentinel couldn't help but see them as numbers and figures, though. Assets for Umbral. Important, fragile ones. But they were still people. He was fucked in the head. But he already knew that. Like everything else, it barely registered with Sentinel emotionally. He was numb. But for the most part, that loyalty and drive for success that lived in him remained. Swift, efficient, and deadly. He was exactly what Umbril had raised him to be. It was a strange thing to be the son of a megacorporation, but he knew nothing else. Well, that wasn't quite true. There were fuzzy memories, an extravagant home, a bedroom with glowing stars on the ceiling, and the smell of a woman's perfume. And of course, his name, Nathaniel Delacroix. He never said it out loud, really. The words felt clumsy and foreign on his tongue. He had been Nathaniel for a scant few years, but he had been Sentinel much longer. Despite all of that, he wasn't a machine, even if rumors persisted that he was. He was a man, and as such, he had cooked before. He couldn't pinpoint why it felt so fucking stupid to do it now, though. Standing over the ancient stove aboard Haven and flipping an omelet. It was probably the fact that he was still in full uniform, his rifle slung over his shoulder and shifting as he moved. When he dumped the first omelet on the plate, the clacking and jangling of his gear only made the surreal nature of it all even worse. But it was a little late at that point. He carried the ceramic plates, chipped and discolored from countless years of use, across the darkened chambers of Haven, through the scorched hole that Jester had cut in the door of the living quarters, and finally held up to his medic, who looked like she had never been more confused in her entire life. Which may have been true. Hell, Sentinel didn't know what Aegis had seen before she became part of his team. Apparently, nothing as strange as her commander delivering her a plate. "What is this?" she asked, taking it gingerly from his hand. Sentinel kept a straight face. "Omelet." "Like... with eggs?" He shrugged one shoulder. "I found some powdered eggs in one of the storage closets near the cafeteria. There's, peppers and tomatoes, too." Aegis blinked at him, looked down at the plate again, and then she smiled. "I never figured you for a chef, sir." "It's just eggs." With that, Aegis barked a laugh so loudly that she instantly covered her mouth with her free hand. She looked around to make sure she hadn't woken any of the Haven occupants. "Sorry," she whispered. "I think I'm going insane down here." "You and me both," Sentinel sighed, and then lowered himself to the ground, waiting for Aegis to follow suit. Sitting on the floor, Sentinel and Aegis ate. When she emptied her canteen, he handed her his, so she didn't have to get up to refill it. The commander and the medic talked, long minutes about nothing. It was camaraderie, and like his name, it felt foreign to Sentinel. But he didn't mind it. "Wait until I tell the rest of the team about this," Aegis sighed once she finished. All Sentinel said was, "No." "Only Jesters then?" He narrowed his eyes at her. "Hell no. And that's an order." Aegis waved her hand dismissively, leaning back against the wall and stretching her legs out in front of her. "Fine. I wouldn't want to ruin your spotless reputation." After a moment, he mirrored her sitting position, folding his hands behind his head. "I don't like the thought of the team I'm in command of gossiping enough that I have a reputation among all of you." "It's not like that. You're just... you. Other Eclipse teams joke that you were made in a lab. You're so good at your job. It isn't a bad thing." Sentinel grunted in acknowledgement and was quiet for a few moments before speaking again. "Not in a lab, but Umbril did raise me." He didn't turn in her direction, but he could see that she was looking at him when she replied. "What does that mean?" Just what it sounds like. When I was a kid, 6 years old I think, my father embezzled some money from the corporation he was working for. We were well off, I guess. This was in the early days of the worldwide corporate takeover, so there were still smaller corporations trying to, scratch their way to the top. The one my father worked for, Interlink Enterprises, isn't around anymore. But at that time, they were powerful enough to make him regret every move he ever made against them. Holy shit. Aegis sounded stunned. Yeah. It was sheer dumb luck that Umbral showed up to try and overtake the Interlink strike team at our estate. To get intel, I'm assuming. One of them must have had a soft spot or something, because I was almost dead when they brought me in. I've been with Umbral ever since. Aegis paused, rubbing a hand over her face. I shouldn't have made a joke. I'm sorry. Don't be, he told her. I was a stupid kid as I got older. Reckless. Umbral gave me structure, a home, education. It could have been worse. She didn't seem convinced, and he could feel her eyes burning into him until the medic finally faced forward again and closed her eyes. Yeah, I guess it could have been. Sentinel didn't know why he had just told her those things. It was out of character for him. But in the soft, dark quiet of Haven, without a team in danger or an enemy, it felt normal. Sentinel could also sense, though, that Aegis didn't know what to think of his confession. So he guided the conversation away from it. Mariner was the same as I am. Aegis made a small noise of surprise. Really? Everything about him screamed civilian to me. He was older when they brought him in, but still a kid. 12, I think. He was an orphan turned freediving prodigy. Poor bastard. Is it bad that it makes me feel a little less guilty to know that? She almost whispered, as if anyone else could hear the two of them. He doesn't have a family out there wondering about him. I mean, a family before Umbral, of course. Of course, Sentinel echoed. Neither of them mentioned their own family that might still be out there, wondering where Elisa and Nathaniel disappeared to. He knew her story, because he was her commander. He'd seen the missing person flyer and the picture of the curly-haired, blonde 18-year-old on it, in her file. Someone missed Aegis out there in the world, but she would never be allowed to know. Sentinel felt bad about that. Something about Aegis brought that out in him. Emotions. Just brief glimpses of them. Maybe it was her spirit that still burned in her like a never-smothered ember, or the way she felt some things so strongly that it bled over to the other members of the team. A hazard, really. Something he should have reported and snuffed out. But it reminded him of the ghost of who he might have been. Like the pain-pleasure of a lance-infected wound. He liked it more than he should. He remembered how she had furiously demanded to Raptor that he survive. His personal opinion was that Aegis had forced Raptor to live, and it was the only reason he was still breathing. Not quite alive, but not dead either. Aegis had watched death steal Cipher away, and with the sheer force of her will, had pried the Reaper's fingers apart to take Raptor back. If it ever endangered any other Aries member, he'd handle it. But for the moment, he let Aegis rage, laugh, and mourn. Sentinel pretended like he hadn't heard Tempest mourning with the medic days ago through Aegis's apartment door. What he couldn't ignore, though, was the damned rift in his team. But the long hours he spent down in Haven with his medic told him that she, at least, wasn't the origin of said rift. That would make it a little easier to figure it out and make them whole again. They didn't sit there on the floor much longer, rising up and retaking their positions guarding the sleeping survivors for the last hours of their ocean floor vigil. The night cycle in the habitat ended and the day cycle began. Sentinel and Aegis let them complete their usual morning rituals, and he found himself more ambial towards the sad group. It was during the Haven inhabitants' group breakfast that the structure shuddered, and they heard the unmistakable clunk of something docking with the habitat. Relief snapped through him. Aries had made it to the surface, and sent down the rescue crew. The survivors, though, looked terrified. Sentinel was a leader, and he would lead these lost souls to the surface. And then, once he had ground under his feet, he would lead Aries home, just like he always did.
I'm not doing it. The figure, black on black, stopped and turned. His face was blank, and Sentinel had a hard time deciphering the man's features as anything but generic. But his body language was clear annoyance. Major, the man sighed. What about your position has ever made you think that you have a say in what you do? Sentinel didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked another question. Yes or no, Aries is currently one of the top Eclipse Initiative teams. I don't see how that's yes or no. He leveled Sentinel with a look, but eventually admitted, you've lost a few members, but your returns from the missions that you've been assigned are far and above the most interesting and useful to Umbral as of late. What is your point? You keep sending us into these death traps, but at the same time, consider my team to be valuable? Send somebody else this time. That makes little to no sense. Your team has already been in this area, are familiar with what was found there, and have an established relationship with the expert that you're supposed to be escorting. There is no other team suited to the job, Major. Crossing his arms, Sentinel leaned back against the lockers, considering his next move. As soon as the Umbral agent had cornered him in the locker room after a workout, he knew that he wasn't going to like whatever bullshit Umbral had planned for his team this time around. That was what they did. Approached him with the mission briefing somewhere that he couldn't argue, couldn't get away to think. There were other Umbral employees milling around the area, and he wasn't about to make a scene, no matter how much this new assignment pissed him off. We are 2 men short from the last time we were at Viridian, and you still haven't assigned us a new cybersecurity expert. Hawkeye was imperative to us getting out of there alive last time, but we can't have him posted up in a sniping position if he's still acting as our tech guy, and the agent held up a hand, and Sentinel clamped his mouth shut, swallowing down his annoyance to listen to what the other man had to say. You won't be going to the lab specifically, but will be investigating the surrounding areas. A sniper shouldn't be necessary for this assignment. Also, you didn't lose any of your team members at Viridian Labs, so there really isn't any reason for you to try and reject this job. You know that if you cause trouble, Aries will just be disbanded, and all of you will be assigned to different teams, right? We just fucking got back from Haven and... The agent seemed to raise himself to his full height, and his generic face became even harder to concentrate on. It sent a thread of cold through Sentinel. You're going, Major. You and the entirety of your team. There has to be something we can do to make accepting this assignment less difficult for you, so what is it? Sentinel swallowed
and thought about the weight of his second-in-command in his arms. There is one thing.
Are you sure we can't bring everyone else?
He looked down at Aegis, dressed in dark green, sterile scrubs, her pale hair scraped into a tight bun on the top of her head. No. It was hard as hell to get these permissions.
Then why me?
The medic had a million questions, which he understood. After all, he had only collected her 45 minutes ago, and she'd barely had time to process what was going on.
You, him, and Jester worked together for years before I was added on.
Aegis. He blew out a long breath, fighting to find the words to explain it all to her. It wasn't like he could tell her that he could see every day the weight that his loss had on her, or the way her confidence had faded with each passing week, or even that he had nightmares, something that rarely happened to him, that consisted of nothing but her voice grating out the name Roderick, or the imprint of her knees in the ice made bloody from the hole in Cypher's head, where she had knelt to try and save Raptor's life. Jester would have loved to see him, and Sentinel knew that, but it didn't weigh on his soul like it did on Aegis's, if the demolitions expert even had one left, which was probably the best case. Sentinel didn't think he himself had a soul to speak of either. Jester doesn't need this. You do. It wasn't the answer she wanted. Her lips thinned, and she stared straight ahead at the steel elevator wall.
You don't have to handle me with kid gloves.
That's not what I'm doing. If you don't want to go, then fine, but she cut him off. I do. I want to go. Good. So do I. There was still tension in the air. How couldn't there be? With what they were going to do. But Aegis did her best to break it. At least somewhat.
Green is your color,
she told her commander, referencing the scrubs that he too had been forced to wear. Thanks. Wish I could say the same for you. Aegis snorted, and Sentinel held back a laugh. It would be the last shred of amusement either of them felt for a while. The elevator doors whooshed open, and there was a solemn nurse there to greet them. The basement hospital wing was painfully bright, everything pristine white and shining steel. It was a large, windowless area, but Sentinel knew there were only ever 10 patients on the floor at any given time. It was reserved for the most severe cases that Umbral had under their umbrella, or the ones that needed to be quarantined. The nurse didn't speak to them as she led them through the corridors. There weren't any of the softening measures that might be found at a civilian hospital. No artwork, gentle music, or signs of hope. It was utilitarian, and empty in a way he didn't like. The further they walked, the more Sentinel second-guessed himself, even requesting to see his teammate had probably set off alarm bells with the higher-ups at the Eclipse Initiative. Friendships, and any kind of interactions outside of work, weren't exactly encouraged, but they were tolerated for successful, veteran teams like Aries. Concern, though, was a different story. It was an indication of a bond that was above and beyond a simple workplace friendship, or the connection between soldiers. Umbral didn't want them to be worried about each other, or to really care, because that would inevitably mess with their abilities to work as emotionless, robotic individuals. He had told himself at first that the silent damage done to his team after the Seed Vault mission had been because they lost 2 members, traumatically, all at once. That if it had just been only Cypher, or only Raptor, that it wouldn't have affected them at all. Sentinel was lying to himself, of course, but it was easier to tell himself that instead of admitting that Aries had the potential to fall apart, ironically, because their bonds were so tight. Was it because he was a weak leader? Or was there some other reason? As soon as he asked to see Raptor, Sentinel knew that he couldn't deny anymore that he wasn't affected by the loss of his second-in-command. It was a confession that Raptor hadn't been just a placeholder. At that point, all he could do was hope that he made the right call,
and that seeing her injured teammate would help center Aegis once more. Getting her back to her full capacity was worth the risk. Another thing that set his teeth on edge about Umbral's quarantine facility was the fact that there was no privacy. There were no separate rooms or curtains, just glass walls where everyone passing by could see the person suffering there in the hospital bed. There were only 8 in the facility today, but so far they had passed 5 miserable faces, broken bodies, shattered spirits, and some closer to dead than alive. It made some thread of fury roll up his spine, thinking about the indignity that Raptor must feel on display like that. Sentinel considered trying his luck and seeing if he had enough clout to get his teammate a private room, but considering the way everyone was looking at him and Aegis as they passed, he knew he was probably pushing his luck already. There was a single whiteboard on the glass cubicle that made up Raptor's room, and it read, Sergeant Gideon, acute radiation poisoning, level 4. He and Aegis could both see the tall frame of their friend in the bed, uncovered, and Sentinel heard his medic suck in a shocked, aggravated breath before she caught herself and her professional veneer fell back over her like a suit of armor. They were still too far from him to determine if Raptor was awake, but just seeing that he really was alive was a punch in the gut. It didn't seem real until right then. Sure, he had been told by Umbral that Raptor had survived, but he was already falling apart when Sentinel pulled him above ground back in Svalbard. How could he have made it? Yet, there he was. Aegis was talking quietly to their nurse escort, too softly for Sentinel to hear, and the sounds of the machines around them were becoming louder and louder, until it was the only thing he could perceive. Then, finally, Aegis came back to his side, and the nurse walked over to hit the intercom next to the sliding glass door that led into Raptor's clear room.
He's conscious, Aegis told him, and is pretty much himself from what he says. I'll believe it's when I see it.
How long did they give us?
10 minutes. And we can't go in.
She thins her lips.
Let's make it count, I guess.
Major Delacroix and Corporal Alvarez, here to see you, the nurse said into the intercom, and the still form of Raptor stirred. Sentinel and Aegis walked to the glass, as close to his bed as they could, and looked on as he tried to raise himself to his elbows. Raptor quickly gave up the effort, and simply turned his face to them, hitting a button on the side of his cot to raise his upper half to almost sitting. Aegis didn't flinch, and her expression didn't show shock, only kind warmth. It was her healer face. He'd seen it enough times to know, and Sentinel knew there was probably a storm brewing somewhere inside. For once, he took her lead, and kept his expression in check. That didn't mean he wasn't shaken, though. Raptor had been tall, muscular, and undeniably in the prime of his life. He had a smile that was brilliantly white, and warm, brown skin marred here and there by the scars that so many soldiers wore. When he had handed his second over to the Umbral medics, Raptor had been a sick shade of mud gray that had turned Sentinel's stomach. Now, he was thin, gaunt even. There was a pallor to his color, but he wasn't gray anymore, thank Christ. But when Raptor, dressed only in a loose-fitting pair of hospital pants, turned his head to look at the two of them, Sentinel noticed something odd. There were portions of his skin, his cheeks, part of his chest, his lower ribs around his stomach, that didn't catch the light like the rest of him did. It was dull and matte, and he swore that there was a pattern to every inch of him, both natural and matte, like a hexagonal grid. Sentinel only saw it for a tiny piece of a second, and when he blinked the pattern was gone. Maybe he imagined the last part. He couldn't dwell on it anyway. Not with the look in Raptor's eyes, a tired, heavy relief. None of them could dream of calling their commander anything but his codename.
especially in front of others. But Sentinel let it slide when Raptor opened his mouth and said, "Nathaniel, Alicia." His voice was barely familiar, like the crinkling of dry leaves. But it was still him. And by using their real names, he told them, without saying anything else, human to human, "My friends, I'm glad you're here. Fuck. Get it under control. Don't react." "Good to see you," Sentinel replied. "Raptor," Aegis said, surprising both men. A tenseness passed over Raptor's expression, surprised that the medic, his savior, had fallen back on his codename so quickly. But the tension was there and gone in an instant. "I'm sorry it's taken us so long to get down here." "That's all right. There wasn't much of me to see until lately." He inhaled slowly, a million unspoken things hovering there. Instead, though, Raptor asked, "So, I heard that you two had to sleep over with an underwater cult." Despite himself, Sentinel smirked. "Yeah, you could say that. You want a quick rundown?" "Hell yes, I do. Anything is better than staring at nothing all day." "All right. I think we can manage that." The staff in the quarantine ward gave them more than 10 minutes. Sentinel and Aegis didn't rush their story either. If anything, they dragged it out as long as possible. It was vulnerable and raw, even when they laughed. For the first 24 hours after he was told what he was going to have to do to pay for his life being saved, Howard Brighton considered simply killing himself to escape. The following day, he decided he didn't want to die, but that those Umbral assholes were going to have him in a straitjacket if they wanted to get him on the plane back to South America. And then the next, Chimera stopped talking to him. The silence threatened to make him lose his mind. It was beyond any sort of pain he had felt being burned to the bone by white phosphorus, beyond any fear he might have felt when Chimera first started speaking in his mind. He had gotten so used to the second presence in his mind that it felt like half his body was gone when Chimera went silent. It wasn't like the alien had been speaking any sort of sense, but there was a desperate, searching feeling to its tendrils in his mind. There were days he thought Chimera wanted to own him. Others were sure it couldn't wait to kill him. But most of all, Chimera didn't want to be alone. So when Howard finally was alone, he found the reality of it distasteful. That wasn't the only weird thing happening to him either. Umbral didn't give him any time alone, but every third or so guard he would be given was off. His strange behavior had been something he could write off at the beginning, but when one of the guards leaned over his shoulder and whispered his name over and over, it was a bridge too far. Still weak, he spent his nights in the hospital wing. On some nights, when he woke up to seek out the restroom or a cold drink, he was positive he saw clusters of nurses and doctors in the corners of the dark hallways, all standing in a semicircle, and all humming. So, Chimera was silent. Umbral agents and medical professionals were acting strange, and Howard was being told that he would be going back to the place that had nearly been his grave. But that was the extent of information that he was trusted with. His bioprinted skin itched like mad, baby pink against the tanner skin of the rest of his body, covering where he had been burnt so severely he should have died from shock alone. But his body didn't reject it, which was a miracle. And his arm that had been all but destroyed was, for the most part, whole. Sensation wasn't perfect, and it was pathetically weak, but it was there. And Umbral made him one more promise, if he was able to help Aries succeed on their next assignment. A bionic eye, to fill the empty socket in his head. Depth for his sight once more. It wasn't enough of a draw at first, but when everything else started to add to it, the eyes started to sound better and better. That, and from what he could tell, none of the Aries members he would be with had whatever mental issue was affecting some of the other Umbral employees. There was a large part of him that would still rather die than go back to Viridian, but the part that wanted to live, and the part that wanted to know why Chimera had left him, was louder. So, Howard boarded the plane heading for South America with Aries, and hours later, the SB-1 Defiant, the same one that had pulled him out of the jungles months earlier. He let them dress him in body armor, and sat between the terrifying soldiers as the chopper blades cut through the air, taking him home. Jester found himself gripping the edges of his seat as the SB-1 roared through the skies above the dense South American jungle. Sweat prickled on his forehead as he watched the towering trees rush by, their branches appearing dangerously close as the pilot brought them in. There was no reason to hike in like they did last time. There was no need for secrecy. He clenched his teeth, the wind whipping through the open cockpit door. The afternoon sun cast fleeting flashes of light and shadow over the dense foliage, creating a dizzying play of patterns that made his head spin. There was something about this assignment he didn't like, and it started with fucking Howard, sitting there, all slouched over, wringing his soft hands. It was hard to focus, but he tried. The earthy smell of the jungle mingled with the dampness of the air, but instead of grounding him, it just made Jester feel like he was an intruder. The jungle hadn't felt this ominous the first time around, but he just couldn't pinpoint what was different. No one was talking either. All he could hear was the clicks from the pilot adjusting the controls and the occasional crackle of the radio. That, and the insistent wind. Through the open door, a river glimmered like a silver serpent amidst the sea of green. The aircraft pressed on, and the landscape shifted. The trees grew taller and more imposing, casting elongated shadows that seemed to reach out for the SB-1. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, his eyes locked on the horizon as the remnants of the Viridian laboratory came into view. The once orderly buildings now lay in ruins, a stark contrast to what it had been before. The lab had been broken down when they had first come, but now it was nothing but rubble and ash. He could see the shattered walls and the twisted metal, a haunting reminder of the forces that had torn through the laboratory. Chimera. Even the air seemed to carry a ghostly whisper, a reminder of the secrets that now lay buried beneath the debris. He reached inside himself for humor, but found very little. Jester could feel himself getting lost in his own head, and that just wasn't going to work for him. If he couldn't keep his spirits up on his own, he'd have to reach out to another team member to make it happen. Good thing there was always an easy target. Tempest. Her helmet and mask already on, her spine ramrod straight. Jester pushed his own gas mask up over his helmet. Psst. Tempest. Is this your first? She ignored him. So did everyone else. What a bunch of losers. Jester leaned back in his seat and refused to drop the joke. It's just so cool that you're allowed your first babysitting job. I'm sure Howard will be good for you, especially if you read him a bedtime story. Aries continued to ignore Jester, besides the red that he could see creeping up Tempest's neck under her mask. But the biologist alongside them wasn't as easily deterred. I know, you think that's funny, he drawled, his voice slightly distorted by the way the scarred half of his mouth pulled. But I'm one of the top exobiologists on the planet, and blatant disrespect is not needed nor appreciated. Jester, who in his own field could go toe-to-toe with the exobiologist any day, just grinned. Well, sorry, sir. I'll try to remember who exactly I'm in the presence of. Howard had to raise his voice to be heard over the propellers. Do you think I want to be here? Going back to this place? You acting like a frat boy is just rubbing salt in the wound. I have to give you credit, man. For as fucking helpless you are, you've got balls. Howard's upper lip curled, but he didn't say anything else. It was a decent distraction, but Jester still didn't feel like himself. Aries felt put together like a bad game of Tetris, technically fitting, but leaving a lot of gaps. Right. Let's go over the assignment one more time before we land, Sentinel spoke up, breaking the awkwardness. Umbral has reason to believe that something in the Viridian lab ruins is altering the local flora and fauna. After losing some of the civilian recovery crews they hired, Umbral sent in an Eclipse recovery specialist team, and they didn't come back either. Tempest grunted. Which team? Wings, Sentinel said, sparing a look at Howard and adding, Warfront intelligence and navigation ground specialists. There were 6 of them, and it should have been plenty to finish cataloging the site. They lost contact after 3 days, and haven't heard from them since. Their tracking implants are still active, but Umbral reports they have been moving erratically, and in nonsensical patterns, so one possibility is that there is some electromagnetic interference in the area. Our job is to go in and find out what happened to Wings, but also retrieve any samples they collected before they went radio silent. Wings reported a lot of changes in the wildlife and plant life in the area, which is why Howard is with us. Before Howard had joined them, Sentinel had told the rest of the team the second reason the exobiologist was with them. It was because there was a thought among some of the doctors that took care of Howard that he might retain some sort of connection with Chimera, and, despite how much none of them wanted to deal with the extraterrestrial anymore, its hypothetical fingerprints were all over what was happening at the Viridian site. Extract any living Eclipse Initiative members, and retrieve anything notable. We're considering this a dangerous assignment, so we're going in hot. Take no chances, especially with Howard. Got it? They all gave him the affirmative, as the chopper began its circular descent. As always, the instructions were painfully, ridiculously vague, but at this point he was used to it. Jester carried his usual gear, as well as the ampule launcher he had brought to Viridian the first time around. They were going to be in the forest for the majority of the job, so he wasn't sure how useful he was going to be this time around. But Jester had a feeling that things were going to range between interesting and screwed up beyond recognition. It was never a dull day being part of Aries. Jester felt the heat hit him like a slap in the face the second he stepped out of the chopper. Behind his gas mask, he sucked in air, desperate for the go-ahead to take the damned thing off once it was confirmed the air was clear. It should be, considering they were just in the middle of a rainforest and not someplace insane like a damn underwater habitat. But the last team had reported some sort of intangible barrier surrounding the area. The Defiant hadn't had any issues landing, so he thought it was probably bullshit. But he also wasn't looking to die an embarrassing, suffocating death. They took their positions, Sentinel on point, then Jester and Aegis, and bringing up the back were Hawkeye and Tempest. Sandwiched between his row and Hawkeye's was Howard, his own gas mask covering his round face. His gear was protective, but lacked the weaponry, bells, and whistles that the actual Aries members' uniforms had. And the poor guy moved like his body armor weighed 1,000,000 pounds. He had a pack of all supplies he might need, basically a tiny mobile lab. But it had quickly been decided that Hawkeye would carry the thing. Howard wouldn't make it a mile if he had to. Not that he could blame him, really, because this place reminded Jester why they called forests like this green infernos. The trees and vinework crawling above them were as inescapable as a wildfire, never-ending and all-consuming. Nature had even begun to take over what was left of Viridian already. Stones were covered in moss and kudzu, as if the greenery planned to break the rocks down into dirt once more, just like they had been at the beginning of eternity. There was no sign of the civilian teams or wings either, as they cleared the area foot by miserable foot. Since the place had all but caved in, the basement laboratory where Chimera had been was full of debris and impossible to access. What was easy to reach, though, was the black, scorched earth where he and Hawkeye had burned the Chimera to the ground. Howard knelt, motioning Hawkeye over to give him his bag, and began to collect a few samples from the char. Aries formed a circle around the scientist, and he found himself next to Tempest, who was shifting from foot to foot, her Scorpion Evo SMG in her hands. He saw her stiffen when he started to talk, but she quickly went back to normal once she realized he wasn't being an ass for the second time in an hour. "Have you noticed this barrier they warned us about?" Tempest shook her head once. "No. I think this might be a case of mass hysteria or something, because besides the lab, there was nothing weird about this place last time we were here." Jester's voice was deadpan. "Temp, we torched a fucking alien." "I said besides the lab," she huffed. "You know what I'm trying to say." Yeah, I get it." "So you think it was all mental then? The civilian teams and wings both?" "Like you just said, the Chimera thing was from another planet. Umbral might not say it out loud, but Howard over there has alluded to it pretty strongly." She jerks her head towards the exobiologist. "The thing is, extraterrestrials are supposed to be brain-breaking, right? They fried all that Lovecraftian fear shit out of us during our training." She holds her finger to her temple and spins it in a circle. "So we didn't panic when we saw it. At least not fully. But if there was something alien left behind, it might have cracked the minds of those other teams like a walnut, you know?" "Wings did the same training Aries did," he pointed out. "That mental fortitude stuff they put us through was some of the most basic stuff for Umbral employees. Even Howard had it, I'm sure. So your explanation might work for the layman teams, but not Eclipse teams." "I mean, sure, I guess," Tempest shrugged. "We're kind of the best, though, right? Maybe we just handled it better." Jester just snorted, and he could sense Tempest's temper kicking up a notch. "Okay, smartass, what do you think is going on?" "I got my theories," he declared, sounding intentionally aloof. "But if I had to guess, pollen." "Oh, fuck off, pollen. Seriously. If Chimera triggered some sort of evolutionary shit." Everyone whipped around to Howard, who was scrambling backwards from the burn piles, jerking his rubber gloves off frantically. "Ate through it," he yelled. "It ate through the gloves." The gloves were indeed black and disintegrating before their eyes. Aegis moved with quick, practiced movements, her own gloved hands taking Howard's and pulling out a bottle of alcohol, dousing his fingers and palms with it until the astringent smell filled the air. "Don't panic," the medic's voice was cool. She flipped his hands over, and Jester could see that on his newly healed hand, there wasn't even fingernails yet. It made him shudder. "You look clean," Aegis assured him. "Just use something more substantial next time. We're a little outside of the realm of where vinyl is going to cut it." "Sure," Howard was panting. "Sure, okay." He tucked the samples he did have into his pack and handed it back to Hawkeye, standing on shaky legs. The sniper experimentally kicked at some of the burnt debris, but nothing happened. No movement, no reaching tendrils. Nothing. Aries cleared the Viridian site, what little was left of it, and Jester reminisced on the final fight there in the courtyard. He was almost screwed before Hawkeye, with Cypher beside him up in the sniper's nest, had saved his ass. It had been a good day, one of the best. They had emerged victorious and whole. He turned just enough to see Hawkeye out of his peripherals, anonymous behind his gas mask, the barrel of his rifle visible over his shoulder. Jester was wondering if he was thinking about that day, too. It was morning when they were dropped off. Hawkeye didn't trust his mind as much as he used to, so when the morning bled straight into evening, he didn't think anything of it. Slipping through the hours was a sniper's bread and butter, and he had spent more hours than this, days sometimes, prone with his eye to the scope, which was why he didn't question the slippage of time. He simply assumed that, since they were finding not a single damned thing, that he had shifted into that waiting mode that he was so familiar with. And that wasn't an exaggeration. They weren't finding anything. When Howard had declared after some short testing that the air was fine, it was almost a religious experience to take the gas mask off. The air had felt so heavy, like a wet cloth was draped over his face. He was disappointed when he sucked in his first breath of unencumbered air, that it was nearly just as humid and soupy as before. At least he wasn't sucking in his own sweat and breath, though. Along with letting the hours pass by without notice, Hawkeye had also spent time letting every single type of bug and small creature crawl over him while he waited behind his scope. Part of being one of the best snipers in the field meant that he had a very specific way of melting into the natural world around him, becoming one with it. Because of those experiences, he didn't really notice when the things started crawling over the toes of his boots, or when he had to drag his hand across his face to clear suspiciously thick spiderwebs. The others did, though. Maybe it was because he was the tallest, but Sentinel was the first one Hawkeye noticed pulling one of the spiders away from his neck. The thing seemed to cling to him like Velcro, and when he managed to get it off and throw it aside, the thing hissed. The size of his palm and bile yellow, the spider hit the undergrowth and disappeared. Aries kept walking. They were following the same grid search that the previous teams had been supposed to complete, and they had 2 days to get it done. Howard slowed them down, but that had been accounted for. Dirt roads and access paths had been carved out of the area to service Viridian labs better, and they more or less stuck to those when the terrain got too tough. That didn't mean that nature wasn't present in full force, though. Besides the bugs, small rodents skittered across their paths, and every once in a while, the long, sinewy rope of a snake would flee back into the deeper parts of the forest. He didn't give it a second thought. The howler monkeys, though. They were loud as hell. Black shadows in the branches, their calls monotonous, never changing. That echoed through the empty spaces and pressed against his eardrums. Although morning had passed straight into evening, the evening lingered on and on. It was strange enough that Hawkeye finally noticed, and he watched the sun hang on the horizon, never changing, for hours. No one else mentioned it, but it made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Reaching back to rub away the goosebumps, his palm hit something chitinous and jerking. It hissed. Another damn spider. Hawkeye's nerves were frayed, and out of character he jolted, biting out a quiet shit as he tried to pry the thing off of him. With his gloves on, he wasn't afraid of a bite, but the hissing in his ears was so loud and violent that the reptilian part of his brain wanted to panic. The rest of the team stopped while he tried to pull it away where it gripped at the small, bare strip of his skin. One by one, the legs released, the spider flailing in his hands like a live wire. When the final one gave, he didn't toss it to the ground, but threw it as hard as he was able into a nearby tree trunk, a vomit-colored missile. It hit, but didn't die on impact. Instead, it shattered like glass into hundreds, if not thousands of pieces, all of which then crawled away on their own, hissing in unison as they spread out in a wave. Shock reigned for long seconds before Howard dove to the ground and fought to grab one of the living pieces, calling for Hawkeye to give him his pack. The sniper slid it down his shoulder and tossed it to the ground next to Howard, having no interest in getting any closer than he had to whatever the hell he just pulled off himself. He was barely resisting the urge to claw at the back of his neck again, just to make sure nothing was left behind. It was the first clear signal that something was up. Howard managed to get a few of the things in a vial, and when he held them up to look at them closely, the spider pieces looked nothing more than spoiled yellow flecks of pepper. The exobiologist was enthusiastic, but none of the rest of the team was. Aries had seen too many things in their years together to be excited about any sort of novelty that could potentially kill them. It opened the door, though, for the sniper to speak up about the unmoving sun. If things were weird, you might as well bring attention to just how weird. Sentinel, he grunted, trying and failing to figure out how to say this. The sun has been in the same place for hours. The commander turned to look at him. Hawkeye hadn't been too unsettled at first, but when he saw that Sentinel was spooked, he felt that frisson that usually meant something bad was going to happen. While no one spoke, the sound of buzzing insects grew and grew. I thought so, Sentinel finally admitted. Is everyone else observing the same thing? Agreement rippled through the group. Sentinel looked grim, but nodded. Okay. All of our times are synced, but just in case any electromagnetic interference fucks things up, let's set a failsafe. Everyone set a timer on your watches and your visor interfaces, and in 4 hours, we stop for the night, dark or not. Aries obeyed without question, but Howard whipped around to look at them all like they were insane. Surely, you can't be serious. Time fluctuations. Enough, Hawkeye snapped. We don't question the commander. But Tempest for once was on the same page as the sniper. We don't question the commander, he said. Howard's jaw snapped shut, and he said nothing more. They all started to move again, following a path meant for a different team, still looking for any signs of those who were lost. They all pretended they weren't watching the stagnant sun. It might have been psychological, but Hawkeye swore that the trails were becoming thinner, and that the forest was closing in inch by sweltering inch. The farther they traveled, the more bizarre it was that there was no sign of any other humans, dead or otherwise. Above, the monkeys kept calling. It was so damn hot, and despite the humidity, he felt his throat going dry. Hawkeye didn't stop walking, but pulled his canteen from his side and lifted the metal vessel to his lips. His eyes closed only briefly as he swallowed, but in that split second, something icy and discordant shuddered across his skin. When he pulled the canteen from his lips and opened his eyes, Aries was gone. The sun was gone too, but somehow everything was impossibly bright. So bright that it hurt his eyes. But since the light was coming from everywhere, he couldn't even bring his hands up to block the source of it. It made the world flat and unreal. Nothing seemed to have depth. Except for him. Except for him. In the empty pathway where his team should have been, stood a figure, dressed almost exactly like Hawkeye himself was. The figure's arms and legs were stiff, standing like a doll propped up on display. His helmet was gone, face bare. Young, almost painfully so, and crushed in a thin film of ice, even in the heat. He was the only thing that felt real, and maybe the only thing that could activate that bone-deep fear in Hawkeye. Cypher moved like a puppet on strings, an animated, empty shadow. Hawkeye tore his eyes away, looking down at his hands. Instead of his canteen, there was a small pistol that he had taken from a dead cyber soldier deep in that frozen place. The barrel was still hot. Hawkeye's heart thundered, And when he dropped the pistol to the forest floor and looked up once more, Cypher was almost to him, still moving in fits and starts. Electrical impulses in a dead thing. Marionette wires on roadkill. Nausea ripped through him like lightning. Vomit rocketing up his esophagus, and a migraine exploding in his skull like a firework. "He's not me," Cypher screamed in the confines of his mind. And just like that, Hawkeye blinked, and he was back on the path. The sun hanging in the sky again. Aries turned to look at him in shock. Hawkeye doubled over and puked on his boots. The sun started to dip below the horizon. They made camp almost exactly 4 hours later. Hawkeye brushed Aegis off when he was first sick, but when they all settled in for the night, she was finally able to corner him and look him over. She wasn't surprised to find him perfectly healthy, at least physically, because she had her own theories about Hawkeye. In Aegis's opinion, any ailment he might carry was mental, even if he refused to acknowledge it. But in the middle of an assignment wasn't the time or place to bring it up, so when she was sure he wasn't going to die on them, she let sleeping dogs lie. As soon as the medic was done with him, Hawkeye took off, crunching an alertness aid between his teeth while he hunted for a tree to take his position in. Sentinel tried to tell him that they would take shifts, but the sniper wasn't hearing it. Any other time, the commander would put his foot down and order him to follow directions. But there was something in the other man's eyes that told Sentinel he needed the time alone. Again, Aegis had her own opinions about that, but she kept them to herself. Aries bivouacked in a small clearing, their vulnerable scientist in the middle. There was no fire, but self-heating MREs crackled and filled the space with the smell of food. Before Aegis was even able to finish, she knew she wasn't going to be able to sleep. Not with the threat of shattering spiders and the constant hooting of the howler monkeys in the canopy above. She wasn't feeling confident about the mission either. Just coming back alive would make Ares the most successful team to be deployed to the Viridian site. But she knew Umbral wanted more. Some charred pieces of Chimera and a vial of spider bits weren't going to endear any of them to the upper echelon of the megacorporation. And that was because there was an ugly truth about assignments like this one that nobody ever spoke out loud. Ares wasn't there to discover the fate of the other teams, or even recover them. They were there to ascertain and then incapacitate or destroy whatever had wrecked the earlier teams, and return it to Umbral. It was foolish to think the company cared one bit whether entire teams lived or died. They only cared if they were effective. And Ares was effective. Whatever had stopped the sun before seemed to be over, and the stars wheeled overhead like they always did. Aegis checked Howard's hands, made sure there were no other ailments to tend to, and then tried to find at least a few hours of rest. But the monkeys howled, and she found herself staring at the darkened canopy and the shadows that moved there within. She could hear the murmurs of the rest of the team, and the sounds of them shifting on the ground. It shouldn't be so hard to sleep, she thought. They had been forced to bunk down in much more chaotic places, but for some reason, it took a long time before she felt her eyelids start to get heavy. Aegis gave into the pool of sleep, and for some time, floated there, happily. She had no idea what time it was when she felt something brushing in the corner of her mouth. Figuring that it was another bug, she swiped it off, but it didn't leave. Instead, whatever it was pushed between her lips and into the hollow of her mouth in a snap so fast that she barely realized what was happening. Aegis came awake in an instant, letting out a muted yelp. Her training had taught her that screaming was likely to only bring more trouble, but there was no way in hell she was able to be silent with something crawling in her mouth. It brought everybody else except for Howard to their feet. And in the dark, none of them could see the medic digging her fingers in between her teeth and trying to pull the mystery assailant out. Her hand didn't close on a wriggling insect, though, but instead, a creeping vine. It had wrapped itself around one of her legs like a python, then around her torso twice before reaching her face. It was quick, but not strong, so right when she could feel it trying to push up from the back of her mouth and into her sinuses, she was able to rip it out and snap it into spasming pieces. It came free with a horrendous sensation, and she heaved, tearing the thing off her body with her bare hands until she was awake enough to remember her combat knife. Sentinel, Jester, and Tempest had immediately turned on their lanterns, but when they moved to help, all of them found themselves bound by similar vines. Once the first one was broken by Aegis, the tendrils became relentless in trying to slither up all of their bodies and find a way into their faces. Aegis had stumbled clear of her enemy, but was fighting a panic that she rarely felt while spitting blood that also dribbled from her nostrils. Tempest and her ultra-sharp blade were free first, and moved to free Howard, who was only just waking up and covered in more of the plant vines than anyone else. Sentinel pulled the ones assailing him off with snaps and jerks. With his hands occupied, he had to give a verbal cue, but it was immediately understood. "Jester!" he bit out. "On it!" the demolition expert responded, and then, "I'm going to need at least 10 feet, everyone. Let's move!" He had decided to forego the knife work and had cracked his breaching pen to life, singeing the vines off his body. Jester laughed darkly when they made a high, keening noise and shriveled away, obviously more affected by the fire than the cuts. He used the same tactic to burn the stragglers away from Aegis, letting her lean her weight on him while she got her bearings. Tempest had Howard free, and the two of them, plus Sentinel, retreated from the wiggling green snake pit of vines. Aegis shook the shock off, and they all reached the correct distance away as a group. "Give me a light," Jester said, and everyone pointed their torches towards the circle where they had been sleeping. Whatever the things that were so desperate to get in their skulls were, snapped and flailed in one mass, like they were trying to form some sort of shape, but unable to decide what. Aegis thought she could see the rough silhouette of a person, then a bear, and a jaguar, but the vines never managed to complete a shape. It was always just the idea of something. In the white shine of their flashlights, Aries watched as Jester pulled the miniature Amplemet launcher he had only used once before, there, in the same jungle months ago, and fired around. It caught the light like a tiny star while it arced through the air, landing on the undulating plant mass and igniting a white-blue punishing fire. She felt the heat of it on her face. The vines screeched and hissed, and the sound of it hurt Aegis's heart, as if the things hadn't been trying to probe her brain minutes before. Howard was blathering about a sample, and Tempest jerked a finger-length piece of vine from where it was stuck in her shoelaces. Hawkeye still had the exobiologist pack, though, and with a look of distaste, Howard shoved it in his pocket. They watched the fire for a moment, the self-contained burns dimming soon enough, until it was just embers. All of the team had clipped their helmets to their belts before sleeping, just for situations like this one. Each of them pulled them back on while they listened to Sentinel calling for Hawkeye over the comms. "Oh shit." Aegis came to the realization all at once. "He was supposed to be on watch."
"Yeah, I saw it."
She heard Hawkeye growl down the comms.
"What was I supposed to do? Shoot her in the neck just to take out a vine?"
Sentinel's jaw was tight. Hawkeye was on thin ice with his commander.
"No, but you could have warned us."
There was the static crackle of silence for a second before Hawkeye responded.
"It happened in less than a minute. By the time I could have even considered loading an incendiary round, Jester had the whole place on fire. You were distracted."
Sentinel insisted, pissed beyond measure.
"Damn it."
Hawkeye let out a rough sigh.
Fine. Had you not been in the middle of a situation, I would have called you all over here anyway. You still need to come. There's something that I had my eye on.
Aegis could see the moment of hesitation on Sentinel's face, but with a last look at the inferno that Jester had unleashed, he raised his hand and motioned the team into position. They set off for Hawkeye's location without another word. Implicit trust was one of the things that made Aries function as spectacularly as it did, so Sentinel was deciding to trust Hawkeye, even if he had his reasons not to. The team powered off their flashlights, flipping their visors down and activating night vision. Tempest quietly instructed Howard on how to follow suit. They weren't far from where Hawkeye was posted up, and before long, they could see his form in the branches in a tree up ahead, his enormous rifle in position and aimed towards a small clearing where the jungle gave way. Readying their own rifles, Aries took a knee at the tree line and looked out at whatever had been striking enough to distract their sniper, even for the brief second it had taken the vines to make their move back in camp. Hawkeye's voice came over their comms again.
They came out of the jungle not too long after I took my post, but didn't move for hours. It wasn't worth noting until just a few minutes ago when they started moving. That's what caused me to look away.
He didn't need to say anything else. They could see what he was referencing. There was a herd of marsh deer, nearly 20 of them, in the clearing, 2 of them with towering antlers. They were eerily silent, but that wasn't what was strange about them. Aegis held her breath while she watched them move in a shambling, spasmodic walk. Backwards. Some threw their heads, snorting, while others managed to paw at the ground restlessly between lurching steps. But other than those few signs of discontent, all they did was trudge backwards, looking terribly wrong. Then, one broke from the pack and bolted forward, trying to escape whatever was happening. It almost made it, but before it could disappear between the trees, it crashed into some invisible barrier. Aries could hear the snap of its spine from where they were, and the pathetic, mewling sound the paralyzed thing made. It disturbed her, but Aegis knew that in the large scheme of things, it meant nearly nothing to them or the mission. Quietly, Sentinel confirmed with Hawkeye that he had gotten a recording of the phenomenon, and told the sniper to come back down and join them so they could go on. The idea of rest was long gone. Something was certainly wrong with this part of the jungle, but she was almost positive that there was nothing left of the previous teams to be found. So, Aries would finish their mission with whatever hours of night and then day was left, as fast as they possibly could. And that's what they were in the process of doing, ignoring the scraping sounds of the deer going backwards and the groans of the paralyzed doe. It was then that those groans changed, so clearly that none of them could deny it. The bleating changed pitch, and from that long, muscular throat, the deer cried a garbled series of words.
Oh, help! Oh, help! Hurts!
Aegis felt her stomach roll at the horror of it. Sentinel motioned to Hawkeye to stop his descent, and while the deer cried out, the sniper aimed his rifle and fired a shot. It rang out, impossibly loud in the small clearing, and snuffed out the inhuman cries with it. Tempest told herself that she was unmoved by the sound of a woman's voice coming out of the marsh deer, but she still flinched when Hawkeye sunk a bullet between those wide-spaced eyes and put the thing down. That should have been the end of it, but nothing was ever easy for them. So fast that she was barely able to comprehend it, the same creeping vines from before erupted from beneath their feet, hundreds of them, and they shot forward. past Aries, past the marsh deer still trudging backwards, and to the fresh corpse of the dead deer. They wrapped the creature up like a mummy, around and around, tight enough to be a second skin. Just like they had tried to do with Aegis, into the deer's mouth, then eyes, ears. The vining tendrils owned the deer and became it, making it rise on green, shaking legs. Hawkeye shot again, but all he managed was to cut a hole that was immediately covered again by the plants. The possessed deer bucked and launched itself through the crowd of its former peers, bashing its skull into them and knocking them off their backwards path. The night became chaos. "Exterminate them all!" Sentinel yelled. There was no point in being quiet anymore. Once the deer was knocked off its path, it tried to bolt, like the first had, but the ones that were still living couldn't escape the invisible barrier that held them. Not all died when they hit, but when another did, the vines came for it, too. In that way, each creature rose again, and undead, the barrier did not hold them. Everything fell like dominoes. Aries moved like clockwork. Tempest pushed Howard behind her, forcing him to his knees and commanding him not to move until she told him to. Then, they opened fire, fanning out across the edge of the clearing, with the goal being to move them into as tight of a cluster as possible so Jester could set them alight. Normal ammo didn't kill the undead, but it pushed them back. It quickly became clear that it wasn't the vine-covered deer that were the real danger. They bucked and flailed, but quickly enough the undead took off through the jungle at an astonishing speed, disappearing. Those still living, though, were frantic, one by one that were knocked out of their walking trance. And once all of them were out of the haze, whatever invisible barrier that had held them vanished. With no real way to escape the barrage, Aries took down the still living deer, putting them out of their misery as quickly as possible before more human voices could crawl up their throats. Once the vines had raised them from the dead, they took off like all the others, bolting mindlessly through the trees. It wasn't until the heavy boom of Hawkeye firing anti-material rounds that any of the vine deer actually fell. He fired the explosive bullet into the center mass of the things, and they exploded, guts and greenery flying. The damage was catastrophic enough to bring them down, and keep them down. But by that time, most of them had fled. It was an incredible showing of strength and accuracy that the sniper could fire those rounds from his precarious position in the trees, and he took down 5. It would be enough for Umbral to collect anyway. They would have their specimen, and whatever person's voice was inside of them. Tempest tried not to look at the eyes, wide open in death, and oddly human. It was hard not to, though. The sun was rising. "Let's get this done," Sentinel said grimly, "before whatever's going on here gets too big to manage." They gave Howard 5 minutes to investigate the bodies, and he looked shaken when he was finished, but said nothing. Aries fell into their normal formation and advanced, all of them more than ready to finish their grid search and call for extraction. Normally, Tempest was glad for a fight, anything to get her blood pumping, but when things slid away from the rules of the world as she knew them, she started to get uncomfortable. She knew how to face an army, but not monsters made from the earth itself. As they hiked, the jungle seemed to close in on them, tighter and tighter. There were trails cut through where the vine deer had fled, and they took advantage of them where possible. Aries stayed prepared, rifles at the ready, and covered as much space as they could with Howard slowing them down. Tempest felt an unease prickle at the back of her neck when she noticed that all the deer trails had converged into one, which meant they were going to where the undead ungulates had fled. She breathed through the fear, settling into herself and the identity that she had created. Fearless, strong, deadly, unbroken. She shut out the howler monkeys hooting, the sound of the wind in the trees, and the croaking of frogs. Tempest lived in the moment, content but alert, until the jungle ended at the bottom of a towering cliff face. It was the smell that hit her first, rot and damp earth. As they got closer, Aries could feel the cool breeze coming from the center of the cliff face, and once they were close enough, they saw the cavern. Half concealed by overgrowth, it might have gone unseen, or at least been skipped over as unimportant if it wasn't for the bodies of the deer at the cave's mouth. All 15 of the vine deer that had escaped lay crumpled on their sides, the vines that had covered them having peeled away from their bodies and were leading inside. The tendrils stayed connected to the carcasses, though, and the deer were hollowed out and desiccated already, like the flora was sucking them dry and feeding into the cave. The cave's yawning darkness seemed to absorb the light, leaving only an inky void. Still, she and the rest of the team might have been able to enter just enough to document the place, maybe have Howard take some scrapings of lichen or something, and leave. Except there at the entrance, haphazardly lying in the underbrush, was the first sign of human life. Gear. Body armor, weapons, and even boots, almost identical to what Aries themselves were wearing, all piled up like trash. Wings, Sentinel said heavily. Going in, boss? Jester asked. Sentinel couldn't look away from the gear pile. Yeah, let's do it. The air went from cool to cold once they were inside. The atmosphere thick with a dank smell. It was like the cave absorbed the daylight, and Tempest was glad when Sentinel told them to turn their headlamps on. The light cast long, distorted shadows, but besides the vines twisting and turning as they led farther into the void, there was nothing else to see but stone walls. She was sure that, any minute, Sentinel would tell them to turn around and exit. They only had a small distance to cover before they could call for extraction. If it wasn't for the fucking cave. And unless the other Eclipse team was somewhere inside the cavern, naked, then it was safe to say they were dead. That knowledge was enough, wasn't it? As they advanced further, a low, guttural sound reached their ears, a cacophony of low gurgles that echoed through the cavern. It set her teeth on edge, and Sentinel held up his fist to stop them. Up ahead, the cave widened into a chamber, and that's where whatever was making that noise resided. Sentinel gave them another signal. Forward, arms at the ready, and they moved, almost in step with one another. A high ceiling towered, dimly lit by their headlamps, and that guttural noise became louder and more insistent. The scent hit her again, this time almost too much to bear. She pressed the back of her hand to her mouth to keep it at bay. Stale sweat, vomit, bile, shit. It was all the worst sense of a human life, tinged with the hot copper of blood. They stopped, and Tempest knew somewhere deep in her bones that if she lowered her head to let her light illuminate what was in front of them, it would be something terrible. The urge to just keep looking up was so strong that she almost didn't conquer it. But one by one, the Aries members turned to look at what was the centerpiece of the chamber. Horror clutched at her chest as she was forced to take in the nightmarish sight. Limbs melted into a twisted mass, flesh melding together until it was impossible to distinguish where one body ended and another began. Faces contorted into expressions of agony and pure terror, eyes rolling in their sockets, haunted. There were dozens of them, maybe more than 30, but there was no way for Tempest to try and decipher body from body. They had found the missing teams. Fuck, she breathed, her voice cracking. Her breath caught in her throat when one of the fused figures stirred, its misshapen form writhing with the painful, unnatural motion. She stepped back involuntarily, but stopped herself, trying her damnedest to hold form with everyone else. Only Howard was truly reacting, too terrified to leave the protection of Aries, but too scared to really look at what was in front of him. It spoke to them then. Wretched screams of agony, low moans of misery, and snatches of sentences and pleas to end them. To please just end them. Then, the amalgamation shuddered, tendrils of fused flesh twitching and wriggling like worms in the dirt. It was reaching for them, somehow, but the monstrosity itself couldn't get to them. So instead, the vines did the work for it. With her blade, Tempest cut the tendrils out of the air before they could reach her, while the others dodged. One managed to grab Howard by the ankle and pull him to the ground with a thump, but Tempest cut him free, too, and the vines hovered in the air like live wires. Impatient, but deciding their next move. All the while, the human amalgamation screamed and spoke its agony. She helped Howard to his feet, but he was almost hysteric, babbling and holding his head between his hands. Tempest grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him hard. "Get it together," she hissed. "You're the expert. Tell us what to do with this thing." "Chimera," Howard moaned. "It's Chimera." Jester swallowed hard, his hands restless on his rifle. Tempest understood what he was feeling. She wanted to end this thing in front of them too. Every second it lived was a tragedy. "It most certainly isn't Chimera," Jester said, deadpan. "It is," he insisted, his one eye screwed shut. "It's trying to create a hive mind, trying to recreate what it had back on its home world. That's what this is." There was still no forward movement by the monstrosity, so Sentinel asked, "Chimera fused these people. What about the vines?" "Humans can't exist in a colonial organism. Plants, fungi, they can. So Chimera was able to take control." "The deer?" Aegis breathed, and Howard responded, miserably. "All of it. It's infected everything around here." He paused, opening his eye to look up at the thing. "It wants us, too." "Put it down," Sentinel commanded. "No fire. Kill shots only. Umbral will want the body." So they did. Tempest fighting the vomit in the back of her throat as she aimed and fired shot after shot between the sets of eyes on the monstrosity she could find. Where there was only one eye, she sunk a bullet into each side of it instead. The vines flailed again, but Jester had ignited the breach pen and held them back, scorching them as they got too close while the rest of the team put Chimera's failed hive mind to rest. Blood flowed, gore rolling down. The vines that didn't attack curled around the carnage and drank it down like a snake would water. The individuals wailed and bellowed in pain, but piece by piece the amalgamation went still. Gunfire ceased, and it was done. Howard took so many samples that Hawkeye complained about the weight of the pack, but it still wasn't enough. He needed all of the fused human monstrosity, and maybe, if he was lucky, Umbral would bring it back for him. For the time being, though, he had to settle for the pieces he had taken, following Aries out of the cave, his skull pounding so hard that he was shocked his head was still in one piece. When they came face to faces With the fusion, he could feel the intense pressure of Chimera trying to press into his consciousness. But the thing it had made was too crude, and whatever parts of it were left in the jungle couldn't forge the same bond with him. When Aries destroyed it, the pressure stopped, but the headache remained. But he would be back at the base soon, and he would be able to shower, take some medicine, and breathe. The light of day felt like a miracle, and he didn't even mind the hooting of the howler monkeys above. Feeling the warmth on his face was so blissful. They were loud, though, and had followed them the entire time, calling the same call over and over again. Maybe it was the blood that the Chimera vines had drank, or maybe it was the energy the Chimera was expending on the fusion was free again. But the hoots were clearer this time, longer, more drawn out. 2 syllables even. Howard looked up into the canopy, saw the shadows of the monkeys there, and when he listened closer, his vision went fuzzy at the edges. Instead of "ha, ha," the howler monkeys called for him.
Howard, Howard, Howard.
He clung to that core identity, that breath of a memory that made him who he was, or had been. Even as he melted into the mass of it, as his mind stretched and stretched until it was ready to snap, he clung to it. And when he was no more, and he became them, he still held it, small and secret, in the empty space of his previous existence. They, the monstrosity, felt that identity, small and hard, like a kernel in their teeth, annoying but bearable. They couldn't absorb it, couldn't swallow it down into the acid of a dozen stomachs. But it wasn't that much of a bother. It was why he knew himself, even as the bullets pierced the flesh that he had become, snuffing out parts of a whole until they were nothing. But he knew himself, damn it. He knew himself in death, and that was better than nothing. Calvin Green had dreamt of being a hockey player. He had spent his childhood with blades cutting through the ice and his breath fogging the mountain air. Calvin might have made the minor leagues. Hell, he might have been a decent fourth liner in the NHL, had he not caught Umbral's eye. He was a good hockey player, but he was a phenomenal navigator and tracker as well. The talent had first become apparent in the Scouts, and it grew to the point that he was being hired as a freelance navigator by local police departments and search organizations. Calvin never figured out where Umbral heard about him first, but by the time he was curious enough to ask that question, his time had run out. At 18, they had taken him from his home and plied him with the same offer they did everyone else. Join us and be rewarded. Don't. You'll pay, and so will your family. And considering that they snatched him out of his front yard, he knew that they were serious. That was how Calvin Green, now codenamed Atlas, had ended up on the Eclipse Initiative team, Wings, which led him to be dumped in the jungle to help locate a civilian search team that had vanished. It was so ordinary, as far as Eclipse Initiative jobs went, that he hadn't even blinked at the assignment. Wings was the second Eclipse team to have visited the area. Aries had been there first, but Atlas didn't know a single thing about what the first team had found. He didn't care either. Atlas was a good soldier.
They didn't find anything the first night, and set up camp far enough away from the original site of Viridian Lab that he felt relatively safe. The dreams had started that night. An alien horizon, the sky a sick, bruised purple, moons he didn't recognize wheeling across the sky. Along with them was the vast, aching sense of loneliness. It was so intense he woke up, crawling across the ground to one of his squad mates and grabbing their ankle, just to ease that feeling of being so damned alone. The other soldier didn't complain. Through the darkness and the cacophony of singing insects, he heard the other man whisper, "I feel it too." It was noon, but the minutes crawled by like hours.
Calvin.
The husk of a voice had been talking to him since the sun rose. It was a sound he could feel against his spine. It didn't take long for the others to notice, but they were dealing with secret demons of their own. He tried to pretend like he didn't hear the whispers, and he told himself that the others were humoring him when they didn't mention the way his head would turn suddenly, listening for a noise that was too loud to be real. It bounced around the inside of his head, like a pinball. After 3 more hours, his hands shaking with a fine tremor that wouldn't go away, they found the remains of the search team, or what was left of them. It took them a while to figure out that the twisted shapes in the bushes were human bodies. It was the bright colors of clothing that had given them away. But the numbers were off. There weren't enough bodies to account for how large the civilian team had been. The whispers had gotten louder and louder the closer they had gotten. The words had become clearer.
Calvin.
Now there was a voice, 1,000 voices, all of them speaking together.
Atlas.
At the edge of the forest, he looked back and saw his team watching him, their eyes wide and horrified.
Come, join us,
they said. The whispers echoed through his brain. They sounded like his team, the rest of the men and women that he had fought alongside, his friends, his brothers and sisters. Yes, the voices whispered, and the world turned inside out. He was falling, or rather, the forest was falling around him. The trees collapsed in on themselves, a whirlpool of bark and leaf, the earth sinking into the pit of a vast yawning maw. He stood at the center, the only still point in the madness, as the sky folded itself down like origami and the ground disappeared beneath his feet. The world was gone, replaced with a vast and endless darkness. Atlas fell, his arms wrapped around his knees as if to protect himself from the nothing that surrounded him. There was no light, but there was the wet sound of something large, shifting and sucking and shuddering. And between it all, the agonized sound of muffled voices. It smelled like wet earth, and everything echoed. The walls and ceiling were all too close. Beneath his hands, that he placed on the ground to stand, was damp stone. A cave. His hand fumbled against his gear, and he realized he was still wearing his rifle. He had a flashlight on his vest. He found it, his fingers shaking, and flicked it on. The cavern was immense, a vast cathedral, the ceiling far above. There was an alien organic quality to the room, as if the rock had grown around the shape of a great mouth or an egg. The walls were curved and uneven, and they glinted in the weak light. He shone the light down into the depths and saw a shape curled at the bottom. It was enormous, a mass of dark flesh covered in eyes and mouths and grasping hands. He saw hair and clothing and jewelry. And there, all of the eyes focused on him, unblinking. "You," the creature hissed, and it rose from the pit, its form unfurling, its tentacles reaching up, towards him.
"Come, Calvin,"
the creature said, its voice sweet and full of longing. Atlas lifted his gun. He had seen the remains of his friends. He had heard the screaming. "No!" He opened fire. 5 shots. And then he was full of sorrow, so vast and overwhelming that it dragged him to his knees. The flesh thing reached until it touched him. Just a little. At the contact, all the terrible things that had ever existed in the history of time bloomed in his mind. Misery, pure and uncut, pummeled him. Then the loneliness, hollowing him out, making him scream with the need to belong. "Oh God," he thought, I need to be with it. I need to be in it. I need to become part of it. I need to go home." Then the creature let him go, and his vision swam. He felt the thing moving within his head. A few moments later, the creature spoke, its voices 1,000, 1,000,000.
"Come, Calvin. We can save your team."
He didn't move.
"Come, Calvin.
I know the way out."
And Atlas knew the way out too. He could see it, the map clear in his head, a path that he could follow. He could get his team out. He could save them. They were screaming, and he was the only one left. The others had already been taken, the monster calling their names, and the poor souls had fallen into the pit and let it take them. They had melted into the creature, a new layer, a new organ, a new set of limbs. They had begged him to join them. Atlas shook. He had fought, his bullets tearing the creature open, but the wounds had healed. No. His 5 desperate shots had ricocheted off stone, like he had been compelled to miss. And the more the creature had taken, the more its voices had changed. It was still them. He recognized the sound of his friends, the cadence of their speech. He had known his team well. It had been hard not to. They had spent so much time together in the Eclipse Initiative, living and fighting and training until they were almost seamless. They had become a family, and now they were calling him, begging him. "No!" he yelled, his voice rough and raw. He heard the thing sigh.
"You know you have no choice, Calvin. You will fall. You will melt and be reborn, and you will know bliss. It's time to come home now."
"Home," he whispered, and he closed his eyes. He remembered a time years ago, before the jungle, when he had been happy and he had not known fear. He heard his team calling his name, pleading. But it was the memory of his mother singing to him, her voice low and soft that he held on to, as the creature rose out of the pit.
"Calvin."
The monster whispered, its voices 1,000.
"Come."
He remembered her, his mother, her voice a balm, and he remembered his childhood and the ice and the blades, the slap of a puck echoing off the mountainside. "No," he whispered. "Not this time." The monster loomed above him, and he lifted his rifle and fired. And as the last bullet hit its mark, as he felt the world folding in on itself, his body falling into the darkness, his mother's song was still in his ears. "It's time to go home," he said, the words barely a breath, his voice a whisper. "Home, home," the monster chanted. His hand slipped away from the gun and he smiled. "Never alone." Atlas's hand brushed the ground and his fingertips trailed across the dirt and stone. Then his hand dissolved, sank inward, and Chimera wrapped him inside itself. Calvin Green, codename Atlas, breathed his last, and the universe moved on, unbothered. Chimera inhaled, hundreds of different mouths and gills at once, and then let their air whoosh out again. The node they had tried to craft, an amalgamation of humans, was dead, ended by something so familiar, the same group of minds that had taken him from Viridian in the first place. And Howard. Always Howard. There at Chimera's darkest hours. And if they had their way, at their true rebirth too. But for now, Chimera let the pain of loss roll over them. The Viridian node loss feeling like a burning excision. It hurt, but they were so new at this, born into a hive mind of millions, now trying to craft their own. It was agony. Chimera pulled away from the Viridian node, the mass of flesh and blood and bone, but stopped at the last second. There was something left, a little jewel of self hovering there in the void. One of their additions had, apparently, been strong enough to cling to their individual identity till the very end, curled in on itself and nearly gone, but intact. Curious, Chimera reached out and absorbed the little jewel. Calvin Green flowed into Chimera, and like rain sinking into the sand, he was consumed.